Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku's stepbrother was basically Batman with DLC? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 1. The Other Midoria. The Greatest Miracle of Life? Two boys holding hands in the womb? Cue dry heaving. Who even writes this garbage? Just the thought of it is enough to make me wish for a brain bleach quirk. Let me make this crystal clear. I did not hold hands with Izuku in the womb. Hell, we were not even womb buddies. I would rather believe I crawled out of a trash pile than entertain that saccharine nonsense. Anyway, let us get real. My name is Ryu Midoriya. I share a last name with Izuku, sure. Same green-haired. Oh, and the same mother, technically. We are both quirkless. But let me stop you right there. That is where the similarities end. I do not cry into my All Might pajamas every time the world kicks me in the ball. No, I get back. Sometimes the world wins, but at least I get a shot in. Now, back to the miracle of life. Let us paint you a picture. One boy is born. That boy is me. His entrance into the world? Pure carnage. Doctor says, "Congratulations, it's a boy." And boom, my mom flatlines. Oops. That's me, folks. The harbinger of doom straight out the gate. The universe took one look at me and said, "Yeah, this one? He is going to need therapy." Lucky for me, the loving mother Inko Midoriya sees me next to Izuku and thinks, "Hey, which one is my son?" Then, to be sure, she gets us both. Nah, just joking, she pities my diapered butt and adopts me. Now she's stuck with two green-haired liabilities, one that cries like a busted faucet and one that screams, "Therapy patient," before he even hits kindergarten. Growing up with Izuku? A mixed bag. He clung to All Might merch like it was a life raft while I experimented with dumb ways to gain a quirk. Dumb? Might be generous. One time, I shoved my hand into a socket to shock a quirk awake. All it gave me was a new nickname, Sparky the Dumbass. Izuku cried about it for an hour. I laughed through the pain. Our childhood became a routine of me roasting Izuku, saving him from bullies, and occasionally getting into fights just for fun. Oh, and let us not forget Bakugo. That kid had the subtlety of a grenade and the personality to match. Every encounter with him was like trying to tame a feral explosion. I made it my mission to PSS him off whenever I could. Well, this is my story so far. Oh well, there are bullies in the school, but I have Ball of Steel. Not for real. I tried dipping my ball in mercury to gain superpowers once. Suffice it to say, it did not work. Spiders? Also a failure. I tried a few species, none of them friendly, all of them bitey, and exactly 0 of them radioactive. Selfish little BSTRDS. Being quirkless, you have to get creative, you know? I have experimented with everything short of selling my soul to a villain, and even that is still on the table. Unlike Izuku, who tries to reason with bullies as if they are going to suddenly develop a conscience, I prefer a more hands-on approach. If someone takes a swing at me, I swing back. It does not matter if they are bigger, stronger, or even carrying a flamethrower, I am fighting until one of us drops. It is me who drops. Take today, for instance. Another round of Who Can Ruin Ryu's Day? Courtesy of 3 of my lovely classmates. It starts with the usual garbage. One of them shoves me into the lockers, trying to impress his buddies. "What's up, Greenie? No hero coming to save you." The guy sneers, his breath reeking of cafeteria fish sticks. Honestly, I am more offended by his oral hygiene than his weak insult. I push myself off the lockers, brushing imaginary dust off my jacket. Wow, Jimbo, still recycling the same lame lines? What is next, calling me a wannabe hero? Oh, wait, you did that last week. His face twists in irritation. Perfect. Sing people off is like my superpower. Too bad it does not unlock any real ones. The second guy, some muscle-brained idiot who probably failed kindergarten twice, cracks his knuckles. Think you're funny, Midoriya? Let's see you laugh when we... Hold up, I interrupt, holding up a finger. Before you finish that cliché threat, let me guess, you're going to beat me up, right? Because I'm quirkless? Super original. Really groundbreaking stuff. Shut up. Jimbo lunges at me, fist ped back. For a second I consider countering. Then I remember how much I enjoy watching these idiots embarrass themselves. I sidestep, and his momentum sends him face first into the lockers with a loud clang. Strike one, I say, smirking. The muscle brain grabs me by the collar, hoisting me up like I weigh nothing. Think you're hot sheet, huh? Nah, I reply, deadpan. I'm lukewarm at best. He snarls and pulls his arm back for a punch. I grab his wrist with both hands and twist. Not enough to break it, just enough to make him yelp and let go. As I drop back to my feet, I throw a quick jab at his gut. He stumbles back, wheezing. Strike two, I quip. The third guy, who has been standing in the back pretending not to exist, finally decides to step in. Hey man, let's just chill, okay? I raise an eyebrow at him. Wow, a voice of reason? Did not expect that from the discount goon squad. Jimbo, now red-faced and furious, charges at me again. I duck under his swing and sweep his legs out from under him. He crashes to the ground, groaning. And that's strike three. You're out. The bell rings, cutting through the awkward silence of the hallway like a lifeline. Oh, see, I mutter, spotting a blonde inferno at the far end of the hall. Bakugo, in all his explosive glory, leans against a row of lockers, his trademark scowl already locked and loaded. Behind him, a pack of goons loiters like obedient lapdogs. Oh, home run, I say under my breath, pivoting on my heel and making a break for it. The three losers I just dealt with? Yeah, they are his goons. If Bakugo catches wind of this, I am on the fast track to becoming a burnt marshmallow. I bolt down the hallway, weaving between clusters of students like a parkour ninja. A couple of them shoot me weird looks, but I do not have time to care. Survival first, reputation second. I glance back to see Jimbo and his merry band of morons struggling to keep up, clutching their bruised egos and ribs. I round a corner and nearly collide with a group of BS-yards. Watch it, one of them snaps, but I am already ducking past them, muttering a half-butted apology. The sounds of heavy footsteps and angry yelling fade behind me. Did I lose them? Just as I start to slow down, a familiar voice growls, Oi, Midoria. My stomach drops. Grit. Bakugo found me. I spin around, already bracing for the explosive assault. What the hell did you do this time? Bakugo snarls, stomping toward me like a human grenade. His palms crackle with tiny explosions, and his expression promises violence. Classic Bakugo. Do. I feign innocence, throwing my hands up. Why do you always assume I did something? Because you always do something dumb, he barks, jabbing a finger at my chest. You think I didn't see you running like you're but was on fire? I shrug, flashing my best sheet-eating grin. Is that what happens to you when you are constipated and sweat from your butt? Explode? Man, your mom must have a hard time cleaning your boxers. Bakugo's eye twitches, and for a second, I swear I can see steam rising from his head like he's a human pressure cooker about to blow. His goons, who finally manage to catch up, look like they're debating whether to laugh or back away before the inevitable happens. What the hell did you just say, you little sheet? Bakugo growls, his hands already sparking. I get it. It must SCK being Bakugo Katsuki, human firecracker. Can't even sit down without worrying your but might spontaneously combust. I shrug again, tilting my head. But hey, at least you're memorable, right? Who needs dignity when you've got kabooms? The hallway feels like it's holding its breath. Bakugo steps closer, explosions crackling in his palms. You think you're funny, huh? Nothing. And judging by your face, I'm absolutely killing it. I fire back without missing a beat. You've got 5 seconds to shut your mouth before I blast it off your stupid face. 5 seconds? Then I didn't know you could count that high, I say, smirking as I start casually backing away. He's practically foaming at the mouth now, but I know exactly how this game plays out. His ego won't let him take a cheap shot while I'm standing still. It's all about the chase for Bakugo. As soon as his foot shifts forward, I take off down the hallway again, flipping him the bird over my shoulder. Catch me if you can, boom boom beach. The The sound of explosions fills the air as Bakugo gives chase, yelling obscenities that would make a sailor blush. His goons don't even bother keeping up this time, they just stand there, looking defeated. Honestly, I kind of feel bad for them. Hanging around Bakugo must be exhausting. I dart around a corner, sliding across the floor like a bad action movie stuntman, and nearly wipe out into a janitor's cart. The janitor gives me a look that says, I don't get paid enough for this sheet, but I'm already gone before he can yell at me. The chase goes on for what feels like forever, Bakugo's explosions echoing behind me like a particularly violent game of tag. Students scatter out of the way, some shouting in protest, others laughing at the spectacle. A few even cheer me on, because apparently, chaos is the school's favorite spectator sport. Finally, I spot my chance. The classroom door is just ahead. I dive through it, slamming it shut behind me and leaning against it to catch my breath. The class stares at me like I've just walked in wearing a chicken suit, but I don't care. I made it. Victory tastes sweet, even if it's just temporary. A second later, the door rattles as Bakugo pounds on it from the other side. Midoriya, you did-ass coward. Open this door right now. Sorry, can't hear you over the sound of my brilliance, I call back, wiping imaginary sweat from my brow. Better luck next time, boom boom boy. The teacher walks in at that moment, giving me a look that's the tired blend of confusion and irritation. Mr. Midoriya, care to explain why you're out of breath and why Mr. Bakugo is yelling in the hallway? I straighten up, putting on my most innocent face. Cardio? You know, fitness is important. The teacher just sighs, rubbing their temples. Take your seat, Ryu. I do as I'm told, plopping down in my usual spot next to Izuku, who's already got that worried look on his face. He leans in and whispers, Ryu, what did you do? Nothing major, I whisper back with a grin. Just reminded Bakugo why I'm his favorite person in the world. Izuku groans, pinching the bridge of his nose. One day, he's going to actually kill you. Yeah, but not today, I reply, leaning back in my chair like I haven't just risked my life for the sake of pissing off Bakugo. Not today. I mean, sure, technically I almost die every day. But today? Today had flair. The kind of flair that says, why just die normally when you can do it with an audience of idiots and one raging human explosion? School ended, and I was just minding my own business, heading home like a model citizen. Well, model might be generous. More like barely functioning menace to society. Anyway, I took the scenic route. Big mistake. Bakugo and his goons decided to pull a little ambush in an alley. I know, real original, right? What's next? Tying me to train tracks? The alley smelled like PSS and cheap cologne, because Bakugo's lackeys apparently thought Axe body spray was a substitute for soap. They cornered me like the gang of budget villains they were. Bakugo stepped forward, arms crossed, grinning like he just got handed front-row tickets to my funeral. Oi, Ryu, he said, voice dripping with that usual condescension and misplaced superiority. You think you're real funny, don't you? Funny. I smirked, hands in my pockets. Nah, I'm a walking comedy special. A gift to the world, really. Speaking of gifts, did your mom ever stop sending those soggy, depression-riddled sandwiches in your lunchbox? Or does she still pack them with a side of disappointment and a note that just says, I should have swallowed? Boom Boom Boy's face twitched. That hit the sweet spot. His lackeys exchanged nervous glances, clearly questioning their life choices. Keep talking, Bakugo growled, stepping closer. His palms sparked, little explosions lighting up like a firework preview. I'll blow that smug grin off your face. Blow me? I raised an eyebrow. Wow, Katsuki, I didn't know you felt that way. Listen, I'm flattered, but you're not my type. I prefer people who can manage their anger without resorting to property damage. One of the goons, Jimbo, yes, that's what I've decided to call him too, tried to look tough. You've got a death wish, Midoriya? Nah, I shot back. I've just got standards, which is why I would never join your little fan club. What's the membership requirement? Dropping out of middle school and buying stock in fireworks. Bakugo didn't wait for the laugh track. He lunged and I barely ducked in time, his fist slamming into the brick wall behind me. Bits of brick rained down, and the smell of burnt air filled the alley. "You think this is a game, Rio?" He spat, sparks dancing on his hands. "Game? This is a roast, and you're my best material." But then it happened. A sharp, electric jolt shot through my head. I stumbled, blinking as a bright blue screen appeared out of nowhere, floating right in front of my face. "System activated. Welcome, player." "What the—" "New quest. Escape Bakugo's fury without dying. Reward, 20 XP. Failure, humiliation and possible hospitalization." Was I hallucinating? Had Bakugo actually knocked a few screws loose? "Oi, what's wrong with your face?" Bakugo snapped, clearly irritated that I wasn't giving him my full attention. "You scared or something?" "Oh no, boom boom," I said, waving my hand dismissively. "Just having an existential crisis. Don't mind me." The screen flickered again. "Skill unlocked. Quick step. Use it to avoid getting blasted to Kingdom Come." Oh, this was too good. A sarcastic, game-like system in the middle of a life-threatening situation? Sure, why not? I didn't have time to process the absurdity of it all. Bakugo was already winding up for another attack, his palms crackling like the world's angriest bug zapper. And then I felt it, a strange energy buzzing under my skin. "Quick step? Fine. Let's see what this baby could do." Bakugo's explosion shot toward me like a flaming middle finger, but my body moved before I could even think. 1 second I was in his line of fire. The next, I was behind him, the alley spinning like someone hit the fast-forward button. "Whoa," I said, stumbling to keep my balance. Did I just teleport, or did Bakugo's aim somehow get worse? What the hell? Bakugo whirled around, eyes wide. He wasn't used to missing. His ego wasn't built for it. "How did you—" "Magic?" I said, grinning. "Oh wait, wrong novel." Jimbo and the rest of the goon squad looked like they just seen a ghost. One of them muttered something about quirks awakening under stress, but I wasn't listening. I was too busy testing out my new ability. I zipped around the alley, dodging Bakugo's increasingly erratic explosions. Each quick step felt like a shot of adrenaline straight to the brain. Intense, disorienting, but effective. Quest progress, 80%. "Keep it up, smarts. Is that all you've got, boom boom boy?" I taunted, darting past him again. "Come on, I thought you were supposed to be the future #1 hero. You're making this too easy." "Shut up." Bakugo roared, hurling a massive explosion my way. It missed, of course, because I'm not an idiot. By the time I quick-stepped behind him for the 3rd time, he was fuming so hard I half expected steam to shoot out of his ears. Quest complete. Reward, plus 20 XP. "Alright kids," I said, hands on my hips. "Playtime's over. I would love to stick around and roast you some more, but I've got better things to do. Like, I don't know, anything else, really." Before Bakugo could respond, I activated Quickstep one last time, zipping past his goons and out of the alley. Their shouts faded behind me as I sprinted toward the main street, my heart pounding like a drum solo. Once I was sure I was safe, I leaned against a lamppost, trying to catch my breath. The blue screen popped up again, cheerful as ever. "Congratulations. You didn't die. Want a cookie?" "Yeah, real funny," I muttered. "Who even programmed you? Wouldn't you like to know?" "Oh great." My sarcastic inner monologue had a voice now. This was going to be fun. So, there I was, breathing like I just sprinted the marathon from hell, leaning against a street lamp and staring at a blue screen that had rudely decided to hijack my life. I squinted at the glowing text, wiping the sweat off my forehead. "Alright, blue dude," I muttered. "So, are you my quirk, or some kind of cosmic prank? Because, baby, no matter what, I think I'm stuck with you. Might as well get cozy." The system responded instantly, as if it had been waiting for the perfect moment to ruin my sanity. "Welcome, player. I am the limitless growth system. No, I am not a quirk. Yes, you are stuck with me. And no, I don't do refunds." "Figures," I snorted, pulling myself upright. "All right, limitless growth system. What's the deal? Stats, skills, items? Let's see the goods. Another screen popped up, this one more detailed. My stats were plastered across it like some RPG character sheet. Says, Strength, 8. Agility, TGI 10. Intelligence, INT 14. Charisma, Fig 12. Luck, LCK 1. I blinked at the numbers. Wait, my luck is a 1? A 1? That's like, comically bad. Are you trying to tell me I'm the unluckiest BSRD alive? Correct. But look on the bright side, at least you're self-aware. I stared at the screen, deadpan. Oh great. My system comes with a personality. Because that's exactly what I needed, more sass in my life. Ignoring its next snarky comment, I flicked to the skills section. 3 entries caught my eye. Starting skills. Mockery, passive distracts opponents with taunts. Reduces their focus by 20%. Analyze, utility reveals basic information about targets, like stats or quirks and sheet. Quickstep, combat short-range dash. Cooldown, a few seconds. I grinned. Mockery. Yeah, that tracks. It's like this system was custom-built for me. Correct again. I am designed to enhance your natural talents. Insults, running away, and making bad life choices. Oh, shut up, I muttered, scrolling past the skills. There was a section labeled Quests, and I tapped it out of curiosity. Completed quests. Escape Bakugo's Fury, complete reward, plus 20 XP. XP, huh? I rubbed my chin. What does that even do? XP is used to level up. Leveling up increases your stats and unlocks new skills. Current level, XP 2 next level. Alright, I'm starting to get it. I stepped away from the lamppost, still eyeing the screen. Stats go up, I get stronger, and I unlock more bullshit to annoy Bakugo with. Got it. The system added a new message, because apparently it couldn't shut up for 5 seconds. Pro tip, luck is low. Suggested strategy, avoid gambling, lightning storms, and people named Katsuki Bakugo. Thanks for the life advice, Mom, I shot back. Then I paused, an idea forming in my head. Wait, can I increase my luck? You know, so my life doesn't feel like a bad sitcom? Gain XP, complete quests, and pray to whatever deity you believe in. Good luck. Oh wait, never mind. I groaned, swiping the screen away. Alright, what about inventory? Do I have, like, a stash of magical potions or something? Another window appeared, showing a sad, empty grid with the words, "No items," blinking mockingly in the middle. Cool, I muttered. Broke in real life, broke in game. This is just perfect. Cheer up. At least you've got me. Yeah, because that's a consolation prize. I sighed, stuffing my hands into my pockets and heading toward home. The streets were quieter now, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows. Every so often, I glanced at the blue screen hovering just at the edge of my vision. It wasn't going anywhere, that much was clear. So, system, I said after a moment. If you're here to help me grow, or whatever, what's the plan? Any quests I should know about? Generating quest. New quest, punch a villain and survive. Reward, plus 100 XP. Bonus reward, respect from classmates. I stopped dead in my tracks. Are you insane? Punch a villain? Are you trying to get me killed on day 1? Relax. It's just a suggestion. But hey, if you're too chicken, I can always scale it down to something easier. Like helping an old lady cross the street. I glared at the screen. You're lucky you're not corporeal, or I would punch you. That would be an impressive display of strength, if you had any. I groaned again, trudging forward. This was my life now, apparently, a walking, talking roast session with a built-in progress bar. And the worst part? I couldn't even mute it. Still, as annoying as it was, I had to admit, this system thing had potential. If I played it right, maybe, just maybe, I could actually keep up with the quirked world around me. Alright, system, I said, a grin spreading across my face. You and me? Let's do this. But if you sass me one more time, I'm uninstalling you. Good luck with that, smart. Any and all quests are rejectable. All system messages are purely for laughs, and all punishments are just natural consequences of events failing in that direction. This is not a system SLV trope. 23 comment. Chapter 2. Punched a Villain. As I was heading home, still gloating over my great escape from Boom Boom Boy's wrath, I heard a commotion near Tatooine Station. The distant rumble of chaos and a chorus of screams? Yeah, definitely hero work. My curiosity got the better of me, so I decided to check it out. Call it a death wish or an excuse to procrastinate on homework, but I'm a sucker for watching heroes flex. When I reached the station, it was like a disaster movie on steroids. A giant villain was causing havoc, and not the fun kind. The guy looked like he hit the gym for 10 years straight, except his fashion sense had clearly skipped leg day, tattered jeans, no shirt, and a face that screamed, "I lost a bet." To top it off, he was swinging some poor guy's bag around like it owed him money. The crowd of civilians gathered around the scene, too enthralled to run away but smart enough to keep a safe distance. Heroes were already on the job. Kamui Woods was doing his whole tree ninja routine, branches whipping out to restrain the big guy. MD Lady, of course, had gone full kaiju, towering over the scene like she was auditioning for Attack on Titan. A few others were managing crowd control, including Backdraft, who was turning the surrounding area into a water park with his water pump quirk. "Look at these guys," I muttered, leaning against a railing. Working hard to save the day while I work hard to stay irrelevant. New quest alert. Observe the fight. Reward, plus 10 XP. Failure. You miss out on the carnage. Great, I get XP for standing here like a gawker, I said under my breath. Truly, I am living the dream. Kamui Woods managed to latch onto the villain's arm with his signature lacquer chains, but the guy wasn't having it. He yanked hard, dragging Kamui across the asphalt like a discount kite. The crowd gasped, and some lady next to me clutched her pearls like she was watching a telenovela. Bet you $5 he tries the same move again, I quipped, earning a dirty look from Pearl Clutcher. Hey, I call it like I see it. Sure enough, Kamui doubled down, sending more branches to try and bind the villain. Meanwhile, MD Lady stepped in to block the guy's escape route. Her towering form cast a massive shadow over the station, and I could already hear her inevitable press conference. I just did what any hero would do, while looking fabulous, of course. The villain, now visibly sweating, panicked and swung the bag he'd stolen at a nearby utility pole. The pole cracked and swayed ominously before coming down, and for a second, everyone froze. Death Arms sprinted forward like a linebacker on a mission, catching the collapsing structure with a grunt. His muscles bulged under the strain, and I could almost hear the collective swoon from the women in the crowd. Backdraft added a watery barrier to keep the spectators from getting too close, which was probably for the best considering some of them were holding their phones up like this was a TikTok live event. Guess I should do my civic duty and continue standing here, I said, crossing my arms. Can't let anyone outlazy me today. At the same time, two things were fighting for attention in my head. First, the shiny blue notification taunting me with punch a villain and survive, and second, E-Lady's spandexed masterpiece of an but gleaming under the station lights like the eighth wonder of the world. I promise it was 50-50. 0.5% the quest, 99.50%, well, priorities. The system decided to chime in with perfect timing. Warning, ogle responsibly. Objectification is not a strategy, player. Shut up, I muttered. I'll ogle irresponsibly if I DMN well please. The chaos intensified as Kamui Woods' branches snapped under the pressure of the villain's strength, and E-Lady, bless her showboating heart, reached down to grab him. For a second I thought she had him. Then he whipped out a bus stop sign like it was a fly swatter, and bam! She stumbled, nearly taking out a parked car. I watched as Death Arms and Backdraft coordinated an attack, but the villain, let's call him Jim Rat Supreme, shrugged them off like they were minor inconveniences. That poor bus stop sign had seen better days, now reduced to a bent, sad excuse for a weapon in his hands. All right, I mumbled, glancing at the quest notification one more time. Punching a villain for XP. That's all I need to do. Just one solid hit, then run like hell. Clarification, survive. Don't die like an idiot. Thanks for the encouragement, Mom. This was stupid. Beyond stupid. But as I stood there, watching the pros struggle to contain a guy whose only apparent quirk was being built like a tank, I realized something crucial. My day couldn't get any worse. Bakugo's goons, the system's sass, MT ladies' distracting assets. It all pointed to one thing. If I was going to die, at least I would die making a scene. I cracked my knuckles, took a deep breath, and dashed forward. Well, more like shuffled awkwardly through the crowd until I found a gap. People were too busy recording on their phones or gawking at the heroes to notice me slip past. New subquest: don't trip on your way to glory. Failure. Complete humiliation. Oh, screw you, I muttered, nearly face-planting as I stepped over a stray piece of rubble. The villain, oblivious to my approach, had his back turned while he roared something unintelligible at Empty Lady. She was busy recovering her footing, looking a little too flustered to strike back immediately. This was my moment. "Hey, Gym Rat!" I shouted, my voice cracking halfway through. Not my best opening line, but it did the trick. He turned, his face scrunching up in confusion as he spotted me. "What the hell do you want, kid? Autograph?" "Yeah, right," I replied, grinning like the cocky idiot I am. "I just wanted to ask, do you skip leg day, or is that just natural incompetence?" His expression darkened faster than Bakugo's mood when I steal his lunch. "You little..." Before he could finish, I activated Quickstep. The world blurred as I zipped forward, my body moving faster than I could think. 1 second I was a good 10 feet away. The next I was right in front of him. My fist connected with his jaw in a satisfying, albeit painful, thud. For a brief, glorious moment, I thought I actually done some damage. Then reality hit me, literally. His arm swung out like a wrecking ball, and I barely managed to quickstep backward to avoid getting turned into street pizza. "Congratulations. You punched a villain. Reward, plus 100 XP. "Oh great, thanks," I muttered, stumbling as I landed. My hand throbbed like I just punched a brick wall. "Totally worth it." The villain was said now, his attention fully on me. "You've got guts, kid," he growled, cracking his neck. "Too bad that won't save you." "Oh, I don't need guts to deal with you," I shot back, my heart racing as I tried to come up with a plan. "Just charm, wit, and a questionable life expectancy. New quest: survive the next 60 seconds. Reward: not dying." He lunged at me, faster than I expected for a guy his size. I barely managed to dodge, my quickstep on cooldown. The ground shook as he missed, his fist slamming into the pavement and sending cracks spiderwebbing outward. "Holy see," I yelped, scrambling to my feet. "Okay, maybe this was a bad idea." "You think?" The heroes finally noticed me, their expressions of confusion and irritation. Lady's voice boomed across the chaos. "Kid, get out of here. This isn't a game. Tell that to my quest log." I shouted back, ducking under another swing from Gym Rat. Kamui Woods tried to restrain him again, his branches wrapping around the villain's legs. This time, the guy actually stumbled, giving me just enough time to quickstep behind him. "All right, one more for the road," I muttered, aiming a kick at the back of his knee. My foot connected, and for a split second I thought I succeeded. Then he roared, shaking off the branches and sending me flying backward with a swipe of his arm. I hit the ground hard, my vision swimming as the system chimed in again. "Status: mostly alive." "Congratulations. Mostly alive? Great," I groaned, dragging myself to my feet. The crowd was cheering now, either for the heroes or for the spectacle I accidentally created. I didn't have time to figure it out. Gym Rat was down but not out, his movements sluggish as he tried to shake off the combined efforts of the heroes. Empty Lady finally managed to pin him, her massive hands holding him in place while Kamui Woods secured him with more branches. The fight was over. I survived. Barely. As I limped away, the system popped up one last time. Quest complete. Reward: plus 100 XP and a lifetime supply of bad decisions. "Yeah, no kidding," I muttered, ignoring the curious stares of the crowd as I disappeared into the backstreets. My body ached, my pride was in shambles, and my hand felt like it had been run over by a truck. But hey, at least I earned some XP. And maybe, just maybe, a little respect. Probably not from the heroes, though. Any lady's glare as I left pretty much confirmed that. Well, system, I said, grinning despite myself. What's next? New quest. Avoid dying in your sleep. Reward, 0 XP. Failure, you die. Thanks for the vote of confidence, I muttered, shaking my head. Real helpful. Oh, by the way, level up. Wait, what? I muttered, blinking as the bright, obnoxious blue screen shoved itself into my line of sight. Level up. The words danced on the screen like they were throwing a party just to spite me. Below them, a new notification appeared. You have reached level gained 5 stat points to distribute. Automatic +1 to strength for combat experience. New expo level 2. Oh, great, I muttered. I survived a human wrecking ball just to get nagged about stats. The system chimed in like it was trying to be helpful. Congratulations. You didn't die. Want a participation trophy? Yeah, that'd be great, I snapped. Make sure it says, Ryu Midoria, professional dumbass. I sighed, swiping at the screen to access my stats. The new layout showed my updated numbers. Strength, 9, that's sweet +1 for almost dying. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 14. Charisma, 12. Luck, 1, still bottom of the barrel of course. At the bottom, a message blinked. Unspent points, all right, I said, cracking my knuckles. Time to distribute these bad boys. The system chimed in again. Need a hint? You're bad at decisions. Gee, thanks, I muttered. All right, let's think. Dump all to charisma, I said without hesitation. What? The system stuttered. Its SAS meter had seemingly short-circuited for the first time since it popped into my life. Yeah, you heard me, I replied, stretching my arms behind my head. Just do it, man. I'm confessing my love to MT Lady's boobies. I mean to her, after her press conference. I need that charisma boost. Chop chop. You realize this is not how normal people function, right? Also, you have a stat called intelligence. Maybe invest in that? Hey, I'm not normal, and I don't need brains for what I'm planning. I need to be smooth enough to make her forget I exist in the cringe zone. I waved at the screen dismissively. Now hurry up before I change my mind and dump it all into luck. Then we'll both regret it. Are you even hearing yourself? The system threw up an animated sigh on the screen. Fine. But when this backfires, remember who the real dumbass is. A small animation played, like coins clinking into a slot machine, and my stats updated. Charisma, a 17. Unspent points, 0. I clapped my hands together like I had just achieved the world's greatest accomplishment. Now I'm the face of irresistible charm. Or you just went from annoying smartass to slightly more annoying smartass. Time will tell. The system didn't even try to hide its exasperation. Also, for the record, this won't magically make you less of a moron. Noted, I said. Then I pulled out my phone and casually scrolled Twitter, hoping MT Lady's press conference was live-streamed. Let's be real, I wasn't going to wait to admire the 8th wonder of spandex perfection in person. That was tomorrow's problem. As I scrolled through my phone, I stumbled across a trending post about Melon Tusk. Yeah, the eccentric billionaire who somehow convinced half the internet he's a genius. Apparently, he had thrown up some weird cult hand sign during his latest livestream. Ugh, I muttered, scrubbing at my temples. What is this guy doing now? Summoning tech demons? Whatever, not my problem. Finally, after bypassing a million useless ads and clickbait headlines, I found the live stream of MT Lady's press conference. It had just ended. Perfect timing. Alright, she is done. Time to move. I slipped out of the back alley where I had been loitering, heading toward the venue. The system, ever helpful, decided to chime in. New quest. Make a memorable impression on lady. Reward, +50 charisma. Failure, she calls security on you. Great, I muttered, shoving my hands into my jacket pockets. Because that's exactly what I needed, a quest where getting tossed is a possible outcome. Pro tip, be yourself.
Let's see the.
Try someone less annoying. Funny, I shot back, ignoring the amused looks from a few passers-by who probably thought I was talking to myself. Technically I was. Thanks, system.
Comment.
A comment.
Oh.
Chapter 3, MSTR of Flirtation. By the time I reached the venue, the crowd had mostly dispersed, leaving a few die-hard fans still lingering for autographs. A lady was perched on a makeshift stage, radiating confidence and probably checking her reflection in one of the nearby car windows. I sidled up to the remaining group, carefully positioning myself just outside the crush of fanboys. All right, system, I whispered. Any bright ideas? Analysis complete. Target is partial to flattery. Also, don't mention her height. She hears that 80 times a day. Noted. I took a deep breath, then stepped forward, ignoring the glares from some of the fans who were clearly trying to gatekeep their idol. Excuse me, MB lady? I called out, projecting just enough confidence to stand out without coming off as obnoxious. Can I steal a moment of your time? She turned, her eyes narrowing slightly as she assessed me. For a second, I thought I had blown it, but then her expression softened into something resembling mild curiosity, then turned into a full scowl. Bored. Before I could even bolt, lady grabbed me by the ear like an irate mom about to lecture her toddler. I flailed uselessly, trying to peel her iron grip off my ear. You dare to attack a villain? Her voice was sharp enough to cut through my flimsy excuses before I could even utter them. Every word was punctuated with the same energy as a judge banging their gavel. Attack is a strong word, I said, wincing. I prefer strategic self-expression. Strategic self-expression? She scoffed, dragging me toward the pro-hero police van parked nearby. Kid, you're underage and unlicensed. You know what this means, right? Detention? I tried, still flailing as we passed stunned civilians who had their phones out. I swear one guy was live-streaming. Fantastic. My embarrassing public shaming was going to hit the front page of TikTok. No, Emilady snapped. It means I'm taking you to the authorities so they can sort this out before you get yourself killed doing something even stupider. Stupider than that villain's outfit? Doubt it. The words tumbled out before I could stop them. Her glare in response nearly incinerated me on the spot. Keep talking, and I'll let Kamui Woods make you a tree ornament, she growled, hauling me closer to the van. New quest, escape the clutches of justice. Reward, plus 50 XP. Failure, community service. Hey, system, I hissed under my breath. What's the play here? Do I beg for mercy or go full, chaotic dumbass mode? Advice, stop talking. You're only making this worse. Helpful as always, I muttered. Emilady's grip on my ear was as firm as her disdain. I was practically being dragged like a rebellious toddler at the grocery store, and every bystander we passed was eating it up like it was free entertainment. All right, I get it. I screwed up. I yelped, trying to keep pace with her determined march. But at least let me apologize properly, you Takayama. Or should I say, you take ya and ma to a nice dinner? She stopped dead. For a split second, I thought I had broken through her armor, or maybe I just short-circuited her brain. But then she turned to me, her lips curling into the kind of smile that spelled doom. Kid, she said, voice low enough to send a chill down my spine. Do you want to dig that grave any deeper? Or are you planning to jump in voluntarily? Depends, I shot back, grinning despite the imminent threat to my life. Does the grave come with catering? Her expression didn't change, but I caught the faintest twitch of her eyebrow. Progress? Maybe. Look, she continued, yanking me forward again. You're underage. You're unlicensed. And you're clearly suicidal. What were you thinking running into a fight like that? I was thinking, hey, free XP. Her confusion lasted a whole 2 seconds before it morphed into irritation. XP? What are you, a gamer? Kind of. Life's a game, I'm just trying to level up. I shrugged. And if that means throwing a punch at a guy built like a freight train, so be it. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, she said flatly. Give it time. I'm just getting started. I tilted my head, aiming for that perfect blend of smug and endearing. Besides, you can't deny it worked. He's in custody, and I walked away with all my limbs intact. That's a win-win, right? Except for the part where you almost died, she snapped, clearly unimpressed. But I didn't, I countered. And if you think about it, that's kind of heroic. Maybe even commendable? Her laugh was sharp, almost cutting. Kid, the only thing commendable about you is your ability to keep talking when you should really shut up. Ouch, I said, clutching my chest dramatically. Right in the feels. By this point, we reached the police van. A couple of officers were leaning against it, clearly more interested in their coffee than the scene unfolding in front of them. Empty lady shoved me toward them without ceremony. This one's all yours, she told the nearest officer, crossing her arms. Caught him playing hero. Make sure he learns his lesson. Wait, hold on, I protested, raising my hands defensively. You're not seriously turning me in, are you? I mean, come on, I'm practically a hero in training. The officer snorted. A hero in training, huh? You got a license for that? Not yet, I admitted. But I've got enthusiasm, which is almost the same thing. Yeah, no, Emilady said, cutting me off. You're not talking your way out of this one. Are you sure? I leaned closer, dropping my voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Because I'm pretty sure the world would forgive you if you let me go. I mean, look at this face. Her glare could have melted steel. Officer, do me a favor and make sure he doesn't end up on the news for something even dumber tomorrow. Hey, if I end up on the news, it'll be because I'm saving lives, I shot back. Or, because someone decided to taste me. The officer rolled his eyes, gesturing for me to get in the van. All right, kid, let's go. You've had your fun. Fun? I asked, climbing in with exaggerated flair. This is all business, my friend. Hero work is serious stuff. As the door slammed shut behind me, I caught a glimpse of a lady shaking her head, muttering something about stupid kids under her breath. The van started moving, and I leaned back against the cold metal, a grin still plastered on my face. The system decided to chime in as helpful as ever. New quest, escape the police van. Reward, plus 50 XP plus free trip to juvenile hall. Failure, mom's going to be pissed. I groaned. You just can't let me enjoy the moment, can you? Enjoying failure? That's a new low, even for you. Hey, it's not a failure if I learn something. And what exactly did you learn? That MT lady's sense of humor is severely underdeveloped. Congratulations. You're a genius. Thanks, I try. Well, the system was right. Mom said, who could have seen that coming? After they hauled me to the station and called Inko, let's just say my ear got acquainted with yet another strong-willed woman. On the bright side, getting dragged around by two hot ladies in one day? A personal best. I call it a win. The cops had to fill her in, of course. Your son here decided to throw hands with a villain, one officer said, his tone of exasperation and disbelief. Is that so? Inko didn't even look at me. Her eyes were locked on the officer like she was preparing the mother of all apologies. The officer, brave soul that he was, nodded and handed her the official report. I caught a glimpse of it. They described me as reckless, unlicensed, and, my favorite, an unhelpful distraction. I could have framed that and hung it over my bed. Thank you for letting me know, she said, her voice calm but carrying that edge. The kind that screamed, you are so dead, real. Mom, wait before you, ow, ow, ow. I didn't even get to finish before she grabbed my ear and twisted it. Did it hurt? Did I deserve it? Probably. Was I still going to milk this for sympathy later? Absolutely. Do you have any idea how worried I was? She hissed as she dragged me out of the station. A villain, Ryu? Do you even think before you act? I was thinking I would be a hero, I mumbled, trying to keep up without tripping over my own feet. Besides, I had it under control. Under control? She stopped, her grip tightening. They said Lady had to step in because you were in the way. Hey, I punched him. That's gotta count for something. It counts as stupidity. She let go of my ear but still glared at me like she was debating whether to ground me or just skip straight to murder. What if you'd gotten hurt? Or worse? I sighed, rubbing my sore ear. Look, I'm fine, okay? The sigh. I stopped myself just in time. No way was I explaining that to her. I mean, I knew what I was doing. Ryu. She took a deep breath, pinching the bridge of her nose. I know you want to prove yourself, but this isn't the way. You're not a pro hero. You don't have a quirk. Yeah, thanks for the reminder, I muttered, stuffing my hands into my pockets. Like I don't already know that. Her expression softened, but only slightly. I'm serious, Ryu. You're my son. I don't want to lose you. I hated when she did that, used the mom guilt. It always worked. Fine, I said, kicking at a loose pebble. I'll be more careful next time. There won't be a next time, she snapped. Not unless you want to be grounded until you're 30. 30? Harsh. I managed a weak grin, trying to lighten the mood. Can we at least make it 25? She didn't laugh. Not even a smirk. Dimmed tough crowd. By the time we got home, I was already plotting how to make my escape if she actually tried grounding me. Maybe I could quick step out the window? Wouldn't be the dumbest idea I ever had. Go to your room, she said as soon as we stepped inside. What, no dinner? I shot back, but one look from her shut me up. Got it. I trudged upstairs, slamming the door behind me for good measure. Not that it helped. The blue screen popped up as soon as I flopped onto my bed, as if it had been waiting for me. New quest, appease and reward, plus 10 XP. Failure, she remains sad. Not now, I muttered, swiping the screen away. But it popped back up. Almost immediately. Pro tip, moms respond well to clean rooms and sincere apologies. Give it a try, smarts. I groaned, burying my face in the pillow. Why do you hate me? Hate is a strong word. Let's go with tough love. Now get to work. I glanced around my room, which, to be fair, looked like a tornado had passed through it. Clothes everywhere, empty snack wrappers, a pile of textbooks I hadn't touched since last semester. Yeah. Maybe the system had a point. With a sigh, I got up and started tidying. It wasn't fun, and it definitely wasn't heroic, but if it got mom off my back, it was worth it. As I was halfway through stuffing socks into a drawer, the door creaked open. Ryu. Izuku poked his head in, looking as timid as ever. What? I asked, not bothering to hide my irritation. I heard what happened. Are you okay? Peachy, I said, tossing a random shoe onto the shelf. Just another day in the life of your favorite stepbrother. He hesitated, then stepped inside. You know, you don't have to do stuff like that. Fighting villains, it's dangerous. No kidding. I turned to face him, leaning against the dresser. But someone's gotta do it, right? And since you're too busy crying over All Might posters. Ryu. He actually looked hurt, which, okay, maybe I deserved. I sighed. Look, I'm sorry, alright? I don't like sitting around doing nothing. It's boring. It's better than getting hurt, he said quietly. Ugh, Mom said I should clean my room. Come and help, I said, tossing an old hoodie toward the closet. Izuku nodded, stepping in hesitantly. Bless his gullible heart. Lying to your brother to do your cleaning? Low. Yeah, well, the system could judge me all it wanted. My room was a disaster zone, and I had no intention of tackling it alone. Izuku started picking up random junk, stacking textbooks that hadn't been opened since last semester. He glanced at me. You've got a lot of, energy drinks. I shrugged, shoving a pile of clothes under the bed. Hey, training takes fuel. Not all of us can survive on tears and All Might figurines. He winced but didn't argue. I might roast him, but at least I kept him on his toes. Back when we first learned we were quirkless, Izuku went full waterworks, sobbing into Mom's apron about how he could never be a hero. I saw it as a challenge. No quirks? Fine. I would just outwork everyone else. So I started training. Push-ups, pull-ups, sprints, you name it. And because I'm a motivational genius, I forced Izuku to join me. He puked halfway through day 1, fainted by day 2, and quit by day 3. Mom caught on to our little boot camp and decided to supervise, probably worried I would turn her youngest into a puddle. She stuck with it longer than Izuku did, though. Every morning, it was me and Mom jogging through the park while Izuku stayed behind to study hero tactics, which I'm pretty sure was code for binge-watching hero interviews. He didn't have the stamina for the grind, but I did. Izuku straightened up, holding a comic book I swiped from his stash years ago. I was looking for this. He clutched it like it was a lost relic. Yeah, well, finders keepers, I said, shoving another pile of junk into the closet. If you didn't want it stolen, you should have hidden it better. He sighed but didn't press the issue. That was Izuku for you. Too nice to hold a grudge, even when I totally deserved it. By the time we'd made a dent in the chaos, my door creaked open, and Mom poked her head in. You two are actually cleaning? I'm impressed. Mom, this cleaning has nothing to do with my current situation. It is volunteer action that comes from my deepest love and respect for you, I declared, dramatically sweeping a pair of socks into the corner as if I were presenting an offering to the gods. Inko stood at the doorway, arms crossed, her eyebrow raised so high I thought it might leave her forehead entirely. Oh, is that so? And here I thought it was because you were trying to make up for throwing yourself at a villain today. I put a hand on my chest, gasping like she accused me of high treason. You wound me, mother. Do you not trust my altruistic spirit? My commitment to household hygiene. Izuku let out a small cough, clearly trying to suppress laughter. I think you missed a spot under your bed, Ryu. Shush, waterworks, I shot back, narrowing my eyes at him. Do not ruin my redemption arc. Inko sighed and stepped fully into the room, scanning the battlefield of half-folded laundry and strategically shoved piles of junk. At least you're doing something productive for once. But don't think this gets you off the hook for your stunt earlier. You're still grounded. Grounded? I turned, a tragic, soap opera-worthy expression plastered across my face. But, Mother, I am a hero in training. You cannot clip my wings before they even have a chance to soar. Hero in training. She shot me a look so sharp it could cut steel. You don't have a quirk, Ryu. What you do have is a knack for finding trouble and dragging your poor brother into it. I didn't drag him into anything. I protested, gesturing wildly at Izuku, who was currently trying to wedge a manga back into my bookshelf. Look at him. He's fine. Besides, if anything, I'm making him tougher by example. Izuku looked up, his face embarrassment and mild betrayal. Tougher? Shoo, I interrupted, holding a finger to my lips. Do not ruin this for me. I am on thin ice as it is. Thin ice? Inko repeated, crossing her arms again. Ryu, you are drowning. And instead of asking for a life raft, you're trying to build a rocket out of duct tape and bad decisions. Which is a valid strategy, I countered. Do you know how many geniuses were misunderstood in their time? Like the quirkless version of Einstein. Izuku tilted his head, holding up a sock like it was a philosophical quandary. Wasn't Einstein a scientist before quirks even existed? Nah, I countered, shoving a hoodie under my bed without a second glance. The dude cracked the universe with tech that makes remote controls look advanced. You think he just woke up one day and said, yeah, let me invent the theory of relativity, without some sort of cheat code? Nah, man, he probably ate a brain fruit or had a secret genius quirk nobody caught onto. Brain fruit. Izuku repeated, blinking in confusion. That sounds like something out of One Piece. Exactly. I jabbed a finger in his direction like he just solved a riddle. Izuku sighed. That's not how science works, Ryu. I threw a pair of socks into the laundry pile with a flourish. Says the guy who reads fanfiction about All Might. Tell me, in your infinite nerd knowledge, when exactly did quirks suddenly pop out of nowhere, huh? 'Cause if you're about to say, glowing baby, I call bull. Well, it is humbling, but if Einstein was just a plain human, we quirk society failed spectacularly. With all these abilities, we still cannot understand the universe better than him. We have a hero with the power of black hole, for mighty's sake. I punctuated my statement by tossing another stray sock into the laundry basket with an exaggerated underhand throw. Like, come on, Nies is a talking rodent with an IQ off the charts, and even he probably looks at Einstein's work and goes, well, Izuku glanced up from neatly folding a shirt he found under my bed. Nizu's quirk isn't just intelligence though. It amplifies his cognition and decision-making. Einstein didn't have anything like that. Yeah, but imagine if he did, I shot back. He would be out here building time machines and probably slapping quirks onto rocks just to see what happens. Meanwhile, half the pro heroes are too busy posing for magazine covers to even read a book. Mom cleared her throat from the doorway. And what about you, Ryo? When was the last time you picked up a book that wasn't full of hero rankings or, dare I ask, questionable manga? Touché, Mom, I said, holding up a finger like she scored a point. But in my defense, questionable manga builds character. Izuku turned red, either from secondhand embarrassment or because he actually understood the reference. Ryo? What? It does. I gestured broadly at the now slightly less chaotic mess that was my room. And anyway, I'm clearly the most well-rounded member of this family. Intelligence, charisma, raw physicality, total package. Mom raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. Your idea of physicality is running away from Bakugo after you've annoyed him. That's called cardio, I replied smoothly. Functional fitness. I'm like an endurance athlete, but for bullies. Izuku sighed, clearly trying to steer the conversation into safer waters. We could all stand to learn something from Einstein, though. His perseverance alone. Waterworks, please, I interrupted. I know you're about to go full fangirl on his resilience in the face of adversity, but let's be real. That guy didn't have to deal with a world full of human flamethrowers and walking nukes. I threw my arms up. If I tried to drop EMC superscript 2 in class, Bakugo would probably think it was a code for punching me in the face. Izuku winced. You shouldn't provoke him so much. That's my love language, I said, grinning. Besides, the guy needs it. If he didn't have me around to roast him, he would probably explode from his own pent-up rage. I'm doing the world a favor, really. Mom pinched the bridge of her nose. And yet, somehow, the world doesn't seem very grateful. Not yet, I said, wagging a finger. But mark my words, Mom. One day people will look back and say, wow, Ryu Midoriya really changed the game. And when they build a statue of me, make sure they get my good side, okay? I'll make sure they add a caption. Here lies Ryu Midoriya, legendary idiot, she deadpanned. Legendary genius idiot, I corrected, flopping onto my bed. Don't sell me short. Izuku shook his head, finally placing the last folded shirt on my desk. You're impossible. Impossibly amazing, I said, grinning up at the ceiling. Now, if you two will excuse me, I've got to mentally prepare for my next big move. Mom arched an eyebrow. And what move is that? Winning over him, lady, obviously, I replied, completely serious. With my boosted charisma, I'm basically unstoppable. Izuku looked horrified. You're not serious. As a heart attack, I said. And don't worry, I'll let you be the best man at our wedding. Mom sighed, walking out of the room. You're grounded, Ryu. Still worth it. I called after her. 14 comment. Chapter 4, All Might. Being grounded did not exempt me from school, as I had so naively suggested to Mom over breakfast. Her response was a glare sharp enough to pierce diamond, followed by, go to school, Ryu, or I will personally you there by your ear. It was not up for debate. So here I was, back in the hellscape known as middle school, the one place where ambition and misery were handed out in equal measure. Homeroom began as it always did, with our teacher delivering a half-hearted scolding about our future prospects. You need to start thinking seriously about what kind of lives you want to lead, he droned, like he had a script tattooed on the inside of his eyelids. As heroes or otherwise. The word heroes made half the class perk up like someone had mentioned free snacks. The other half? They were already daydreaming, eyes glazed over. Typical. The teacher held up a stack of papers. These are your desired life course forms. Fill them out and don't lie. We all know what you're going to write anyway. Someone in the back let out a laugh. Heroes, duh. No quirks during school hours. The teacher barked as a kid with wings fluttered them for emphasis. The guy barely gave a DMN about DSPN unless it involved paperwork or legal liability. Yes, I'm talking to you, Kazuki. The usual chaos simmered in the room, but as always, Katsuki Bakugo decided to turn it into a boil. He scoffed, arms crossed, his desk practically vibrating with his ego. Don't lump me in with these extras. Extras? One of the kids shot back. Says the guy who blew up his lunch tray last week. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, and the kid wisely shut up. Unlike you nobodies, I'm going to, Bakugo declared, leaning back in his chair like he was already on the front page of Hero Weekly. Top hero course in the country. Hardest exam there is. And I aced the mock test, so all of you can keep dreaming while I leave you in the dust. His declaration earned groans and begrudging nods from the class. Even they had to admit the guy had talent. Too bad his personality made you root for his downfall. Someone else muttered. Figures. That school's full of psychos. Bakugo grinned like the comment was a compliment. D-men right it is. And then, as if the universe had decided it had been too kind to me lately, someone said it. Hey, didn't Ryu and Izuku say they wanted to go to UA, too? The entire class turned to stare at us. Izuku went pale, clutching his notebook like it was a shield against the wave of mockery that followed. UA? Them? Someone snorted. What are they gonna do, open a quirkless hero program? Another chimed in. Maybe they'll start a support group for losers. I sighed, leaning back in my chair. Wow, great material, guys. Did you come up with that all by yourselves, or did Bakugo write your lines for you? Izuku, bless his soul, tried to speak up. It's not about. Shut it, Deku, Bakugo cut him off, his voice dripping with disdain. You don't even belong in the same sentence as you, let alone me. Izuku flinched but held his ground. I'm not trying to compete with you, Kaken. I want to try. Try. Bakugo stood, his palms already sparking. You think you can just try your way into UA? The hell do you even plan to do in the exam? Cry until they let you in. The class erupted in laughter. Izuku shrank under the weight of it, but I was not about to let Bakugo have the last word. Hey, boom boom, I said, propping my chin on my hand. Why don't you save the fireworks for someone who cares? You're not exactly impressing anyone. Bakugo's glare snapped to me like a missile locking onto its target. What's that, Green 2.0? You got something to say? Plenty, I replied, smirking. But I'll keep it simple for you. Not everyone needs a quirk to be worth something. Some of us just have to work a little harder. You should try it sometime. The room went quiet. Bakugo's sparks intensified, little pops and crackles filling the air as he stepped closer. You want to say that again? Sure, I said, standing to meet his glare. I said, maybe if you spent less time puffing up your ego and more time actually training, you wouldn't need to pick fights to feel important. The teacher's voice cut through before Bakugo could respond. That's enough. Sit down, both of you. Reluctantly, we obeyed. Bakugo shot me one last glare, his fists still clenched, but he did not push it further. For now. Izuku gave me a grateful look, but I just shrugged. The rest of the class passed uneventfully, if you count Bakugo's occasional death glares as uneventful. As the final bell rang, I gathered my things and made a mental note to avoid any and all alleys on my way home. Bakugo's wrath was bad enough in daylight. I did not need to add shadows to the mix. Hey, Ryu, Izuku said as we packed up. Thanks for, sticking up for me. Don't mention it, Waterworks, I replied, slinging my bag over my shoulder. But seriously, if you're going to aim for UA, you better be ready to back it up. Those teachers won't care how much you love All Might. Izuku nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. I will. I promise. Good, I said, smirking. Because if you make it in, I'll have no excuse not to join you. As Izuku and I were about to leave the classroom, The door slammed shut with all the subtlety of a Bakugo tantrum. Speak of the devil, there he was, standing with his two minions, the infamous goon squad, blocking the exit. His glare was locked on Izuku like he had just spotted a bug he wanted to crush. "Hey, Deku," Bakugo sneered, stepping forward. His palms sparked just enough to let us know he was in the mood for fireworks. "Still thinking about Yue? Don't make me laugh." Izuku clutched his notebook tighter, the one he was always scribbling in, filled with hero analysis and notes about quirks. His lips trembled, but he didn't say a word. Classic Izuku, bracing for impact like the human punching bag he had resigned himself to be. Bakugo snatched the notebook out of Izuku's hands before I could stop him. "What's this?" He flipped through it with exaggerated interest. "Oh, wow, more useless CRP about heroes you'll never be like. You really don't know when to quit, do you?" Izuku stayed silent, but I could see his hands shaking. Bakugo wasn't finished, though. He ignited a small explosion in his hand, sending the edges of the notebook curling and blackening with heat. "Oops," Bakugo said, his grin widening. "Guess it's not fireproof." "Give it back, Bakugo," I said, stepping forward. My voice was calm, but my hands were already clenched into fists. "Unless you want to add, can't handle paper, to your resume." "Oh, look," Bakugo sneered, turning his attention to me. "Green 2.0 thinks he's tough. What are you gonna do, Rio? Talk me to death?" I shrugged. "Better than whatever you're doing. What's the plan here, tough guy? Bully someone into taking you seriously? Spoiler, it's not working." Bakugo's eye twitched. That was usually a good sign. "Why don't you shut your mouth before I shut it for you? Why don't you try it and see what happens?" I shot back. That was all the invitation Bakugo needed. He lunged forward, his hand sparking with a miniature explosion aimed right at me. I didn't have time to think, not that I ever did. I just reacted. My hand shot out, grabbing his wrist mid-swing. The explosion went off, sending a shockwave up my arm. Pain flared immediately, but I didn't let go. "Wow," I said through gritted teeth. "Your quirk's as impressive as ever. I'm sure this'll really help you in a spelling bee." Bakugo struggled against my grip, his other hand already lighting up. "Let go, you idiot." "Sure," I said, tightening my hold just enough to make him wince. "Right after you hand over the notebook." One of his goons, the taller one with the brain power of a goldfish, stepped forward. Katsuki." "Shut up." Bakugo snapped. He pulled back, yanking his wrist free, and dropped the notebook onto the floor like it was trash. "Fine. Take your stupid book. But if you think you can just waltz into Yue, you're even dumber than I thought." I bent down and picked up the notebook, brushing off the soot as best I could. It wasn't in great shape, but at least it wasn't completely ruined. I handed it back to Izuku, who was still frozen in place, his face pale. "You okay, Waterworks?" I asked. Izuku nodded quickly, clutching the notebook to his chest. "Thank you, Ryu." "Don't mention it," I said, turning back to Bakugo. "Why don't you dive off the rooftop and see if your ego makes a good cushion?" The room went silent. Even Bakugo's goons looked uncomfortable. Bakugo, though? His face twisted into a snarl. "You're dead, Midoriya." Yeah, I said, waving him off. "Add it to the list." Bakugo took a step forward, the teacher's voice echoed down the hallway, cutting him off. He threw one last threat over his shoulder and stormed off with his goons, leaving the classroom in silence. I grabbed Izuku by the arm and nudged him toward the door. "Come on, let's go. If we're late, Mom's going to kill me, well, us, but mostly me." As we walked home, Izuku stayed quiet, clutching his notebook like it was a lifeline. I didn't bother filling the silence. He was probably still shaken. The streets were unusually empty, which suited me just fine. We turned a corner near Tatooine Station, and that's when it happened. A weird, sloshing sound caught my attention, like someone had appended a bucket of water in an alley. I glanced over, already half expecting to see something ridiculous, but what I saw was worse. A living sludge monster dragging itself out of a sewer grate, its gooey mass shimmering under the streetlights. "Is that normal?" I asked, already knowing the answer. The thing moved fast, surging toward us with a wet, disgusting squelch. Before I could react, it lunged for Izuku. Wah-esh! Izuku screamed as the creature slammed into him, wrapping itself around his torso and arms like some kind of sentient jello. I need a body, the sludge thing growled, its voice distorted and gurgling. You'll do nicely. Hey, hands off! I shouted, darting forward. My first instinct was to punch it, but my fist sank into its gooey form like it was a bowl of oatmeal. Gross, gross, gross. I yanked my hand back, shaking off the slime. The system chimed in like it had been waiting for the perfect moment to ruin my day. New quest: save Izuku from the sludge villain. Reward: plus 50 XP. Failure: permanent trauma. Oh, real helpful, I muttered, dodging a slimy tendril that whipped toward me. Any bright ideas, system? Pro tip: stop touching the goo. Try using your brain instead. Izuku was gasping for air, his face turning red as the creature tightened its grip. Are you? I can't breathe, he choked out. Yeah, I see that. I snapped, frantically looking around for anything that could help. A trash can, a loose brick, literally anything. But before I could come up with a plan, a gust of wind nearly knocked me off my feet. Fear not, citizens, a booming voice declared. A split second later, a larger-than-life figure leapt into the scene, landing with enough force to crack the pavement. For I am here. All might. Izuku wheezed, his eyes widening even as the sludge continued to suffocate him. Sure enough, it was him, the #1 hero in all his glory, striking a pose like he was starring in a toothpaste commercial. His grin was as blinding as ever, but he wasted no time. Don't worry, young man, he called out, winding up a punch. I'll handle this. About time, I muttered, stepping back as All Might unleashed a devastating punch. Detroit smash. The shockwave from the impact was like a mini hurricane, scattering the sludge villain into 100 gooey pieces. Izuku collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. You okay, little green? I asked, crouching beside him. I think so, he stammered, clutching his chest. All Might crouched down, offering a hand to Izuku. You were very brave, young man, he said with that trademark smile. But next time, leave the heroics to the professionals. Izuku, still starstruck, could only nod. All Might stood, gathering the remnants of the sludge villain into a couple of empty soda bottles like it was just another Tuesday. You two should head home, he said, his tone light but firm. And be more careful. Villains can appear anywhere, even in broad daylight. Yeah, no kidding, I muttered, brushing some stray slime off my jacket. By the way, nice timing. You saved me the trouble of figuring out how to fight a pile of goo. All Might chuckled, giving me a thumbs up. Glad I could help, young man. Stay out of trouble, all right? I raised an eyebrow. Do I look like trouble? Yes, he said without hesitation, then turned to leave. Izuku, still in a daze, grabbed his notebook and scrambled to his feet. All Might, he called out. Can I get an autograph? All Might paused, glancing over his shoulder. Already taken care of, he said, gesturing toward Izuku's notebook. Sure enough, there it was. His signature, scrawled in big, bold letters. Izuku nearly fainted on the spot. All Might started walking away, but Izuku, being Izuku, wasn't done. Wait, he shouted, sprinting after the hero. Before I could stop him, he grabbed onto All Might's leg just as the man leapt into the air. Of course he did, I muttered, watching them disappear into the sky. I dusted off my hands and turned toward home, shaking my head. This idiot. Comet. 3 Comet. Chapter 5. Now you work hard? The walk back was uneventful, thankfully. By the time I got home, Mom was already in the kitchen, preparing dinner. She looked up as I walked in, her eyes narrowing. You're late. Yeah, I said, waving her off. I ran into a situation. Where is your brother? Mom asked, frowning as she wiped her hands on a kitchen towel. Her eyes zeroed in on me like I was already guilty of something. And do not say something ridiculous. Last I saw, he was clutching All Might's leg, I replied, grabbing an apple from the counter. Mom stopped dead in her tracks, staring at me as if I had grown a second head. What do you mean, clutching All Might's leg? Explain properly. I sighed, taking a bite of the apple. Okay, so there was this sludge villain near Tatooine Station. Sludge villain? Mom shrieked, nearly dropping the towel. Ryu, what were you? Chill, Mom, I interrupted, raising a hand. It was handled. All Might showed up, punched it into next week, and Izuku latched onto him like a clingy koala. They flew off together. Her scowl deepened as she marched over to me. Ryu Midoriya, you left your brother in the middle of a villain attack. What is wrong with you? I held up the apple defensively. Hey, I didn't leave him. I was there. I tried to help, but, you know, it's hard to fight when you're wrist-deep in sentient snot. That is not the reassurance you think it is, she snapped. And you should not have been trying to fight anything in the first place. Do you think I planned this? I countered. Like I woke up this morning thinking, oh, I can't wait to punch a pile of goo. But I was just there and it happened. Mom pinched the bridge of her nose. Why can't I have normal children? Just once, I would like a day where you do not come home with some ridiculous story. You're forgetting Izuku, I pointed out. He's plenty normal. I'm just here for flavor. She glared at me, clearly unimpressed. You're here to drive me insane, more like. Tomato, I muttered, finishing the apple. A few hours later, the front door creaked open. We both turned to see Izuku shuffling in, looking half-dazed but otherwise intact. Izuku! Mom rushed over, pulling him into a hug. Are you all right? What happened? Ryu said. All Might saved me, Izuku said quietly, his voice shaky but filled with awe. He signed my notebook. I rolled my eyes. Cool, maybe he'll sign your tombstone next time. Ryu! Mom snapped, glaring at me over her shoulder. Izuku blinked, seemingly unaware of the sarcasm. It was amazing, Mom. He's so strong and his smile, it's just like on TV. He told me not to worry because everything was going to be okay. And then he flew off with you dangling from his leg, I added. Super professional. Izuku flushed, clutching his notebook tighter. I didn't mean to grab him. I just... Relax, waterworks. I'm kidding. I stood, tossing the apple core into the trash. So, did he drop you off at Hero Daycare, or what? He, talked to me, Izuku said, his eyes lighting up. He said, let me guess, I interrupted, raising a hand. You can be a hero too, young man. Very inspiring. Izuku froze, his face turning redder by the second. How did you? Oh my God, he actually said that? I laughed, shaking my head. That's the most cookie-cutter pep talk I've ever heard. Ryu, that is enough, Mom said sharply, her tone brokering no argument. She turned to Izuku, her expression softening. Sweetheart, you're sure you're okay? No injuries? Izuku nodded quickly. I'm fine, Mom. Really? She let out a sigh of relief, pulling him into another hug. You had me worried sick. Both of you. I didn't do anything, I said, holding up my hands. Except save his, but before All Might showed up. You're welcome, by the way. Save my? Izuku started, but Mom cut him off with a glare. Clean up, both of you. Dinner is about to be ready, Mom called out. I gave her a mock salute, earning a half glare in return, and made my way to the kitchen. Izuku trailed behind, clutching his notebook like it was his personal Bible. Something about him seemed off, quieter than usual, even for him. Whatever All Might had said clearly had his brain running in circles. I rummaged through the cabinets, pulling out plates and cutlery. So, what did you and the big guy talk about? He give you some top-secret hero advice? Or are you just starstruck? Izuku froze mid-step, his eyes darting everywhere but me. Nothing much. He just, said to stay strong and believe in myself. I raised an eyebrow. Wow, riveting stuff. Did he also tell you to drink your milk and floss every night? Izuku flushed, fumbling with the cups. It's not like that. All Might's words are generic motivational garbage? I finished, setting the table. Don't get me wrong, the guy's great at punching villains, but his pep talks are straight out of a self-help book. Believe in yourself, and you can do anything. Yeah, unless you're quirkless. Then you're just screwed. Izuku's grip on the cup tightened, but he didn't say anything. That was my cue to ease off. Relax, Waterworks. I'm just messing with you. You're clearly still riding the All Might high, and honestly, good for you. It's about time something went your way. He mumbled a quiet, thanks, barely audible over the sound of Mom calling us to the table. We sat down to a spread of rice, grilled fish, and miso soup, classic Mom fare. I piled my plate high, as usual. Izuku picked at his food, still lost in whatever thoughts All Might had planted in his head. So, Mom began, her voice casual but her eyes sharp. Anything interesting happen at school today? I snorted. Define interesting. Bakugo did his usual king of the jungle act, Izuku got bullied, and I had to step in before someone's ego got too big for the classroom. You know, the usual. Izuku shot me a look, clearly not thrilled about me airing his dirty laundry. It wasn't that bad, he muttered. Not bad? The guy was one spark away from torching your notebook, I countered, jabbing a piece of fish with my chopsticks. You're welcome, by the way, for saving your nerdy butt. Language, Mom warned, though she didn't seem particularly mad. She turned to Izuku, her expression softening. Izuku, are you okay? You know you can tell me if something's wrong. Izuku nodded quickly, his mouth full of rice. I'm fine, Mom. Really? I rolled my eyes. Fine, he says, while his hands are still shaking like he's just been told Santa isn't real. Izuku glared at me. I said I'm fine, Ryu. All right, I said, holding up my hands in mock surrender. Don't cry about it. Ryo, Mom said, her tone sharper this time. I gave her my best innocent look and went back to eating. The table fell into a comfortable silence, broken only by the clink of chopsticks against plates. After dinner, Izuku retreated to his room with his notebook, muttering something about homework. I lingered in the kitchen, helping Mom with the dishes, not because I wanted to, but because it beat sitting alone with my thoughts. You really should go easier on Izuku, Mom said as she scrubbed a plate. He looks up to you, you know. I snorted. Yeah, because I'm such a great role model. You are, she said, her voice firm. He just doesn't show it. But he listens to you more than you think. I didn't have a snarky comeback for that, so I just nodded and finished the dishes in silence. Entering my room, I grabbed the remote and flicked on the news, because nothing says relaxation like a recap of disasters. A headline about a villain escape at Tatooine Station flashed across the screen. Fantastic. Apparently, while Izuku was hitching a ride on All Might like a desperate koala, the sludge villain slipped out of one of those soda bottles the big guy was carting around. The footage such to Bakugo in full, screaming rage monster mode, pinned by the same goop monster. His face was practically purple as he tried, and failed, to blast his way free. Guess even walking grenades have their limits. The next part of the clip showed Izuku running toward the mess with all the tactical precision of a headless chicken. He threw his backpack at the thing, which, unsurprisingly, did nothing. Tears streaming down his face, he flailed like he thought pure determination could punch through sentient slime. All Might came crashing in at the last second, delivering another one of his patented overkill punches and scattering the sludge villain like a piñata at a 5-year-old's birthday party. The crowd cheered. Bakugo looked ready to murder everyone. Typical. I turned off the TV and flopped onto my bed. So, the villain escapes because Izuku can't keep his hands to himself, and Bakugo gets slimed. Can't say today's been boring. The blue screen of doom popped into view because apparently the system had thoughts. New quest alert. Keep up with All Might's carelessness. Reward, -10 sanity. Failure, more chaos. Wow, thanks, I muttered. Truly inspiring. The screen blinked out, probably smug about wasting my time. I closed my eyes, trying to ignore the mental image of Bakugo's furious face plastered in sludge. Hilarious, sure, but I had enough drama for one day. Morning came, and school was the same blend of hell and comedy as always. The second I walked into class, Bakugo's glare hit me like a slap in the face. You got something to say, boom boom? I asked, heading to my seat. His chair screeched as he stood, pointing a finger at me. You think you're funny, don't you, Green 2.0? I think I'm hilarious, I replied, dropping my bag onto the desk. But go on, you seem upset. What's wrong? Didn't sleep well after your slime spa treatment? The class collectively sighed in a breath. Bakugo's palms started sparking, and for a second, I thought he would actually go for it. Instead, he slammed his hands onto his desk. You better watch your mouth. But, you gonna sweat on me? I shot back, leaning on my chair. Relax, man. You're the hero to be, right? Don't let a little banter throw you off your game. The teacher walked in before Bakugo could explode, saving me from becoming a human firework. As we settled down, I caught Izuku's sneaking glances at me. His expression was somewhere between grateful and nervous, which was fair, considering yesterday's chaos. I shot him a thumbs up, and he quickly buried his face in his notes. Lunch came, and I found myself sitting with Izuku, because apparently, I like making my life harder. He poked at his food, clearly lost in thought. So, I said, breaking the silence. What's it like being All Might's unofficial sidekick? Izuku looked up, startled. Not his sidekick. He said. Relax, Waterworks, I interrupted. I'm messing with you. What did he actually say? Izuku hesitated, then mumbled something about being worthy and earning it. Classic All Might wisdom. Vague, motivational, and just useful enough to keep you hooked. I nodded. Sounds about right. So, what's your plan? Gonna start bench pressing buses or something? I need to train, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. If I want to get into UA, I have to be strong enough. Good luck with that, I said, taking a bite of my sandwich. Meanwhile, I'll be over here, not breaking my spine for a school application. Izuku frowned. Don't you want to be a hero too? I glared at Izuku, who was staring at his half-eaten lunch like it held the answers to life. Oh, my foolish brother, I began, dragging out the words. It was I who told you to work harder when you were still wetting your breathes. Wait. I tilted my head, squinting as if in deep thought. That's not a good reference. You wet the bed not so long ago. Izuku choked, going redder than Bakugo's temper during finals. Ryu? His hand shot out, clamping over my mouth like he thought that would stop me. Stop it. What if someone hears? I pried his hand away, rolling my eyes. Fine. I won't talk about our wet dreams. Although yours consist of All Might shaking your hand and mine mostly feature Midnight and a lady in a hot tub. Izuku dropped his fork and buried his face in his hands, muttering something about why he couldn't have been an only child. Can you be serious for once? He mumbled through his fingers. Serious. I repeated, leaning forward and smirking. Alright, here's some serious truth for you. I've been training my butt off while you've been writing love letters to All Might in your notebook. And now, just because your idol told you to try, you think it's a good idea? Where was this energy when I asked you to join me 100 times? Izuku peeked at me between his fingers. You never said it like that. I snorted. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I need to hold your hand and sprinkle pixie dust while saying it? Oh, Izuku, come train with me. Together, we can be quirkless losers with muscles. Happy now? That's not. Let me prove a point, I said, grabbing my fork. I bent it easily in half, holding it up like a trophy. See? Not impressive, sure, but I've been working on it for years. And you? You're just now thinking, oh, maybe I should do some push-ups because All Might gave me a pat on the back. Izuku frowned at the mangled fork, clearly unimpressed. That fork is soft, Ryu. I could do that. Yeah. I wiggled it in his direction. Bet you can't bend the table though. I've tried. It's sturdier than your dreams of becoming the #1 hero. Izuku's hands balled into fists, his face determined. I'm serious, Ryu. I've decided. I'm going to train and get into UA. I'll work as hard as it takes. I leaned back, crossing my arms. Good. I hope you do. But don't expect me to hold your hand through it. You want to be a hero? Then act like it. He blinked, startled by my sudden shift in tone. I could see his brain short-circuiting, trying to figure out if I was being supportive or just messing with him. By the way, I added, if you make it into UA, you'll owe me. Big time. Izuku tilted his head. Owe you? For what? I smirked, tapping my temple. Motivation, obviously. You wouldn't even be thinking about UA if I hadn't spent years dragging you out of your pity parties. I wasn't, he started, but I cut him off. Save it, Waterworks, I said, standing and grabbing my tray. Lunch is almost over, and I don't want to be late to homeroom. Again. Izuku stared at me for a moment, then nodded. I'll prove you wrong, he said quietly, more to himself than me. Good luck, I called over my shoulder as I walked off. You'll need it. To read up to 75 advanced chapters, 25 for each novel, and support me. Patreon.com TheFanficGod 1. Please drop a comment and like the chapter. A comment. Chapter 6, Entrance Exam. As the day wrapped up, I strolled home, half expecting Bakugo to pop out of an alley for his usual post-school routine of, let's make Ryu's day worse. To my surprise, and mild disappointment, he didn't show. When I got home, Mom greeted me with a raised eyebrow. You're early. No detours today? I shrugged, kicking off my shoes. Nah, decided to keep it simple. No need to tempt fate, you know? She gave me a knowing look. Did something happen? Define something, I said, heading toward the kitchen. If you mean Izuku declaring his grand ambition to become the next All Might, then yeah. Something happened. Mom's eyes lit up. He did. Yep, I said, grabbing a pear from the counter. Finally grew a spine. It only took a decade and a half. Ryu, Mom chided, but I could tell she was holding back a smile. Be supportive. I am supportive, I said, biting into the fruit. I just express it through sarcasm and tough love. You should try it sometime. Very effective. She shook her head, muttering something about how I was going to give her gray hair before her time. I finished my pear and tossed the core in the trash, already planning my next move. If Izuku was serious about this whole hero thing, then I couldn't afford to slack off either. After all, what kind of brother would I be if I let him outshine me? All right, I said, cracking my knuckles. Time to get to work. Mom looked up, her expression curious. On what? I grinned. Being amazing, obviously. The next day, I followed Izuku because, let's face it, curiosity and boredom are my toxic combo. Sure enough, I found him at Takoba Municipal Beach Park, and it looked like someone had decided to throw a garbage apocalypse. Trash was piled up so high you could probably summit it and earn a medal. And there he was, Izuku, sweating bullets, dragging what appeared to be a busted refrigerator across the sand while All Might stood off to the side, arms crossed like a proud gym coach. I leaned against a lamppost, watching the scene unfold. What the hell is this? Training or trash collection? Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin when he heard me. The fridge slipped from his grip and landed with a dull thud. Ario? What are you doing here? Spying, obviously, I said, strolling closer. And judging by the smell, you're cleaning up a landfill. Did All Might sign you up for community service, or what? All Might turned toward me, his trademark grin plastered across his face. Ah, young Midoriya's brother. Good to see you. And no, this is a tailored training regimen to prepare him for UA. I raised an eyebrow, glancing between the mountain of trash and my scrawny stepbrother. Because nothing screams, future hero, like hauling rusty appliances. It's more than just cleaning, All Might said, his tone still upbeat. It's about building strength, endurance, and character. Plus, when this beach is clean, it'll be a symbol of his hard work and dedication. Or a monument to your cheap LBR, I muttered under my breath. Izuku shot me a nervous glance, clearly not wanting me to piss off his idol. All right. I'll behave. Pulling up the blue screen in my peripheral vision, I activated Analyze on Izuku. If All Might saw something special in him, I wanted to know what it was. The screen blinked for a moment before displaying the results. Target, Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, none detected. Strength, agility, intelligence, 16. Charisma X. Luck 100. Relentless optimism. Refuses to give up even in the face of overwhelming odds. Hero worship syndrome. Unhealthy obsession with all might and hero society. I snorted. Relentless optimism? Hero worship syndrome? These sound more like mental illnesses than traits. Of course, I did that in my mind. But man, luck 100? He is 100 times luckier than me. That is how he got me as his brother. Makes sense. Makes sense. Also explains my luck, that is how I got him as my brother. Makes sense. Makes sense. All Might's booming laugh brought me back to the trash apocalypse in front of us. Young Midoriya is showing great progress. His spirit shines like a beacon of hope. Or like a beacon of sweat and garbage, I muttered. Izuku shot me a glare, his hands still gripping the refrigerator like it was a contestant on Japan's Next Top Debris. All Might grinned wider. Progress comes with effort, young man. Perhaps you would like to join your brother? Oh, I would love to, I said, kicking at an empty soda can, but I have a strict policy against unpaid manual LBR, especially when it involves hauling ancient appliances. Who even throws out this many microwaves? Izuku groaned, dropping the fridge onto the sand. Ryu, if you're just going to stand there making jokes, you might as well leave. Leave? I scoffed. And miss this comedy gold? Nah, I'm good. Watching you two play, Heroes vs. Trash, is way more entertaining than anything Netflix has. All Might clapped a hand on Izuku's shoulder, nearly sending the poor kid face first into the sand. Do not let him discourage you, young Midoriya. Hard work and determination will lead you to greatness. Yeah, and maybe if you're lucky, they'll lead you to a tetanus shot, I added, pointing at a particularly rusty washing machine. Ryu? Izuku's face was red now, and not just from exertion. If you're not going to help, then just go home. I held up my hands. Alright, I'll back off. But don't come crying to me when you wake up tomorrow with a pulled muscle and regret. Izuku huffed and turned back to the fridge, resuming his Herculean effort to drag it closer to the dumpster All Might had designated as base camp. Don't listen to him, All Might said, giving Izuku a thumbs up. Your progress is inspiring, young man. You're on the path to becoming a true hero. I couldn't stop myself. Yeah, Izuku. Just remember to save the world one rusty blender at a time. I eventually got bored of heckling and left them to their symbol of hard work project. My feet carried me to the usual stomping grounds, a convenience store with overpriced energy drinks and the best view of the main street for people watching. I grabbed a can of something radioactive looking and parked myself outside on the steps, watching the afternoon crowd shuffle by. The system pinged in the corner of my vision. I'd gotten used to its interruptions by now, but this one actually seemed useful for once. New quest: assist your brother's training. Reward: plus 50 XP. Failure: 0 progress and annoyed All Might. Pass, I muttered, cracking open the drink. Warning: neglecting this quest may result in regret, self-loathing, and a frown from your I took a long sip. Yeah, not biting, system. Counterpoint: XP is good, and you need it. I frowned at the screen. Fine. What do I have to do anyway? Objective: motivate Izuku Midoriya without being and but. I nearly spit out my drink. Okay, see, that's where you lose me. Being and but is like 90% of my personality. You can manage. Probably. Sighing, I closed the notification and made my way back to the beach. Izuku was still at it, his face a mask of determination, and sweat, mostly sweat. All Might was cheering him on, oblivious to the fact that the kid looked like he was one rusty hubcap away from a heatstroke. I strolled up casually, hands in my pockets. All right, Waterworks, move over. Big Brother's here to save the day. Izuku looked up, his expression equal parts confusion and annoyance. What are you talking about? I'm talking about efficiency, I said, rolling up my sleeves. You're out here playing tug-of-war with garbage when you could be using leverage. Let me show you how it's done. Grabbing a sturdy metal pipe from the pile of junk, I wedged it under the edge of a particularly stubborn washing machine. Physics, baby, I said, pushing down on the pipe. The washing machine tipped over and slid a good 2 feet toward the dumpster. All Might's laugh boomed again. Excellent ingenuity, young Midoriya. Perhaps you have the makings of a hero after all. Yeah, I muttered, dusting off my hands. Let's not get carried away. Izuku's eyes lit up with understanding. Oh, I get it now. Leverage makes it easier to move heavy objects. Wow, you're a regular Einstein, I said, smirking. Now hurry up and use your newfound knowledge before I change my mind about helping. He actually smiled, which was weird. Normally my sarcasm just made him pout. But hey, if it got him to stop looking like he was about to keel over, I would take it. Together, we managed to clear a decent chunk of the trash pile before the sun started to set. Quest complete. Reward, plus 50 XP. Current XP, 90. Finally, I muttered, swiping the notification away. As we packed up for the day, All Might clapped me on the back, nearly knocking me over. Well done, young Midoriya. Your assistance today was invaluable. Yeah, sure, I said, stepping away before he could dislocate something. Just don't expect me to make a habit of it. Izuku gave me a tired but grateful smile. Thanks, Ryu. Really? I shrugged. Don't mention it. Seriously, don't. I have a reputation to maintain. He laughed, and for a moment, it felt nice. Like maybe, just maybe, I wasn't entirely useless after all. Then the system chimed in. New quest, survive Bakugo's wrath. Reward, plus 20 XP. Failure, hospital bills. Oh, come on. And like that, 10 months passed by. Izuku overworked himself to the point of collapsing nearly every day. The BSD clearly thought I was going to carry his sweaty butt home every time. Too bad for him, I found a shopping cart in a dumpster early on. Most days, I wheeled him back like a drooling sack of potatoes. It wasn't glamorous, but neither was I. In those 10 months, I managed to level up twice. Bringing me to level the grind was slow as hell because the system refused to hand out freebies. Most of my XP came from dumb, low-stakes quests like Mock Bakugo without getting punched, failed that one 3 times, or convince mom to let you skip chores, also a failure. My stats looked like this. Strength, Star 14, I wasn't winning arm wrestling contests, but I could bench more than most guys my size. Agility, AGI 17, Quickstep was my go-to move, and dodging Bakugo's explosions was practically cardio. Intelligence, INT 20, my brain stayed sharp, mostly from thinking up insults on the fly. Charisma, C27, let's just say MB lady didn't call security the last time I hit on her. Luck, LCK 1, some things never change. The day of the UA entrance exam arrives. The morning started with Izuku pacing the living room like a caffeinated hamster. What if I fail? He muttered, clutching his notebook like it was a lifeline. You won't fail, I said, tossing an apple from hand to hand. Worst case, you die, and All Might writes a heartfelt eulogy. Here lies Midoriya Izuku, the kid who cried his way into greatness. Izuku glared at me, which only made it better. I'm being serious, Ri. So am I. I tossed the apple at him and he barely caught it. Look, you've been hauling fridges and garbage for months. If you can survive All Might's training, you can handle a few tests. He frowned but didn't argue. Mom, ever the supportive mother, walked in holding 2 bento boxes. Izuku, Ryu, here's lunch for the day. Make sure to eat before the practical exam. I grinned, taking my box. Thanks, Mo. If I survive, I'll bring you back the school's gate as a trophy. Don't you dare, she said, narrowing her eyes. The gates of UA looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, all sleek lines and intimidating grandeur. Kids swarmed the area, each of them looking way too excited for a glorified battle royale. I leaned over to Izuku. See that guy over there? I pointed to a kid with a jetpack on his back. Bet he fails because he forgets to refuel. Ryu, stop, Izuku hissed. I spotted Bakugo a few yards away, surrounded by a couple of lackeys. He looked as smug as ever, which meant I couldn't resist. Hey, boom boom, I called out. Bakugo's head snapped toward me, eyes narrowing. What the hell do you want, Green 2.0? Just wanted to wish you luck, I said, smirking. You'll need it after I win the top spot. As we were about to enter the building, a girl caught my attention. She was standing nearby, adjusting the strap of her bag, looking a bit nervous but still radiating this down-to-earth charm. Her short brown hair framed her face, and her eyes had this kind of warm sparkle, like she was ready to take on the world but still wondering if the world would be kind back. I grabbed Izuku by the collar before he could make a beeline for the entrance, dragging him to a halt like the socially inept sack of anxiety he is. Ignoring his protests and the mild choking sounds, I sauntered over to the girl, plastering on my signature cocky grin. "Hey there, beauty," I started, leaning just enough to get her attention without invading her space. "Is your quirk an arrow? Because it just went straight through my heart the second I saw you." She blinked, clearly caught off guard. Then she giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. "That's definitely an opening line." "An opening line for an open heart," I shot back, tapping my chest. "But hey, if it worked, I'll take it." Izuku, now free of my grip, stood behind me, looking like he wanted the earth to swallow him whole. "Arya, we're going to be late for the exam." The girl glanced at him, then back at me. "Are you two brothers?" "Stepbrothers," I clarified, jerking a thumb at Izuku. "I got all the charm and he got." I paused, pretending to think. "Well, let's just say he's really good at crying." "Ryu?" Izuku's face turned bright red, his voice hitting that high-pitched squeak it always did when he was flustered. The girl laughed again, her nervousness visibly easing. "Well, it's nice to meet you both. I'm here for the entrance exam too." "Of course you are," I said smoothly. "Because why wouldn't you want someone like you?" I tilted my head, pretending to size her up. "Let me guess, your quirk's got something to do with." I snapped my fingers. "Gravity?" Her eyes widened. "How did you?" "Lucky guess," I lied, mentally patting myself on the back for pulling that one out of nowhere. The system had been annoyingly quiet for once, so I could only thank Analyze for the assist. Izuku, ever the oversharer, blurted, "Ryu's really good at reading people. It's almost like a quirk." "Almost," I agreed, leaning slightly closer to the girl. "But enough about me. What's your name? You know, so I can cheer you on when we both inevitably pass." "Achiko Uraraka," she said, offering a small bow. "And good luck to you too. Both of you." I returned the bow with a mock salute. "Don't need luck, Achiko. I've got charm, skill, and a killer smile. But I'll take it anyway." Before I could add anything else, the loudspeakers crackled to life, calling all examinees to their assigned areas. Achiko gave us a quick wave before hurrying off, leaving Izuku and me standing there. Izuku finally found his voice. "Why do you do that?" "Do what?" I asked innocently, heading toward the exam hall. "Flirt with random girls. And make fun of me." I shrugged. "Because it's fun? And you make it way too easy. Come on, let's get this over with before they start without us." To read up to 75 advanced chapters, 25 for each novel, and support me. Patreon.com TheFanficGod 1. Please drop a comment and like the chapter. 11 comment. Chapter 7, Robots. Inside the exam hall, Present Mick's voice boomed over the crowd, explaining the rules for the practical exam. He was hyped up like a DJ at a rave, and honestly, it was impressive how he managed to keep that energy up without collapsing. As Present Mike began the explanation, his voice echoed across the hall like he was hosting the world's loudest game show. "All right, listeners. Welcome to the UA entrance exam. The battlefield is set, the stakes are high, and it's time for you to prove you've got what it takes to be a hero." Izuku was already clutching his notebook, scribbling furiously like his life depended on it. I glanced around, half listening to Present Mick's spiel while also noticing some potential future heroes. A few stood out, like some spiky-haired girl with an aggressive vibe, a pinkish girl with nice assets, and a couple of others who looked promising. "Not bad, Yue, not bad. In the practical exam," Present Mike continued, "you'll be dispatched to a replica city where your mission is simple: dispatch as many villains as you can. Each villain you defeat will net you a certain number of points. The more points, the better your score. But watch out, If you're taken out, you're out. Got it? I caught Izuku's hand shaking as he wrote. You okay, Waterworks? I asked. He nodded, though he looked ready to pass out. I'm just trying to take everything in. Before I could mock him for over-preparing, Present Mike went on. There are 3 types of villains. 4 types, actually. The interruption came from a tall, bespectacled guy with the stiffest posture I'd ever seen. He shot out of his seat, one hand slicing the air like he was calling a penalty. The guide clearly states there are 4 types of villains. It's unbecoming of an esteemed institution like UA to make such an egregious oversight. The entire hall went silent for a beat, save for Present Mick's awkward chuckle. I was just about to get to that. Thanks for the passionate input, kid. The spectacled stick-in-the-butt dude bowed stiffly and sat down, his face still a mask of self-righteous indignation. The system pinged in my vision. New quest, teach 4 Eyes some manners. Reward, skill unlock, limit breaker. Oh, this was about to be spectacular. I leaned over to Izuku and whispered, watch this. I stretched obnoxiously, cracked my knuckles, and then raised my hand, voice dripping with bored amusement. Yo, Optimus Tryhard, I'm sorry, but did you just interrupt a professional hero mid-sentence to correct his script? Ida's head snapped toward me like I just insulted his ancestors. He adjusted his glasses with the intensity of a man about to recite the entire UA student handbook from memory. It is imperative to uphold the standards of an institution like UA, he declared, voice stiff enough to make a ruler jealous. I tilted my head. Right. Super important. Just like it's super important to shut the hell up and let people finish their sentences before you jump in like you're a malfunctioning spell checker. A few chuckles rippled through the class. Ida's eye twitched. This isn't about grammar, he insisted. It's about accuracy and professionalism, qualities expected of heroes. I leaned forward, resting my chin on my hand, eyes sparkling with pure, unfiltered menace. Oh, totally. Because nothing screams hero more than barging into a conversation like a Jehovah's Witness at 7 a.m. to remind everyone that grammar matters. More laughter. Even Present Mike looked like he was holding back a snort. Ida's jaw clenched. I was simply... Nah, we get it, man, I interrupted, mimicking his stiff butt posture. You wake up every morning, iron your soul along with your uniform, and get a hard-on for rules. But maybe, just maybe, you could save the TED Talk for an audience that gives a shit. Silence. Ida's face was turning red, but he didn't say a DMN thing. Victory. Quest complete. Reward unlocked. Skill, limit breaker. A new notification popped up in my vision. Limit breaker. Active unleash unparalleled power by increasing physical stats by 300%, but the longer the skill remains active, the more irreversible damage is done to your body, mind, and soul, with death as the final consequence upon deactivation. Not bad. I grinned to myself as Present Mike finally moved on, explaining the point values for each type of villain. The crowd's attention shifted back to the exam, but I could still feel Glasses Guy's glare boring into the back of my head. Whatever. He would thank me later when he realized chill was an important part of being a hero. Now remember. Present Mike wrapped up. There's one special type of villain worth 0 points. It's big, bad, and best avoided unless you're looking for a fight you can't win. Good luck out there, listeners. The room buzzed with nervous excitement as everyone began filing out toward the exam zones. I followed Izuku, who looked like he was one bad pep talk away from passing out. You've got this, I told him. Just don't trip over your own feet and you'll be fine. He nodded, though his grip on his notebook was still white-knuckled. I'll do my best. As we reached the entrance to our assigned zones, a familiar face appeared, Achiko Uraraka. She gave us a quick wave and jogged over. Hey, good luck, you two. Same to you, I said with a grin. Try not to show off too much, all right? I would hate to see the judges get distracted. She laughed, shaking her head. You're something else. Izuku looked like he wanted to crawl into a hole, so I gave him a nudge. Say something, Waterworks. She's not going to bite. Good luck, he stammered, bowing so low I thought he might snap his spine. Achiko giggled and waved as she headed to her starting point. I smirked at Izuku. Smooth as ever. I was assigned to a different division than Izuku, so we ended up splitting off as the massive crowd funneled toward their respective gates. Walking through mine, I took in the sight of the fake city sprawled before us. The design was straight out of some disaster movie, all carefully crafted chaos. I cracked my knuckles, smirking at the thought of breaking stuff guilt-free. Just ahead, I spotted the pink girl I had noticed earlier. She was leaning casually against a lamppost, stretching like this whole thing was a warm-up session. Yeah, she was definitely standing out, but not for the "I am trying too hard" reasons some of these other newbies had going on. I strode up without hesitation and grinned. Hey girl, did you blush seeing me, or are you this appealing all the time? She blinked, clearly caught off guard, then smirked. Depends. Are you always this cheesy, or did you save it just for me? Cheesy? Just for you, girl. I shot back. Why waste time when I could get your name instead? She chuckled and started walking off toward her spot without answering. Maybe if you survive the test, I will think about telling you. Not bad. Not bad. Present Mick's voice snapped me back to the main event. All right, listeners. There is no such thing as a countdown in a real battle. What are you all waiting for? Move. New quest alert. Conquer the entrance exam. Objective: prove your worth at UA High by scoring high in the practical exam. Achieve greatness, or at least don't get crushed by a zero-pointer. Multiple paths to victory await you. Quest rewards. First place. Title: The Prodigy. Skill unlock. Hero's momentum, passive. Slightly increases movement speed and reaction time at all times. Stat boost: plus 10 strength, plus 10 agility, plus 10 intelligence. Item unlock: All Might's autograph training gloves. Boost strength by 15%. Special perk: your name will be announced during UA's opening ceremony, earning immediate attention from students and staff. Enjoy the ego boost and the haters. Second or third place. Title: Rising Star. Skill unlock: Precision Strike active. Your next attack deals double damage and has a 50% chance to stun robots for 2 seconds. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Stat boost: plus 5 strength, plus 5 intelligence. Item unlock: UA training jersey. Reduces stamina consumption during quirk usage by 10%. Perk: A solid start. Gain recognition from UA teachers and upperclassmen. 4th to 10th place. Title: Contender. Skill unlock: Combat Instinct, passive. Slightly increases dodge chance against incoming attacks. Stat boost: plus 2 agility, plus 2 strength. Item unlock: Standard UA gym shoes. Boost movement speed slightly when sprinting. Perk: Hey, you made it. That's more than most can say. You'll need to step it up, but there's potential here. Below 10th place but passed. Title: Barely made it. Skill unlock: Tenacity, passive. When your stamina drops below 10%, you gain a temporary plus 3 boost to all stats for 5 seconds. Stat boost: plus 1 stamina. Item unlock: Damaged robot fragment. A reminder of how close you were to failure. Absolutely useless, but hey, cool paperweight. Perk: You passed. That's it. Nobody is impressed, but you've got potential to grow, or crash and burn. Your choice. Fail to pass the exam. Title: The Dropout. Penalty: All current XP cut by 50%. Perk lost: You'll need to work harder to prove yourself in future scenarios. NPCs at UA may initially underestimate you. There was a moment of stunned silence before people started scrambling into motion. It finally clicked for most of us that villains, in this scenario, meant robots. Massive, stomping robots were already appearing at random intervals down the streets. I wasted no time. All right, no pressure or anything, I said, giving the pink girl a grin before activating Limit Breaker. Instantly, my body surged with power as if I had just been plugged into a high-voltage outlet. Every muscle felt like it was ready to snap with energy, and the world seemed to slow down slightly. I activated Quickstep and shot off like a bullet, dodging past people still frozen in place. My Analyze skill immediately lit up the weak points on a nearby one-pointer. A quick strike to its knee joint with my bat had it collapsing, and a sharp swing to its head knocked it out for good. Plus 1 point. Current total, I am the king of the world. I yelled like a lunatic, swinging my steel bat over my shoulder as I charged down the fake city streets. The energy from Limit Breaker surged through my veins like liquid fire, making me feel unstoppable. A one-pointer bot rolled out of an alley, its sensors locking onto me. Without breaking stride, I vaulted over a chunk of debris and smashed my bat straight into its glowing red eye. The bot jerked once before crumpling into a heap of scrap. A group of newbies clustered in the middle of the street, frozen like deer in headlights as a two-pointer barreled toward them. The thing wasn't moving fast, but the sheer size and noise were enough to short-circuit their brains. Not mine. Move it, dumbass. I barked, weaving through the group. I swung the bat at the robot's leg with a satisfying clang. Sparks flew as it staggered back, exposing the control panel near its chest. I leapt up, brought the bat down like I was hitting a home run, and smashed the panel. The robot fizzled out and collapsed. Plus 2 points. Current total, keep up, losers. I shot over my shoulder, already scanning for my next target. A one-pointer scuttled out of an alley, its camera-like head swiveling toward me. I didn't give it a chance to react. A single swing to the dome, and it crumpled like a cheap tin can. Plus 1 point. Current total. Ahead of me, a girl with short hair was about to get pancaked by another one-pointer. She tripped over some debris, landing flat on her, but as the robot raised its arm to smash her, I didn't stop to think. Quickstep carried me forward in a blur, and I planted myself between her and the robot. The bat came down hard on its arm, bending the joint backward. The robot shuddered, sparks flying, before I drove the bat straight into its sensor. Plus 1 point. Current total. The girl blinked at me, clearly stunned. Thanks. No problem. I gave her my best grin, leaning on my bat like it was no big deal. You can repay me by grabbing coffee later. She stared at me for a second, then let out a short laugh. You're ridiculous. Ridiculously good-looking, I shot back before darting off toward the next bot. I could feel her watching me as I left. Yeah, she was impressed. No doubt about it. Another robot crashed through a nearby building, scattering rubble across the street. Some pink-haired kid with a skateboard darted past me, yelling something about stealing kills. I ignored him. He could sulk later. A trio of one-pointers came clanking around the corner, their sensors glowing like Christmas lights. I grinned. Oh, you guys are just lining up for me, huh? The first one went down with a swing to the neck. The second tried to sidestep, but Quickstep had me in its face before it could react. I jammed the bat into its torso, wrenching out a mess of wires. The third managed to swing an arm at me, but I ducked under it and drove the bat into its knee joint, toppling it over. Plus 3 points. Current total, next. I called out, already moving toward the next street. The sound of explosions echoed from somewhere nearby. Probably Bakugo throwing his tantrums as usual. As I spotted a three-pointer lurching down the street, the pink-skinned girl from earlier slid across the pavement like she was riding on air, her hands throwing some kind of acidic liquid at the bot. The robot's head sizzled and popped, melting into a gooey mess. She stood up and gave me a quick smirk, wiping her palms on her thighs like it was just another day. Hey, that is KS. I called out, swinging my bat onto my shoulder as I jogged toward her. She tilted her head, pretending not to know what I meant. KS. Kill steal, obviously, I said, pointing the bat at the hunk of melting scrap. You think acid gives you an all-access pass to steal points? She shrugged, already walking off. You snooze, you lose. Try being faster next time. I clicked my tongue but didn't bother chasing after her. Fine. She wanted to play that game? I would just have to rack up enough points to make her look like a warm-up act. As I rounded a corner, I heard screaming, like real, proper screaming, not the excited kind. Some girl was pinned under a chunk of debris while a one-pointer crept toward her. She kicked her legs, but the robot was relentless, its arm raised to smash down on her like a gavel. Damsel in distress, huh? My lucky day, I muttered, activating Quickstep. The world blurred slightly as I closed the distance in seconds, my steel bat swinging hard against the bot's side. The metal crunched as it toppled over, one arm sparking uselessly. A quick smash to its head finished the job. +1 point. Current total, hey, you good? I asked, grabbing the chunk of debris and pushing it off the girl. She scrambled to her feet, dusting herself off. Yeah, thanks. That was close. I grinned, leaning on my bat. Close calls are my specialty. If you really want to thank me, though, dinner works. She blinked, then laughed nervously. Maybe after the exam? I'll hold you to that, I said, already scanning for my next target. A one-pointer burst through a window ahead, glass raining down as it scanned the street. Before it could lock onto me, someone darted past, a kid on a skateboard, yelling at the top of his lungs. Out of the way. That one's mine. I watched as he kicked off the ground and launched himself into the air, flipping the board over to smack the robot in the head. It staggered, but before he could finish it off, I was already there, driving my bat into its chest. The bot crumpled, sparking as its core gave out. +1 point. Current total, hey, the skateboard kid yelled, landing in a crouch. That was my kill. I shrugged, twirling the bat lazily. Finders keepers. He looked like he was about to start a whole argument, but another bot appeared, and he skated off, muttering under his breath. Not good, man. I am slow. At this rate, I will not make it. How long have I been using limit breaker system? I asked, sprinting past another group of zero-pointers as they crumbled behind me like busted piñatas. 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Give or take. You are doing great, buddy. Really pushing that whole, live fast, die young agenda. Super helpful, I muttered, ignoring the surging power in my muscles. The effects of Limit Breaker felt like a sugar rush cranked up to 11. Just a friendly reminder, the longer you keep this up, the closer you get to dropping dead. May I suggest deactivating Near Recovery Girl? Or a cemetery? Both work. Wow. Inspirational. Thanks. I called out as I saw a girl about to get flattened. Me no likey flatty girls. A massive zero-pointer barreled toward her, its mechanical limbs swinging like it was trying to clock in for overtime destruction. The girl was scrambling backward, tripping over debris. Zero-pointers were pure nightmare fuel, big, bad, and built to ruin your day. No points, no glory, just pure chaos on wheels. And I had about as much chance of beating it as a version does of getting a date. I activated Quickstep and bolted toward her, weaving through the street like my life, or hers, depended on it. The giant bot's shadow loomed over her, and she froze like a deer in headlights. Perfect. Just what I needed, a frozen damsel and a death machine. Move! I yelled, but her brain was clearly buffering. The zero-pointer's arm came down like a steel guillotine. I dove, hooking an arm around her waist and yanking her out of the way just as the ground cracked where she'd been sitting. You wanna die? Then get up. I snapped, dragging her to her feet as the bot recalibrated its aim. She stumbled, her legs still spaghetti. No time for that. I barked, shoving her ahead. Another swing came crashing down, missing us by inches. Dust kicked up everywhere, and my lungs were already cursing me for trying to play hero. The zero-pointer's head swiveled, locking onto me now. Of course it would. Why squash one civilian when you can stomp the annoying idiot playing savior? Yeah, great, let me just file a complaint with tech support, I muttered, grabbing a chunk of rubble and chucking it at the bot's face. Not my brightest idea. The rock bounced off with a sad clink, and now it looked mad. Like, as mad as a giant robot with no emotions could look. Run! I shouted at the girl, shoving her toward an alley. She hesitated, her survival instincts still on dial-up speed. You too, she shouted back. Oh cute, she thought I was being self-sacrificial. Adorable. The bot's arm swung again. I quick-stepped to the side, narrowly dodging what was basically a building-sized wrecking ball. The girl finally got the memo and bolted toward the alley. The bot's sensors tracked her for a moment before snapping back to me. Guess I had its full attention now. All right, big guy, I muttered, backing up. Let's play a little game called don't kill me. Rules are simple. I run USEK. To read up to 75 advanced chapters, 25 for each novel, and support me. Patreon.com TheFanficGod 1. Please drop a comment and like the chapter. Comment. 7 comment. Chapter 8 The Cheat. The bot lunged and I quick-stepped again, barely avoiding a steel foot the size of a car. My legs were already screaming at me to stop, but the adrenaline and the giant murder machine kept me moving. I darted around a corner, hoping to lose it. Nope. The thing smashed through the building like it was made of wet cardboard. Dust and debris rained down as I sprinted, ducking under chunks of falling concrete. You're really dedicated, huh? I called over my shoulder, like it could hear me. Another swing came down, ripping apart the pavement just behind me. Ever think about taking up yoga? Maybe chill out a bit. The alley ahead was a dead end. Fantastic. I turned to face the zero-pointer, my brain working overtime to come up with a plan that didn't involve me becoming street pizza. The bot paused, its sensors whirring as it calculated its next move. All right, listen, I said, pointing my bat at it like that would do anything. You don't want to do this. I'm like a nobody. Barely worth the energy. Think about it. It didn't think about it. The arm came down again, and I quick-stepped at the last second, the bat swinging up instinctively to smack the side of its head. It did absolutely nothing, but hey, at least I tried. The bot hesitated, its sensors flickering for a moment. Then it lunged again, faster this time. My quick-step was barely keeping me ahead of its attacks, and the cooldown was starting to kick in. My stamina bar was flashing in the corner of my vision, a big neon sign screaming, "You're screwed." System. I shouted. Any bright ideas? Sure. Just try dying less. Well, thanks. Super helpful, I snapped, diving behind a pile of debris as the bot's arm crashed down, sending chunks of concrete flying everywhere. You could always try. Running away more effectively? Great advice, man. How do you come up with these sheet? I muttered, scanning the alley for anything useful. Nothing. Just more rubble and a dumpster that looked like it had seen better days. The zero-pointer's shadow loomed over me again. No more quick-step. No more dodges. My legs felt like jelly, and my lungs were about to go on strike. All right, you win, I muttered, gripping the bat tightly. But I'm going down swinging. The bot's arm raised one last time, ready to end me. I braced myself, every muscle screaming in protest. And then, the test is over. Present Mike called out, his voice blasting through the speakers like a siren that couldn't decide between celebration or shutdown. I slumped to the ground as the giant fist stopped right in front of my face, so close I could have kissed it. Not that I wanted to. You too, robot, I muttered, flipping it off. The zero-pointer sensors flickered as if it wanted to flip me off back, but the power-down sequence had it freezing mid-swing like someone hit pause. The streets of the fake city were a mess. Robots lay scattered in various states of destruction, looking like a scrapyard puked itself all over the place. Examinees were milling about, some grinning like they just conquered the world, others looking like they barely survived a natural disaster. I passed by a guy sitting on a piece of rubble, nursing what looked like a twisted ankle. Tough break, huh? He looked up at me, sweat dripping down his face. Yeah, one of those three-pointers got me. Barely managed to take it down before it messed me up. Cool story, I said, walking off before he could start describing his injuries in detail. I had enough mental scarring for one day. The girl I had dragged out of the alley earlier peeked back around the corner, clearly still processing what had just happened. Are you okay? Fine, I said, picking myself up and dusting off my breathes. Just another day of almost dying for no reason. She looked like she wanted to say something else, but I was already standing next to her. I leaned in slightly, flashing a grin. How about you become my girlfriend? We could go on dates, hold hands, maybe kiss sometimes, I said, completely deadpan like I was offering her the weather forecast. Her face immediately turned bright red, and without a word, she spun around and bolted like I had just proposed marriage instead of a casual relationship. Good talk. I called after her, watching as she disappeared around the corner. Someone behind me let out a laugh. You seriously just dropped that on her? I shrugged. What? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. The infirmary smelled like disinfectant and regret, a combination I was starting to get used to with Izuku's track record. He was sitting on a cot, cradling his arm, which were all kinds of purple. It looked like he had gone 10 rounds with a cement mixer and lost every single one of them. What the hell happened to you? I asked, leaning against the doorframe. Izuku flinched at my voice, then tried to sit up straighter like he wasn't currently resembling a squished grape. Oh, I broke my arm. No sheet, Sherlock, I said, walking over. I meant, how did you manage to break it so badly? Did you jump in front of a train? He looked down, his hands trembling slightly. I destroyed a 0-pointer. I blinked. You what? There was a girl, he said, his voice trailing off like he was trying to piece it together himself. The girl from before. She was stuck under some rubble. The 0-pointer was about to crush her, so You destroyed it, I finished for him. I stared at him, trying to process what he had just said. How? Izuku didn't answer right away. His grip on his ruined arms tightened like he was holding back something. My foolish brother, we both know you've been training with all might, but you're not that strong yet. There's no way you could have pulled this off without. I narrowed my eyes, and the system immediately flared to life in my vision. Analyze. A flood of information about Izuku popped up in front of me, the usual stats, skills, and attributes. Except now, there was something new, something that hadn't been there the last time I checked. Quirk, one for all inherited. Description, a power passed down from hero to successor. Grants immense strength, speed, and durability when activated. Currently at 0% mastery. Oh, your brother is a loser. You've got to be kidding me, I muttered under my breath. Izuku glanced up at me, his face pale. What? I waved a hand dismissively, the system screen disappearing from my view. Nothing. Did you awaken a quirk or what? Izuku froze for a second, clearly caught off guard. He shifted uncomfortably, avoiding my eyes. Same goes for you, right? His voice was quiet but steady. I nodded, leaning casually against the doorway. True. Before either of us could say more, the door opened with a faint creak, and Recovery Girl waddled in, muttering under her breath. Honestly, you kids have the self-preservation instincts of lemmings. She pulled a chair over with her cane, setting her medical bag on the small table nearby. Izuku looked down at his mangled arms, clearly not sure what to say. I decided to jump in, crossing my arms. Maybe he's trying to set a record for most injuries in 1 week. Recovery Girl shot me a pointed look. And you? How many bruises are you hiding under that tough guy act? Or do I need to check you next? I shrugged. I am fine. Just here to make sure Waterworks doesn't die before the school year starts. She sighed, turning her attention to Izuku. This quirk of yours is more dangerous to you than it is to anyone else. Using it like this without proper control is only going to end one way, with you in a hospital bed. Or worse. Izuku winced but nodded. I couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Recovery Girl frowned, pulling out some kind of ointment and starting to apply it to his arms. And I am sure the girl you saved is grateful, but you need to understand your limits. Right now, your quirk is a loaded gun with no safety. You are lucky you did not shatter every bone in your body. I watched as she worked, her hands surprisingly steady for someone her age. She muttered something about reckless boys under her breath as she kissed Izuku, before finally glancing back at me. Did you do anything stupid today? Define stupid, I said, smirking. She raised an eyebrow. You look like you ran a marathon through a junkyard. I'll take that as a yes. Hey, I am still standing, I replied. That counts for something, right? Recovery Girl rolled her eyes, clearly not in the mood for my bullshit. She finished with Izuku's arms, tapping him lightly on the shoulder. You are done for now. But you are not off the hook. If I see you like this again, boy, we are going to have a long talk about whether you are cut out for hero work. Izuku nodded again, his gaze fixed on the floor. I understand. Good, Recovery Girl said, packing up her bag. She turned to me, pointing her cane like it was a sword. "And you," she said, narrowing her eyes, "come and get your kiss." I tilted my head, biting back the urge to smirk too wide. "At least take me to dinner first," I said, stepping closer. She didn't even flinch. "Oh, don't flatter yourself. You're about 20 years too young and 50 IQ points too short." "Fair," I replied, leaning in for the inevitable peck. Her lips barely touched my forehead before that warm, suffocating wave of exhaustion hit like I'd been body slammed by a mattress. My knees almost gave out, but I gritted my teeth and stayed upright. "Barely. You sure this is legal?" I muttered. "You're still alive, aren't you?" she shot back, already walking away. "Be grateful, or next time I'll use the cane on your head." "Appreciate the concern," I called after her. No response. Tough crowd. Izuku stood up from the cot, wobbling like a drunk flamingo. "Thank you, recovery girl," he stammered, bowing so low I thought he might collapse right there. The old woman waved him off with a grunt before disappearing out the door. I sighed, slinging an arm around his shoulder to keep him steady as we walked out. "You keep doing this break every bone in your body thing, and I'm charging a babysitting fee." He smiled weakly. "Sorry. Don't apologize to me, Waterworks. Apologize to whoever has to stitch your butt back together next time. Let's go." I led him out of the infirmary and down the hall. As we left the campus, Izuku kept glancing at me like he wanted to say something but couldn't figure out how. I ignored it, focusing on not keeling over before we reached home. When we finally got back to the house, Izuku dragged himself upstairs without a word, looking like he had just lost a bar fight with a cement truck. I didn't bother saying anything as he trudged off. The guy could barely walk in a straight line, so whatever he was thinking about could wait. I collapsed face first onto the couch, kicking my shoes off haphazardly. The cushions groaned under me like they were protesting my existence, but I didn't care. My body felt like it had been through a wood chipper, yet there was still this buzzing energy coursing through me. Limit Breaker was still active, and it was like being stuck halfway between being drunk and having a sugar rush. It was addictive, dangerous, and I loved every second of it. The system decided now was the time to pop in like an uninvited guest at a funeral. "Congratulations. You survived the day. Want a gold star? Oh wait, you forgot to turn off Limit Breaker. Enjoy the long-term consequences. Dumbass." Yeah, I muttered into the couch cushion. "I know I'm still juiced up. Thanks for the reminder, Captain Obvious. Just a reminder that your muscles, organs, and probably what little brain cells you have left will be systematically wrecked the second you deactivate. But you do you, King." I turned my head to the side and grinned. "Easy. I will never deactivate Limit Breaker until the day I die." To read up to 75 advanced chapters, 25 for each novel, and support me, patreon.com TheFanficGod 1. Please drop a comment and like the chapter. 5 comment. Chapter 9, Thief. Discord.ggq5kwmtqf. Join my Discord. The system paused. The silence was deafening, like it was actually trying to process my level of stupidity. You know that's not a flex, right? That's just a faster way to hit the game over screen. I jumped up, smirking like I had just outsmarted the world. Nah, the skill says I'll suffer consequences after deactivation. So, here's the plan, I'll never deactivate it. The system paused, like it was recalibrating after being hit by the dumbest idea it had ever encountered. Let me get this straight. Your brilliant solution is to keep a high-risk skill activated forever? Exactly, I said, standing up and cracking my neck. What's the problem? If I never deactivate it, the whole consequences thing is a non-issue. I win. You lose. Simple. That is not how this works, does? Your body will collapse the second you deactivate it. Your muscles will literally eat themselves. You will become a puddle of useless meat. Are you listening? I grabbed an energy drink from the table, cracked it open, and chugged half of it in one go. Sounds like quitter talk to me, system. You just don't get it. I'm built different. Bro, you're built stupid. Hey, you've stuck around this long, I shot back, wiping my mouth. Must mean I'm doing something right. Besides, how bad can it really get? Worst case, I die. And let's be real, you'll be out of a job then. Congratulations. You've officially maxed out your overconfidence stat. Maybe I should add a new quest. Realize your own limitations. Reward, not dying like an idiot. I finished the drink and crushed the can in my hand. Nice try. But I'm not falling for your scare tactics. This is the meta play, and you're just salty you didn't think of it first. Oh, I thought of it. Then I realized it was so dumb, I didn't even bother bringing it up. But here you are, making it your entire personality. Someone's a little cranky today, I muttered, tossing the can toward the trash. It bounced off the rim and landed on the floor. Alright, fine, maybe not entirely built different. Finally. Self-awareness. A rare occurrence in the wild. It is dangerous out there, take this with you, +1 intelligence. I groaned, that was a good one. Well, no matter. I found a loophole. I won't deactivate Limit Breaker, no side effects, no consequences. My body felt strong, my stats carried me forward, and none of that bullshit the system warned me about seemed to be kicking in. I stretched, cracking my neck. My muscles weren't screaming, they were singing. Limit Breaker might as well have been a cheat code. Congratulations. You broke the system. Wait, never mind. You are just stupid. Keep talking, system. You are starting to sound jealous, I muttered, throwing on a clean shirt. The house was quiet, which meant Izuku had probably passed out upstairs. Good for him. Resting up while I experimented with literal superhuman power. He would need it. I grabbed another energy drink off the counter, chugged it halfway, and stepped outside. It was late, the streets were empty, and the air was cool enough to keep me from sweating out whatever was left of my dignity. The neighborhood was quiet, not a single sign of a villain exploding something, no old ladies yelling about garbage pickup. I started jogging down the street, pushing myself just a little. The pavement blurred under me, the world moving slower than I was. It was like I was the only one in fast forward while everyone else stayed in slow motion. Quickstep had nothing on this. Hey, system, I said between sips of the drink. What is my max speed right now? With Limit Breaker active, you can outrun a slowest car. Too bad you still can't outrun your bad decisions. I grinned and kept running, the houses and streetlights flying past. Bad decisions are what make life fun, I shot back. You would not get it. The system stayed silent. I guess even it knew when to quit. As I turned a corner, I spotted a convenience store still lit up in the distance. I sprinted toward it, stopping just short of smashing through the glass doors. My hand caught the handle, and I yanked it open like it weighed nothing. The cashier glanced up from his phone, his face blank. What's up? I said casually, heading toward the snacks. I grabbed a bag of chips, then thought better of it and grabbed 2 more. Limit Breaker burned calories like crazy, and I was not about to collapse from hunger. At the counter, the cashier rang me up without saying a word. He barely even looked at me, which was fine. I paid in cash, stuffed the chips under my arm, and headed out. Outside, I ripped one bag open and started eating as I walked. The chips tasted better than they should have, but that was probably because my metabolism was going haywire. Either way, I was not complaining. Halfway down the block, I spotted something, or someone, moving out of the corner of my eye. A shadow darting across the rooftops. Crunching on a chip and squinted. Hey, system, I muttered. What am I looking at? Unknown. Suggestion. Eat faster and run. I snorted. Big help. Still, I kept my eyes on the rooftops, waiting to see if it moved again. A second later, there it was, a flicker of motion. Too fast to be a regular person, but not fast enough to outpace me. I shoved the bag of chips into my hoodie pocket and took off, bolting down the street and leaping onto a nearby dumpster to reach the fire escape. The metal groaned under my weight as I climbed, but Limit Breaker made the whole process feel effortless. At the top, I crouched low, scanning the area. The figure was up ahead, perched on a neighboring rooftop. He turned slightly, his profile catching the faint glow of the streetlights. He spotted me. Before I could say anything, the guy bolted, jumping to another rooftop without hesitation. Well, not my problem. I am not playing hero, I muttered, yanking the chips out of my hoodie. The system immediately chimed in, its tone dripping with mockery. Unless it is to impress a girl. Then you would have your cape out in seconds. I shoved a handful of chips into my mouth, chewing slowly. Give me a quest if you want me to care. Otherwise, I am clocking out. You're such a beacon of hope. Remind me to nominate you for Hero of the Year. The figure paused briefly, crouched on the edge of the next building. He glanced back, like he was sizing me up. Maybe he thought I was going to chase him. Yeah, keep running, Batman, I called out, waving a chip at him like it was a white flag. The guy turned away, leaping off the roof and disappearing into the shadows. Whatever. If he wanted to do parkour in the middle of the night, good for him. I had chips and enough energy left to ignore his drama. System, what are the odds that guy is worth following? I asked, popping another chip into my mouth. About as high as your luck stat. So, almost 0. Exactly, I said, brushing crumbs off my hoodie. Still, I walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked in the direction he had gone. There was a faint noise in the distance, like something heavy scraping against concrete. The night air carried the faint sound of movement, fast and erratic. He was definitely in a hurry. Can you keep tabs on him? Does this look like a tracking app? You are on your own, Chief. Then no thanks. I turned away, making my way back down the fire escape. The metal rattled under my feet as I hopped the last few steps, landing back on the empty street. As I walked, the faint sound of a struggle caught my attention, metal clanging against something solid, then muffled grunts. My feet slowed instinctively, and I glanced toward an alley up ahead. No. Don't tell me you are curious now. You know where that leads, right? Probably to you getting involved in something dumb. I am just looking, I muttered, leaning slightly to get a better angle. Two shadows moved erratically in the alley, one smaller, struggling to hold its ground against a taller figure. System, what's the deal here? Do I look like your local news? Go in and find out. I clicked my tongue, debating whether or not to bother. Then the smaller figure was slammed into the wall, a faint yelp escaping as they crumpled to the ground. Sheet, I muttered, tossing the chip bag onto a nearby ledge. Fine. Let's play. The taller figure didn't notice me approaching, too busy rummaging through the smaller person's bag. He muttered something, but I wasn't close enough to hear. As I approached, I noticed something. Wait, that was a woman. Someone dared to frighten a woman in my neighborhood? Not happening. I kept my steps light, slipping into the alley without the guy noticing. He was too busy rummaging through her bag like some low-tier video game thug. The woman sat slumped against the wall, her hands pressed to her side. The big guy grunted something under his breath, but I wasn't about to stand there and take notes. I sneaked up behind him, gripping my steel bat tightly. No need for dramatic speeches. This guy wasn't worth wasting words on. The bat came down hard on his shoulder. He stumbled forward with a yelp, spinning around to face me. What the man? He barked, clutching his shoulder. I twirled the bat lazily, letting it rest on my shoulder. Didn't your mom teach you not to scare women in alleys? Or did you skip that class in dumbass school? The guy scowled, taking a step toward me. Big mistake. He was tall, sure, but his bulk screamed, slow. I could probably run laps around him without breaking a sweat. This ain't your business, kid, he growled. I tilted my head, pretending to think about it. Oh, I don't know. A lady getting mugged in my neighborhood? Feels pretty personal to me. He swung at me, but his movements were as predictable as a cheap soap opera. I stepped to the side, letting his fist sail past. Before he could recover, the bat smashed into his ribs with a satisfying crack. The guy staggered back, wheezing. You little... Careful, I cut in, pointing the bat at him. You're about to get a matching set of bruises if you keep this up. He lunged again, and this time I didn't bother dodging. Instead, I stepped in close, swinging the bat up into his jaw. The impact made a dull thud, and he crumpled like a stack of wet cardboard. The alley went quiet except for his groaning. I crouched down next to the guy, tapping the bat against the ground, watching him try and decide if he wanted to keep breathing or make another dumb decision. For now, it seemed like he picked breathing. Smart guy. I pulled out my phone and dialed the cops, keeping my eyes on him. Yeah, I have got a guy here in an alley, near the convenience store on 3rd. Mugging attempt. Yeah, he is still alive. Barely. I hung up and slipped the phone back into my pocket, tapping the bat against my palm now. The cops will be here soon. If I were you, I would spend that time reflecting on your life choices. Or, practicing your apologies for dropping the soap. He grumbled something under his breath, but his face stayed firmly planted on the pavement. Not my problem anymore. To read up to 75 advanced chapters, 25 for each novel, and support me. Patreon.com TheFanficGod 1. Please drop a comment and like the chapter. 3 comment. Chapter 10. Win-win. Discord.ggq5kwmtkrf. Join my Discord. I stood up, turning toward the woman still slumped against the wall. She had pulled herself upright but was leaning heavily, one hand pressed against her ribs. I walked over, slipping the bat into the loop on my belt. Can you stand? I asked, offering a hand. Or are you planning to stick around for his second wind? She glanced at me, her dark hair a little messy from whatever scuffle they had, but her eyes sharp enough to suggest she wasn't the type to fall apart easily. She hesitated before taking my hand, and I pulled her up in one quick motion. Thanks, she said, brushing herself off and wincing slightly. Didn't think anyone would show up. Well, if you are going to get mugged, you might as well do it in my neighborhood. I am basically the local pest control for assholes. I gave her a quick look over. You good? Not missing any important organs. I think I will live, she said, cracking a faint smile. Though my pride might be bruised. Pride is overrated. Nobody's mugging that. I nodded toward the guy on the ground, who was still making pathetic groaning noises. This guy, though? Probably gonna have a rough night explaining this to his friends. She let out a short laugh, then winced again, holding her side. Great. Laughed too hard. Now I am broken. Guess I am gonna have to carry you, huh? I said, raising an eyebrow. Unless you want to hobble out of here on your own. She rolled her eyes but didn't argue when I slipped an arm around her shoulders to steady her. You really know how to make a girl feel helpless. Helpless? You could probably take me in a fair fight, I said. But I don't really fight fair. That so? She asked, side-eyeing me. Is that bat your secret weapon? I grinned. The bat? No, that is just for the aesthetic. My real weapon is my sparkling personality. But you probably picked up on that already. Sparkling, huh? She said, her tone dry. Sure. Let us go with that. I stopped, letting her lean against the light pole while I pulled out my phone again. The cops would take a few minutes, so I figured I might as well keep things interesting. So, I said, leaning casually against the pole beside her, what is your name anyway? Or do I just call you mugging victim number 7? She looked at me like she was debating whether to answer. Keiko, she said finally. And you are? I am called Ryu, I said. But you can call me anytime. I handed her my phone. Put your number in. If you ever find yourself getting mugged again, I might as well make this a subscription service. Keiko raised an eyebrow but took the phone. Wow, what a hero. Do I get a free trial, or do you start charging right away? That depends. Are you the kind of client who tips? She tapped at the screen, her other hand still resting against her ribs. You're really laying it on thick, huh? This your usual routine? I glanced at the guy on the ground, who had finally stopped groaning and was trying not to move too much. Only with VIPs. You're lucky. Usually, I just let the cops handle this kind of trash. Keiko handed the phone back, her lips quirking slightly. Well, thanks for making the exception. I slipped the phone into my pocket, giving her a small shrug. What can I say? I'm a sucker for a damsel in distress. Even if she's a little rough around the edges. Rough around the edges? She asked, raising an eyebrow again. That's bold coming from the guy wearing a hoodie with a hole in it. I glanced at the small tear near my sleeve. This isn't just a hoodie. This is vintage streetwear. You wouldn't understand. "Oh, my bad," she said deadpan. "Didn't realize I was in the presence of a fashion icon." I grinned, pulling out the half-finished bag of chips from my pocket and shaking it lightly. "So, you're funny. Good to know. Funny enough to survive this neighborhood, apparently," she said, nodding toward the mugger. "Is it always this exciting around here?" "Not really. Most days it's just me, my bat, and the occasional stray cat fight. You just caught us on a special night." "Lucky me," she muttered, leaning back against the light pole again. I popped a chip into my mouth. "By the way, you're handling this whole getting mugged thing pretty well. Most people would still be crying." She shrugged. "What's the point? It's over. No use wasting time freaking out." "Practical. I like it. You sure you're not a local?" "Maybe I just adapt quickly." I grinned. "Nah, you are the ninja I saw on the roof earlier." Keiko froze for a second, her eyes narrowing. "What?" I leaned forward, dropping my voice. "I can recognize that but from a mile away." Her face turned a little red, though she quickly masked. "What the hell are you talking about?" she shot back, her voice irritated. "Oh, don't play dumb." I leaned casually against the light pole, keeping my eyes on her. "You're telling me the same girl who was hopping rooftops like it's parkour practice suddenly forgot how to dodge a 2-bit mugger? What's the play here?" Her blush deepened, but her expression sharpened. "I don't know what you're talking about. You've got the wrong person." I chuckled, shaking my head. Sure. And I'm All Might's long-lost son. Look, you don't have to give me your life story, but I'm not blind. You didn't just get caught. So, what was it? Laying low? Baiting the guy? Or are you just really bad at multitasking?" She shifted her weight, her hands still resting against her ribs. "Why do you care? You saved me, didn't you? Call it a day and move on." I tilted my head, watching her carefully. "You're not answering the question." She met my gaze, clearly debating whether to argue or bail. Finally, she exhaled and looked away. "It's none of your business." I smirked, tapping the bat lightly against the ground. "You're right. It's not. But you don't seem like the damsel in distress type, and I'm curious. So, humor me." Before she could answer, police sirens rang out, cutting through the quiet. Keiko's gaze flicked toward the street, her body tensing as if she was about to bolt. I raised a hand, cutting off whatever dumb excuse she was about to spit out. "You know what? I don't really care, Keiko, if that's even your real name." I pointed toward the approaching lights. "Let the cops take your statement. Let them drop you off at your house, or wherever the hell you came from, and we'll call it a night. Oh, and while you're at it, make sure you tell them I stepped in because your life was in actual danger. I don't need my butt lit on fire for violating hero code. I am underage and rocking no license." Keiko shot me a look somewhere between annoyance and confusion, but she stayed quiet. I wasn't in the mood for a debate. The sirens grew louder as a patrol car screeched to a stop at the alley entrance. 2 officers stepped out, one older with a tired face, the other younger and looking like he'd just seen his first mugging. Perfect pair for the job. The older cop walked toward us, his hand resting on the holster at his hip like we were about to throw hands. "All right, what's going on here?" I gestured toward the guy on the ground, who was still groaning like he'd been hit by a truck. "This a-hole tried mugging her. I stepped in. He's all yours now." The younger cop glanced between me, Keiko, and the guy on the ground, his eyebrows climbing higher with every second. "You took him down by yourself?" "Yeah," I said, brushing some dirt off my hoodie. "Not exactly hard when the guy moves like a fridge on wheels." The older cop crouched by the mugger, checking him over. "He's breathing," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. He turned his gaze back to me, his expression unreadable. "You've got a pre-license?" I shook my head. "No, sir. Just a concerned citizen with a bat." The older cop stared at me for a second, his face blank. "Concerned citizen, huh? And that bat just happened to be with you." I shrugged, tapping the bat lightly against my palm. "It's a dangerous neighborhood. Better safe than sorry." Keiko glanced at me, but she didn't say anything. "Smart girl." The younger cop pointed his flashlight at the guy still on the ground. "He's not getting up anytime soon. What happened to him? I gestured toward the bat. Had a disagreement with this. He lost. The older cop rubbed the bridge of his nose, clearly unimpressed. You realize vigilantism is a crime, right? What you did could get you into serious trouble. Right. I nodded. Next time, I'll let him mug her in peace. My bad. Keiko let out a faint snort, quickly covering her mouth. The older cop gave her a look but didn't comment. Kid, this isn't a joke, he said, turning back to me. You should have called us first. Sure, and while I'm on hold, she gets stabbed. Great plan. The younger cop raised an eyebrow. You've got an answer for everything, don't you? Not everything, I replied with an exaggerated shrug. Still working on world peace. But yeah, most things. Seeing their faces, I added, seriously though. I know my laws. Article whatever, section blah blah, self-defense. No quirk usage, no unnecessary violence, no murder. I stopped him from hurting her and didn't leave him in pieces. Pretty sure that checks out. I leaned the bat on my shoulder for emphasis. You're welcome. The older cop looked at me, clearly deciding whether to argue or not. You think you're clever, huh? Not particularly. Just observant, I said. If you're gonna book me, let's get it over with. Otherwise, I've got snacks waiting. The younger cop glanced at the mugger still groaning on the ground. It's true. The guy's conscious, no serious injuries. Doesn't look like he used a quirk. The older one sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Still doesn't make this a free pass, kid. Vigilantism's a gray area, even if you're just passing by. Next time, call us first. I shrugged. Sure thing. Call cops, watch criminal kill victim, and do nothing. Sure. Keiko raised an eyebrow but stayed quiet, watching the exchange like it was a mildly entertaining soap opera. The younger cop crouched by the mugger, checked his pockets, and pulled out a switchblade. He held it up. He was armed. That helps his story. Yeah, no sheet, I said. What did you think he was gonna do? Asked politely. Excuse me, miss, can I have your wallet and maybe a kidney? Come on. The older cop didn't look amused. Watch your mouth. Sure, officer, I replied, holding up my hands mockingly. I'll be super respectful next time I'm accused of helping innocents. The younger one stifled a smirk, then cleared his throat. We'll take it from here. Miss, do you need medical attention? Keiko shook her head. I'm fine. All right, the older cop said, clearly done with my attitude. He looked at me. We'll let it slide this time, but don't push your luck. Noted, I said as the cops started taking her statement. Be careful, miss. These areas are dangerous. Without waiting for a response, I turned on my heel and walked off. Phew. They didn't take my credentials. Probably the old cop recognized me from that day with an lady. He was there after all. I guess I got lucky. Time to head home. I should grab Mom some wine on the way, or she'll chew my ear off for being out this long. The convenience store's neon sign blinked in the distance, a bright, open 24/7, glowing like a beacon. I slipped inside, the bell above the door giving a lazy jingle as I headed straight for the wine section. The clerk barely glanced up from his phone. The same guy from earlier, still scrolling through whatever app had him hooked. I grabbed a cheap bottle of red wine and walked to the counter, tossing it on top along with a pack of gum. This, please. The clerk scanned the items, finally sparing me a glance. You look like you had a night. Yeah, well, I'm not exactly out for fun, I said, pulling some cash from my pocket. Just trying to survive long enough to get yelled at by my mom. You know how it is. He snorted faintly, bagged my stuff, and handed it over without much ceremony. Good luck with that. Thanks, I said, grabbing the bag. The guy paused mid-scroll, his eyes narrowing. Wait, how old are you? Without missing a beat, I turned on my heel and bolted out the door. The bell jingled violently as it slammed shut behind me, and I could hear the clerk yelling something about IDs. Whatever. The idiot should have asked before handing me the wine. Rookie mistake. I sprinted down the street, the bag swinging at my side. A faint drizzle had started, slicking the pavement and making me skid slightly as I turned the corner. System, I muttered, slowing to a jog once I was out of sight. That went smoothly, right? Textbook. Truly inspiring. Let's hope the cops aren't on their way. Again. Relax, I said, ducking into an alley to catch my breath. He probably didn't even see my face properly. What's he gonna do, file a report? Yeah, officer, this kid bought wine and ran off like a jackass. Real crime of the century. You're a menace. What's next? Shoplifting? Don't tempt me, I muttered, pulling the wine out of the bag to make sure it survived the escape. Good, no cracks. Mom wasn't going to strangle me tonight. Probably. The rain picked up, turning the drizzle into a steady patter. Grit. Now I have to explain why I looked like a drowned rat when I got home. Good thing you're already used to people thinking you're a mess. Har har, I muttered, stepping out of the alley and into the rain. The streets were mostly empty now, just the occasional car splashing through puddles. I pulled my hoodie tighter around me, not that it did much against the rain. Still, the cool air felt good after the chaos of the day. As I walked, the system chimed in again, its tone annoyingly smug. New quest alert, Smuggler's Run. Objective, successfully deliver contraband wine without getting caught. Reward, your mom's appreciation. Failure, -5 self-respect. Wow, thanks for the support, I muttered, quickening my pace. The faster I got home, the less chance there was of running into someone who actually cared about underage drinking laws. Not that it mattered. I wasn't planning to drink it. The wine was strictly a peace offering. A car sped past, hitting a puddle and sending a wave of dirty water splashing onto the sidewalk. I sidestepped just in time, shooting the driver a glare. A-hole. Almost got you there. Maybe next time, aim for the dish. You're really on a roll tonight, I said, cutting through a side street to shave some time off the walk. By the time I arrived home, Mom was sitting at the table, eating alone. That a-hole Izuku must have been snoring away upstairs, leaving her eat all by herself. I shrugged off my soaked hoodie, dropping it onto a chair near the door. Water splattered onto the floor, but I would deal with that later. Hi, Mom, I said, walking toward her. She glanced up from her plate, raising an eyebrow as her fork hovered midair. What the hell happened to you? Did you take a swim on the way home? Got caught in the rain, I said, holding up the bag with the wine. But hey, I brought you something. She eyed the bag suspiciously, setting her fork down. What's in there? And don't tell me it's junk food again. Nope. Something better. Your favorite. I placed the bottle of wine on the table with a grin. Her expression shifted instantly, softening just enough to let me know I scored some brownie points. You went out in this whether to get me wine? What did you do this time? Wow, no faith in me at all. Maybe I just wanted to do something nice for you. Ever think of that? She snorted, opening the bottle and pouring herself a glass. Doing something nice without a reason? Sure, and maybe I'll wake up tomorrow with another quirk. Hey, miracles happen. I sat down across from her, grabbing a piece of bread from the basket in the middle of the table. She sipped her wine, watching me like she was waiting for me to crack. Seriously though, why the sudden generosity? No reason, I said, chewing on the bread. Just felt like it. Besides, you deserve it for putting up with Izuku and me. Putting up with you too doesn't call for wine. It calls for something stronger. She took another sip, but there was the faintest twitch of a smile on her face. I leaned back in the chair, propping my feet on the edge of the table. Fair. Want me to grab some sake next time? You keep buying alcohol, and people are going to think you're the one drinking it. She glanced at the bottle. How did you even get this? You're not old enough to buy wine. I shrugged. Charm. Bribery. Sheer audacity. Take your pick. She gave me a look but didn't press the issue. Instead, she picked up her fork again, poking at her food. You eat yet, or were you too busy charming liquor store clerks? I grabbed some chips on the way. I'm good. Chips aren't a meal, she said, shaking her head. Sure they are. You just have to eat enough of them. She sighed, clearly deciding it wasn't worth arguing. Fine. Starve for all I care. Just don't complain to me when you wake up hungry in the middle of the night. Never do, I said, smirking. She sipped her wine again, and for a moment, there was nothing but the sound of rain pattering against the windows. It was weirdly calm. "What happened to Izuku?" she asked, setting her glass down and looking directly at me. I sighed, leaning back in my chair. "It's complicated. Guess he awakened his quirk after all that training with All Might. But it's too much for him. His body can't handle the power, so every time he uses it, he hurts himself more than whatever he's fighting." She looked shocked, like I just told her aliens had landed in the backyard. "Quirk? Izuku?" I nodded. "Yeah, I know. It's weird. Guess we're late bloomers or something." Her eyes stayed on me, narrowing slightly. "You too." I leaned back a little, smirking faintly. "I guess. I mean, I've got some physical enhancements going on, but I don't know if they're quirks or not. Feels different." She stood up abruptly and hugged me tightly, the kind of hug that carried weight, though she said nothing. When she finally stepped back, I caught the glint of tears in her eyes. She didn't have to say it, I knew what she was thinking. She understood exactly what being quirkless meant in a society like this, and what it felt like to be on the other side of that line, even briefly. I hugged her back. "Mom, you know I love you, right? I know I cause headaches, plenty of them, but I appreciate everything you done for me. Always have." She chuckled lightly, though her voice cracked a bit. "You always say that when you're about to do something stupid." "Maybe," I said, pulling away slightly, "but this time I actually mean it. Thanks for sticking with me even when I make it hard." She wiped her eyes quickly, brushing it off like nothing had happened. "I'm your mom. That's what I'm supposed to do. But don't think this gets you off the hook for sneaking in so late." "Fair." I shrugged. "To be honest, I figured you would just yell at me about the wine." She raised an eyebrow, looking at the bottle. "Still deciding if I should. Where did you even get it?" "Convenience store." Clerk didn't ask too many questions. She stared at me flatly, crossing her arms. "You're lucky they didn't call the cops on you. Do you have any idea how much trouble you would get in for that?" "Relax, Mom. Worst case, I outrun them." She sighed heavily, rubbing her temples. "One of these days, your luck is going to run out, Rio." I tilted my head, smirking. "You sound like the system." Her brow furrowed. "The what?" "Nothing." I waved it off quickly. "Anyway, I'm alive, aren't I? And now you've got wine. Seems like a win-win to me. To read up to 75 advanced chapters, 25 for each novel, and support me. Patreon.com TheFanficGod1. Please drop a comment and like the chapter. Comment. 3 comment. Chapter 11. Rank. First. Discord.ggq5kwmtqf. Join my Discord. The week passed without much noise. I mostly kept my head down, training where I could and letting my body recover from the entrance exam chaos. Izuku, on the other hand, was buzzing like an overcharged battery. The guy couldn't sit still for 5 minutes without worrying about exam. When the results finally showed up in the mail, he practically tackled me on his way to the table. "It's here. Ryu, it's here." "Yeah, no sheet," I said, leaning back on the couch. "I only heard you say that, like, 30 times in the last 2 minutes. Open it already, Waterworks." He tore into the envelope, pulling out a small hologram disc. The DMN thing lit up like a projector, and who else but All Might popped up, grinning wide like we just won the lottery. I could already feel a headache coming on. "Young Midoriya." All Might's voice roared out of the hologram like a bomb going off in the living room. The windows didn't rattle, but it felt like they should have. The big guy was grinning ear to ear, clearly enjoying the theatrics as always. "I apologize for the delay in contacting you. I have been busy." "Sure, busy. Probably signing autographs and dodging paparazzi, but who was I to call him out?" "Surprise." All Might continued, "I am now a teacher at Yuhai. A role I take very seriously. And I am here to deliver your exam results, young Midoriya." Izuku had already gone stiff as a board, his hands clasping together so tightly I thought he might break his fingers. Mom was on the edge of her seat, staring at the hologram like it was the second coming of Jesus. Meanwhile, I grabbed a cracker from the table and leaned back. You performed well on the written test. All Might said, his voice booming like he thought we were deaf. However, his grin faltered, and his tone dipped into something more serious. In the practical exam, you scored 0 villain points. Izuku froze like someone had pulled his plug. His eyes were wide, his jaw trembling, and the first sign of tears began pooling. I was about to roll my eyes when All Might struck his signature pose, throwing one arm out dramatically. "Do not despair," he barked, and the hologram behind him lit up, showing a video feed of none other than Uraraka. She was standing in front of some UA staff, looking troubled. "Miss Uraraka personally appealed to have some of her points transferred to you, young Midoriya." But the way Uraraka described Izuku nearly had me choking on the cracker I was munching that Inko's glare nearly burned a hole through me. "What?" I asked, throwing my hands up. "It's funny." The Uraraka on the screen lit up, smiling brightly as she spoke. "Do you know the Green Brothers? The handsome one was named Ryu, his brother, with freckles. He saved me." Izuku, who was too busy looking like his soul had been yanked out of his body, muttered, "Is she blind?" All Might's booming voice cut back in, mercifully steering things along before Izuku imploded. "Miss Uraraka's appeal was heard, and it has been noted. But young Midoriya, the practical exam wasn't solely about defeating villains. UA seeks those who prioritize saving others." The hologram shifted to footage of Izuku's idiotic leap into the 0-pointer to save Uraraka. "You earned rescue points, young Midoriya. 60 points in total. With your written exam score, you passed." Mom gasped, clapping her hands together like Izuku just cured cancer. "Izuku, you did it." Izuku's face was frozen in shock. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. I kicked him lightly in the shin. "Earth to Waterworks. Say something before Mom faints." He finally croaked out a shaky, "I passed." "Yeah," I said, grabbing a handful of crackers. "That's the part you're supposed to celebrate, dumbass." All Might's voice boomed on, oblivious to the chaos he was causing in our living room. "We await you at a young Midoriya." The hologram fizzled out, replaced by a glowing list of the top 10 examinees. I closed my eyes, not wanting to see if my name was on the list just yet. Inko's gasp and the death grip she suddenly had on my arm told me it probably was. "Mom, you're cutting off the blood flow." "Mom, I can't feel my arm," I said, prying at her hands. "Oh, sorry," she said quickly, letting go, but the look on her face was screaming that she wanted to cry, hug me, and frame the results in a gold-plated shrine all at the same time. The hologram disc in my hand lit up. My own message. "Finally. Let's see who drew the short straw for delivering mine," I muttered, pressing the button to start it. The image of Midnight appeared, and I was not ready. She was lounging back in her chair, one leg crossed over the other, looking straight at the camera with a smile that could probably start wars. Her voice was just as dangerous. "Ryu Midoriya, congratulations on passing the UA entrance exam." My nose immediately betrayed me, and I could feel the warm trickle starting. "System emergency tissue." "Now," I whispered under my breath. "Error. Emergency tissue not available. Try not looking, pervert." Midnight leaned forward slightly, her hair falling over one shoulder as she continued, "You showed remarkable tenacity during the practical exam. Scoring highly in both villain points and rescue points shows you're more than just muscle, you've got a heart too." Izuku's face, already a mess of awe and confusion from his own results, turned to me with wide eyes. "Midnight is your announcer?" "Yes, thank you, Captain Obvious." I noticed. Mom looked between us, clearly not sure what to make of the exchange. Meanwhile, I was trying not to wipe my face on my sleeve like a barbarian. Midnight continued speaking, oblivious to my current state. "Your tactical approach during the exam caught the attention of multiple judges, and that final 0-pointer moment? Risky but effective. A true hero doesn't just think about themselves, they think about everyone around them. That's what we saw in you, Ryu. Well done." She leaned back, her lips curving into a smirk. "I'll see you at UA. Try not to get into too much trouble before then, The hologram fizzled out. As the list appeared, I scanned the top. My name stood there in bold letters at the very peak. Name, Ryu Midoria. Villain points, 35. Rescue points, 45. Total points, 80. But first, Izuku leaned in, his eyes darting to the second name on the list, Katsuki Bakugo. He had 77 total points, just 3 shy of mine. He's going to lose his mind, Izuku mumbled, half to himself. Mom glanced between us, clearly unsure if she should be proud or worried. Ryo, don't antagonize him too much. He's an a-hole, I finished, still grinning. It's not antagonizing, it's karma. He's been strutting around like he owns the world since preschool. About time someone knocked him down a peg and pegged him in the down. Izuku choked on air. His entire body seized up like I had just hit him with a taser. His hands slammed onto the table, eyes wide with pure horror. What the hell does that mean? Mom froze mid-breath. The way she blinked at me was borderline existential crisis. Ryu. I kept my expression perfectly neutral. What? Mom squinted. Like she was trying to process if she needed to wash my mouth out with soap or just ignore it and pretend I never said that. Izuku, still recovering, rubbed his temples. Please. For the love of everything. Think before you speak. But that was poetry, I said, stretching my arms behind my head. Art, even. Mom slowly exhaled, rubbing her temples the same way Izuku did. Synced mother-son suffering. Ryu, I'm begging you, stop saying things that sound like that. Like what? I asked, keeping my tone as innocent as possible. Izuku shot me the dirtiest look he had in his arsenal. You know exactly what. I just grinned. Well, at least I know one thing for sure. I tapped the results list, still sitting open in front of us. Bakugo's losing his mind over this right now. Izuku let out a long, pained sigh, already preparing for the explosion-filled hellstorm to come. Mom just shook her head. And you wonder why you keep getting hit. Izuku fidgeted, his fingers tapping nervously on the table. You don't think he'll, come after you for this, do you? I snorted, leaning back in my chair. Let him try. What's he gonna do? Explode harder than usual? I'll hit him with my bat and call it a day. The mention of the bat made Mom's eyebrow twitch. Ryu, I told you to stop carrying that thing around. You're not a vigilante. I raised my hands in mock surrender. It's not like I go looking for trouble, Mom. Trouble just finds me. The bat's just insurance. She gave me a long, exasperated look, but before she could launch into a lecture, Izuku spoke up. I still can't believe it. You got first place, Ryu? Demon right I did, I said, smirking. What? You thought I was just gonna coast through? I told you I was going all out. Izuku nodded, but his expression was awe and disbelief. Still, first place at UA. That's legendary? Unprecedented? Completely expected? I offered, ticking off options on my fingers. He shook his head quickly. I was going to say incredible. It happens every year. It is, by definition, precedent. Mom hugged us both, squeezing just enough to make Izuku wince and me roll my eyes. No matter what, she said, stepping back and giving us a look that was equal parts proud and worried. I'm proud of both of you. But you need to be careful out there. Ye isn't some playground. Okay, Mom, we both said in unison, like some synchronized puppets. She smiled and kissed us both on the cheek before sitting back down with her glass of wine. Good. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to enjoy this in peace. Try not to set anything on fire tonight. Don't look at me, I said, pointing at Izuku. He's the one with the self-destruct quirk. Izuku flinched. It's not self-destruct. It's just hard to control. Hard to control is an understatement, Waterworks. I shot back, grabbing a cracker. Your lucky recovery girl doesn't bill for all the overtime you're going to cause. He frowned, clearly trying to think of a response but coming up empty. Typical. Mom sighed, waving a hand to shoo us away. Enough, both of you. I don't want to referee tonight. Go celebrate or do whatever it is you two do. Just let me have a quiet evening for once. Fine by me, I said, standing up. Let's go, Izuku. We'll do something productive. Maybe I'll teach you how not to break every bone in your body. I can manage on my own, he stammered, following me out of the kitchen. Yeah, sure. That's why you're a walking cast last time you used it, I muttered, heading toward the stairs. I dragged Izuku to the beach he spent months cleaning for All Might's training program. The place actually looked decent. Clean sand, no trash, and the kind of view that would make someone feel like their life wasn't a complete disaster. Not that I would ever admit it out loud. Instead, I planted myself on a piece of driftwood and gestured for him to sit. He hesitated, fidgeting like he was bracing for a lecture. Sit your butt down, I said. This isn't a trap. He sat, clutching his knees like a guilty kid about to get grounded. What's this about, Ryu? I tilted my head, watching him squirm. You inherited your quirk from All Might, didn't you? His face turned pale faster than milk left out in the sun. What? Oh, that's ridiculous. Don't bullshit me. I pointed at him. You're the worst liar I've ever met. It's written all over your face. He opened his mouth, probably to stammer out some excuse, but I cut him off. Save it. I don't need you to admit it, I already know. I'm good at reading people, and you're basically a flashing neon sign that says, All Might's secret. Izuku's mouth snapped shut. He glanced at the sand, then back at me, his hands twisting nervously. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure, you don't. I leaned back, folding my arms. Let me guess. He gave it to you because you're quirkless and desperate to be a hero. Sound familiar? His jaw dropped, and for a second, I thought he might fall off the driftwood. How did you? It wasn't hard to figure out, I said, shrugging. You've been acting weird since the sludge villain incident. Then there's the fact that you keep blowing yourself up every time you use your quirk. Add in All Might taking you under his wing? It doesn't take a genius. Izuku froze like a deer in headlights, his face practically screaming guilt. Before he could deny it again, I heard a familiar, raspy voice behind us. He's right, young Midoriya. Izuku and I turned at the same time. All Might stood there in his deflated form, hunched over like a beaten scarecrow. His sunken eyes and gaunt face looked even worse in the fading sunlight, but he still carried himself like he had some authority left. All Might. Izuku squeaked, scrambling to his feet. What are you doing here? All Might gave him a small smile and walked closer. I was passing by when I overheard your conversation. Ryu's assessment is accurate. Izuku gawked at him, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. But... All Might raised a hand to stop him. It's all right. Ryu's sharp. Perhaps too sharp for his own good. He glanced at me, his tired eyes narrowing slightly. But I trust him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here in this form. I looked at the scrawny figure standing in front of me. Wait, who the hell is this? Why does he talk like he is All Might? All Might, if that was even him. Sight. This is my true form. I can only maintain my muscle form for a limited time due to injuries I sustained years ago. I raised a hand, pointing at him. No way. I don't buy it. You're telling me the symbol of peace looks like he just crawled out of the ER? This has to be some weird scam. What, are you his deformed stunt double or something? Izuku shook his hands wildly. No, it's him. Really. This is All Might. I squinted at the guy. He did have that same voice, just weaker, raspier, like it had been through a blender. If you're All Might, prove it. Do something only All Might could do. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small keychain, a little figurine of himself in his muscle form. I signed this for a fan back in Mustafu 5 years ago, he said, flipping it over to show a faded signature. I only made 20 of these. I leaned closer, examining the keychain. That's your proof? A keychain? Dude, I could buy this on eBay for 2,000 yen. All Might exhaled, clearly done with my nonsense. Young Midoriya, is this your brother's usual demeanor? Izuku scratched the back of his head nervously. Why, he's always like this. All the time, I added helpfully. Gotta keep people on their toes. So, if you're the real All Might, what are you doing here, deflated and creeping around like a busted balloon? I overheard your conversation, he said. I felt it was time to be honest with you. Young Midoriya has inherited my quirk, one for all. I clicked my tongue, leaning back against the driftwood. Oh, so you admit it now? Why would you give it to him? Charity work. Ryu. Izuku snapped, his voice cracking. It's not like that. All Might raised a hand to calm Izuku, then turned back to me. He earned it. His bravery and selflessness during the sludge villain incident proved he was worthy. One for all is not just a quirk, it's a responsibility. It must be passed to someone with a strong heart and a clear longing to help others. I tilted my head, feeling irritation bubbling in my chest, pretending to be deep in thought. So, you picked Izuku because he cried a lot and jumped into danger without thinking. Got it. Solid reasoning. Ryu. Izuku's voice cracked again. What? I am just saying what everyone's thinking. I shrugged, leaning back against the driftwood, suppressing my anger. Nah, jokes aside, you picked the perfect person. This foolish brother of mine jumps into danger headfirst without thinking about anything else. I am pretty sure Mom dropped him when he was a baby. And while she says I push him, I think she uses that to cover her bad parenting. Izuku immediately turned toward me, his hands flailing like he was trying to swat away the words. Ryu, you can't say stuff like that about Mom. She's been nothing but supportive. Exactly, I said, remembering how Mom cried. Supportive enough to let you throw yourself into a giant robot and turn your arms into pretzels. Real gold star parenting right there. I stared All Might dead in the eye. Bro Might, you met Izuku, what, a year ago? I have known him for all of his life, and mine. I love my brother and I support him, but he is reckless as hell. The exam was proof enough. Izuku will do anything to be the hero, even if it means risking himself and everyone around him, so long as, in his heart, he thinks he's doing the right thing. You and I both know how that can backfire. All Might didn't say anything immediately. His expression shifted slightly, like he was actually considering what I just said. Before he could respond, I stood up, closed the distance, and grabbed him by the collar. Izuku's eyes widened as he scrambled to his feet. He yelped, looking like he might throw himself between us. Stay there, Izuku, I snapped without turning my head. This doesn't concern you right now. I stared at All Might, whose tired face didn't flinch despite my grip on his shirt. Second thing. You knew DMN well he wasn't ready to use that power, yet you cleared him to attend the exam? He could have killed himself because of the lies and that overblown power you pumped him full of. If you're going to pretend to be a mentor, act like one. Don't just throw him into the deep end and hope for the best. All Might didn't pull away, didn't shove me back. He just stood there, letting me vent. His eyes flicked briefly toward Izuku, then back to me. You're not wrong, he said finally. His voice was calm, but there was a weight to it, like he was acknowledging something heavy. I made a gamble. I believed in him. A gamble? I let go of his collar and stepped back, scoffing. A gamble? He isn't a DMN lottery ticket, All Might. This isn't some win big or go home situation. You don't throw a kid into a life-threatening situation just because you believe in them. I trusted his spirit, All Might said. His heart. His determination to save others. Those qualities matter more than experience. Yeah. Tell that to his arms. I shot back, gesturing toward Izuku, who immediately clutched at his elbows like I reminded him his bones were made of Jenga blocks. His spirit isn't going to matter when his body gives out, and he ends up in the hospital, or worse. All Might exhaled and ran a hand through his hair. I understand your frustration. Truly I do. But the nature of being a hero often demands sacrifices. Then you make the sacrifices, I said, pointing at him. Not him. You don't get to use him as a pawn just because you're on your way out. Izuku stepped forward then, his hands balled into fists. Stop, he said, his voice shaking but firm enough to make me look at him. It wasn't All Might's fault. I wanted to do this. I wanted to prove I could be a hero. And look where that got you, I said, pointing a finger at him now. You're lucky you didn't end up in a body bag, Izuku. You can't just throw yourself into danger and hope it works out. Izuku's fists tightened, and he looked like he was about to argue, but All Might spoke first. He's right, young Midoriya. Izuku froze, his eyes snapping to All Might. But he's right, All Might repeated, his tone softer now. I pushed you too hard too fast. I underestimated how much strain One for All would put on your body. That was my failure as a teacher. I folded my arms, leaning back slightly. Glad we're on the same page now. But All Might continued, looking back at me. He still succeeded. He saved someone. He proved his worth, not just as a user of One for All, but as a hero. That's something neither of us can ignore. I snorted. I don't care. I forbid you to use that power, Izuku. He whipped his head toward me, eyes wide. Why can't forbid me? You're not Dad and you're not All Might. I smacked the back of his head hard enough to make him flinch. I forbid you to worry Mom, idiot. Do you think she's asking for time to herself because she wants peace and quiet? Well, maybe a little of that. But she's worried, you moron. Worried that every time you leave the house, you're going to come back with your bones looking like crushed soda cans. She's worried she's going to lose the son she loved, quirkless or not. You think she wouldn't rather have a quirkless son than a dead hero? Izuku opened his mouth, but no words came out. He just stared at me, processing what I said. All Might stayed quiet in the background, not even stepping in to defend his little protege this time. I leaned in, jabbing a finger into Izuku's chest. Look at me. I'm not saying don't be a hero. I'm saying don't be stupid. That power isn't just yours. You throw your body away for some self-sacrificial bull, and you're throwing away everything Mom's done for us. You're throwing away everything I've done for you. So, yeah, I forbid you. You don't get it, Izuku finally said, his voice shaky. I can't just stop. If I don't push myself, if I don't do what I can, what kind of hero does that make me? I barked out a laugh. You think heroes are measured by how hard they throw themselves at death? You think being a hero means you've got to kill yourself to save someone else every single time? All Might finally spoke. Young Midoriya just needs some practice. I already taught him the basics. He just needs to circulate One for All in his body, and he won't hurt himself. Izuku groaned from the side, rubbing the back of his neck like he had just been assigned extra homework. I tried, but I cannot grasp it, All Might. Microwaving the egg is not working. I raised an eyebrow, looking between them like they had lost their demon minds. The F are you talking about? Language, All Might said immediately, looking like he rehearsed that line for years. Then, with the patience of a saint, or maybe a guy used to working with idiots, he added, that is how I use One for All. I circulate the power akin to microwaving an egg. I blinked at him. You're seriously trying to teach him how to handle world-ending power with microwave metaphors? That's your big plan? Izuku nodded like this was a normal thing. He said the power should flow evenly, like heat around an egg in the microwave. For F's sake, I muttered, dragging my hand down my face. Izuku, do you imagine heat coming from all directions to the egg in the center? Izuku nodded again, looking confused at my reaction. Yeah, like it's heating evenly. I cut him off with a groan. Just because we're poor doesn't mean our technology is from the Dark Ages. Microwave trays spin, dumbass. That's how heat gets distributed evenly. Izuku stared at me like I had just revealed the secrets of the universe. Wait, the tray spins? Oh my God. I crouched down in the sand, yanked a stick from the ground, and started drawing. This is you. I jabbed the stick into the sand, drawing a sad little egg shape. This is the power. I made a circle around it. And this, I spun the stick around the egg, is the tray that moves to make sure the power flows evenly. You aren't the heat. You're the egg on the diamond spinning tray. Izuku tilted his head, his eyebrows furrowing. So, I'm not the microwave? No, you're not the microwave. I snapped. You're just the thing sitting in the middle trying not to explode. The power is the heat. You don't force it all at once, you let it spin naturally. Got it? He frowned, staring at the sand like it held the answers to life. But how do I make it spin? I groaned and jabbed the stick into the sand again. You don't make it spin. You let it happen. You're overthinking it like you do with literally everything. You're not trying to outsmart the power, you're trying to work with it. Stop fighting it and just let it do its thing. All Might nodded from the side. That's an interesting way to frame it, Ryo. Perhaps I should have explained it more clearly. No sheet, I said, standing up and tossing the stick aside. You're out here giving him cooking analogies like he's Gordon Ramsay. The guy can barely boil water. Hey! Izuku protested, finally snapping out of his egg-induced trance. I can cook. Burning toast doesn't count, I shot back. Now, do you get it or not? Izuku rubbed his chin, glancing between the sand drawing and his hands. I think so. I'm not forcing the power. I'm letting it flow naturally, like the tray spinning the egg. Yes, I said, clapping my hands like a sarcastic teacher. Congratulations, you're now smarter than a microwave. Try it. Izuku took a deep breath, holding his hands out in front of him. His fingers twitched slightly as he closed his eyes, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then, faint sparks of energy started crackling around his arms, glowing faintly. See? I said, crossing my arms. Not that hard, was it? Izuku opened his eyes, staring at the faint glow around his hands. It's working? Of course it's working, I said. It's not rocket science. It's basic common sense. Izuku glanced at All Might, who gave him an approving nod. Well done, young Midoriya. You're finally beginning to understand the essence of one for all. Izuku grinned, the glow around his arms fading as he relaxed. Thank you, All Might. And thanks, Ryu. Yeah, I said, waving him off. Just don't blow yourself up again. Mom will kill me if you come home in pieces. All Might stepped forward, his hands resting on his hips. Ryo, you've got an interesting way of explaining things. Have you considered teaching? I snorted. Me? Teaching? Yeah, that's a disaster waiting to happen. You would have a class full of kids learning how to solve problems by hitting them with bats. Izuku laughed nervously. He's not wrong. Exactly, I said. I'm better off sticking to what I do best, keeping this idiot alive and making fun of people who deserve it. All Might chuckled lightly. Still, your perspective is unique. Don't underestimate its value. I'll put that on my resume, I said, already turning toward the water. Now, if we're done with the egg talk, I'm going for a swim. Wait, what? Izuku said, startled. It's cold out. Better than listening to you microwave yourself again, I said, tossing my hoodie onto the driftwood. Try not to overthink it while I'm gone. I jogged toward the water, leaving Izuku and All Might standing by the sand drawings. Hopefully, this tray-spinning nonsense would stick in his head long enough to keep him from breaking himself again. I would just have to hit him with a stick until he got it. To read up to 75 advanced chapters, 25 for each novel, and support me. Patreon.com TheFanficGod 1. Please drop a comment and like the chapter. 7 comment. Chapter 12. Discord.ggq5kwmtkrf. Join my Discord. Spring arrived, and Izuku and I were about to go to high school. The most prestigious hero academy in the country, maybe the world. Wow, right? Hope there will be some chicks. Brimmed in our uniforms, we stood before Mom. She looked like she was about to cry any second now. She held both of us in a tight hug, muttering something about how proud she was. It was one of those moments that should have been sweet, but all I could think about was how much longer I would have to stand here before my ribs caved in. Mom, seriously. We're not dying. It's just school, I said, trying to wiggle out of her grip without looking like an ungrateful bee. I know, she said, finally letting go. It's just, you're both growing up so fast. And my boy's in UA. Her hands were suddenly on Izuku's face, squishing his cheeks like he was 5 again. Izuku, don't forget to eat properly. And try not to break every bone in your body, all right? Please? Izuku nodded, or at least tried to, though her grip on his face made it look more like he was having a seizure. Why is Mom? She turned to me, her hands twitching like she wanted to grab my face too but thought better of it. And don't start fights. Please. Who, me? I said, feigning shock. I'm a model student, Mom. Straight as, never a problem. She gave me a look that could melt steel. Ryu. Fine, fine, I said, throwing my hands up. I'll try not to traumatize anyone on the first day. That's the best I'm going to get, isn't it? She muttered, shaking her head. Alright, you two. Go on. But call me when you get there. And don't forget your lunches. She handed Izuku a bento box and shoved another into my hands before I could protest. We stepped out the door, and the fresh spring air hit me like a cold shower. The cherry blossoms were doing their whole aesthetic thing, pink petals floating around like we were in some sappy coming-of-age movie. I glanced at Izuku, who was clutching his bento like it was a holy relic. Dude, relax. It's not like they're going to kick us out for looking nervous, I said, adjusting my uniform collar. Though, if you trip on the way in, I'm not helping you up. I won't trip, he said quickly, though the way he gripped his bento said otherwise. Sure, I said, smirking. And I'm Midnight's secret lover. I wish. The walk to the train station wasn't long, but it felt like it. Izuku kept fidgeting, mumbling something about making a good first impression and not messing up. I ignored most of it, focusing instead on the fact that every other kid walking toward the station looked like they already written their hero acceptance speeches. A girl with long green hair walked by, her uniform perfectly ironed, her bag slung over her shoulder like she was modeling for a UA brochure. A guy with some kind of tail quirk was chatting with his friends, his laugh loud enough to make birds scatter. The train ride was packed, as expected. Izuku clutched the pole like it was the only thing keeping him upright, while I leaned against the door, scanning the crowd. Most of the kids here were probably UA hopefuls, their shiny new uniforms giving them away. I caught snippets of conversations, talk about quirks, rankings, and who their favorite pro heroes were. One guy was loudly bragging about how his quirk could melt steel beams 9 out of 11 times. Sure, buddy. And I can juggle 0-pointers for fun. When we finally got to UA, the sheer size of the place hit me like a punch to the face. The main building looked like someone had taken a regular school and fed it steroids. Glass, steel, and a whole lot of "we're better than you" energy. Kids were milling around everywhere, some gawking at the architecture, others already forming cliques like this was some kind of hero-themed high school drama. Holy see, Izuku muttered, staring up at the main building like it was the gates of heaven. Impressive, huh? I said, smirking. Hope it lives up to the hype. As we walked through the main gates, I couldn't help but notice a few eyes on us. Maybe it was Izuku's nervous energy, or maybe it was just me radiating pure badassery. Either way, I shot a quick grin at a group of girls standing nearby. One of them whispered something to her friend, and they both giggled. Not bad, I muttered. Not bad at all. Izuku elbowed me. Ryu, focus. We have to find our homeroom. Relax, Waterworks, I said, pulling out my phone to check the map. Class 1A, right? It's on the first floor. We made our way inside, weaving through the sea of first years. The hallways were just as impressive as the outside, high ceilings, sleek floors, and the kind of clean that made you feel guilty for even breathing too hard. Izuku kept glancing around like he was expecting All Might to pop out of a closet and yell, "Surprise!" When we finally found 1A, the door was already open and the classroom was starting to fill up. I glanced around, taking in the competition. Spiky-haired dude who looked like he just rolled out of bed? Pink-skinned girl with a grin that screamed, "Chaos?" Serious-looking guy with glasses who was already sitting stiff as a board? Double check. Izuku froze the moment we stepped inside, his eyes landing on none other than Katsuki Bakugo. The guy was lounging in his seat like he owned the place, his signature scowl already in place. Oh great, I muttered. Boom boom boys here. Bakugo's eyes snapped to us, and his scowl deepened. Figures you two would end up here. I smirked, leaning against the door frame. Miss me already, Bakugo? Don't worry, I'll make sure you don't get bored. Shut the hell up, Ryu, he snapped, leaning forward slightly. Try not to embarrass yourself, all right? Embarrass myself? I said, raising an eyebrow. Buddy, I got first place. You're the one playing catch-up. Veins on his temple swelled. Bakugo looked like he was about to charge at me. What do you think, second place? I teased, dragging out the words just enough to make it sting. His glare sharpened, and he stood abruptly, hands slamming against the desk. Say that again, you smug piece of sheet. I leaned casually against the doorframe, tossing a smirk his way. Second, please. Need me to spell it out for you? Esiso. Shut the hell up. Bakugo barked, already half out of his seat. His chair screeched back, and for a second, I thought he might actually lunge. The classroom was dead silent now, every pair of eyes locked on us like they just stumbled onto the first act of a gladiator match. Wow, already losing it? I gestured vaguely at him. Might want to save some of that rage for the villains, champ. Ryo, Izuka muttered from behind me, voice low. Maybe don't. I waved him off without looking. Relax, waterworks. I'm just having a little fun. Right, boom boom? Bakugo's hands twitched, tiny sparks. Crackling at his palms. You think you're hot sheet, huh? First place doesn't mean anything. I'll blow past you the second this year starts. Uh-huh, I said, nodding mockingly. I'm sure second place feels super motivating. Keep telling yourself that. A sharp laugh came from somewhere in the middle of the room. The pink-skinned girl I noticed earlier had her head resting in her hand, grinning openly at the spectacle. Dimin, this is great. First day and we've already got fireworks. You two gonna fight, or should we sell tickets first? Keep talking, Pinky, Bakugo snapped, throwing her a glance. You wanna go next? She shrugged. Nah, I'm good. Watching you implode is entertainment enough. Bakugo's scowl deepened, but before he could say anything, the guy with glasses stood up so fast his chair scraped loudly against the floor. Enough of this. He adjusted his glasses with the kind of aggressive precision that practically screamed try hard. This is a prestigious institution, not some back alley brawl. Both of you need to show some decorum. I tilted my head at him. And you need to show some chill, Four Eyes. Decorum is crucial for future heroes, he snapped, pointing at me like I personally insulted his entire bloodline. If you can't conduct yourselves properly, how do you expect to be role models? Pretty sure nobody's looking to Boom Boom Boy for role models, I said. And as for me, I'll be fine. People love an underdog. I'll kill you, Bakugo yelled, stepping fully into the aisle now. His explosions popped louder, and his whole body was practically vibrating with fury. Kill me? I raised an eyebrow. Come on, shithands, what, you gonna cry after too? I mean, you're already halfway there. That's it. He lunged forward, but before he could even get halfway, another voice cut through the room. Sit down before I make you. The entire class turned toward the voice. A human centipede in a sleeping bag was sprawled behind the teacher's desk. No one had noticed him before. He lazily unzipped part of the bag, lifting a sleep mask to reveal bloodshot eyes that looked like they hadn't known rest in years. You're too loud, he muttered flatly. Bakugo froze mid-step, his glare shifting to the man now squirming out of the sleeping bag like an awkward caterpillar. The class watched as he stood, scratched his head, and pointed at Bakugo without looking directly at him. Sit. Bakugo hesitated, clearly weighing his options. And who the hell are you? The man's eyes narrowed. Your teacher. Aizawa Shoyuda. Homeroom. Now sit down before I expel you for being a nuisance. The room went silent. Bakugo clicked his tongue but finally returned to his seat, slamming into it hard enough to make the desk rattle. I could feel the frustration radiating off him from 2 rows away. Whatever. Once we were all seated, Aizawa unceremoniously kicked the sleeping bag into a corner and stepped to the front of the class. All right, listen up. This is UA High. You're not here to make friends, start fights, or waste my time. You're here to train and become heroes. If you can't handle that, leave now. No one moved. He scanned the room, his eyes lingering just long enough on each of us to make it clear he was sizing us up. But let's get this over with. He pulled a clipboard from seemingly nowhere and tapped it. Orientation's cancelled. We're skipping straight to your quirk apprehension test. Several students exchanged confused glances. I could already feel the question bubbling up in someone's throat before they spoke. Sure enough, Glasses Guy shot up from his seat like a jack-in-the-box. "Excuse me, sensei," he said, voice clipped. "What about the entrance ceremony? And guidance for the first day?" Aizawa didn't even look up from his clipboard. "Don't care. If you want guidance, ask the principal. If you want to be a hero, stand up, get moving, and prove you belong here." Pink Girl leaned back in her chair, smirking. "Well, this just got interesting." "Wait, what kind of test?" Izuku blurted out, immediately wilting under Aizawa's glare. "The kind that tells me whether you're worth keeping around," Aizawa said. "We'll be testing your quirks in a series of physical exercises. Simple stuff. Running, throwing, endurance. The difference is, you're using your quirks. Oh, and one more thing." He paused, letting the silence drag just long enough to make it uncomfortable. "Whoever performs the worst gets expelled." Immediately, the room erupted into chaos. "Expelled?" someone shouted from the back. "You've got to be kidding," another voice chimed in. "This has to be a joke," Izuku whispered, looking like he might pass out. Aizawa yawned, scratching the back of his head. "It's not. UA has a reputation to uphold. If you can't cut it here, you're gone. Simple as that." "Bring it," Bakugo said, leaning back in his seat with a cocky grin. Aizawa clapped his hands once, the sound sharp enough to shut everyone up. "All right, that's enough whining. Get changed and meet me at the field. You've got 10 minutes. To read up to 75 advanced chapters, 25 for each novel, and support me. Patreon.com TheFanficGod 1. Please drop a comment and like the chapter. Comment. 5 comment. Chapter 3 boys. Discord.ggq5kwmtkrf. Join my Discord. The changing room was tense, to say the least. Half the guys were quiet, probably freaking out about the whole expelled thing, while the other half were hyping themselves up like they were about to compete in the Olympics. Wait, UA is new Olympics. I looked around the changing room. A bunch of kids trying to look tough, a few clearly already bricking it, and Bakugo sitting in the corner, radiating "don't talk to me" vibes like his personal brand depended on it. Whatever. These guys were going to be my underlings sooner or later, so I might as well get introductions out of the way. No point wasting time. I clapped my hands once, loud enough to get everyone's attention. "All right, boys, listen up. I'm Ryo Midoria. That over there," I pointed at Izuku, who was struggling with his gym shirt, "is my foolish brother, Izuku Midoriya. We're stepbrothers, and no, he doesn't get stuck in the washing machine." Redhead let out a sharp laugh from the corner. "Man, you didn't have to start with that. Now I can't unhear it." Izuku flailed, almost tripping over his breathes. "Aryu, stop saying weird stuff. No one thought that until you brought it up." "Speak for yourself," Wild Blonde piped up, tying his shoelaces. "I'm already imagining it, and let me tell you, it's hilarious." A fancy blonde, who was busy adjusting his belt like it was some kind of family heirloom, raised a hand delicately. "Stepbrother or not, I think the more pressing question is, why does he look so serious about his shirt? It's not haute couture, mon ami. High fashion, my friend. Because it's tight." Izuku yelped, tugging at the fabric. "More like your brain's tight," I muttered, shaking my head. "Anyway, back to the point. We're in Class 1A together now, so might as well figure out who's who." Redhead stepped forward, grinning like he'd already decided we were best friends. "I'm Ijiro Kirishima. Quirk, hardening. Let's work hard and kick butt together." "Hardening ta," I said, nodding. "Cool quirk. You look like the kind of guy who would challenge a tank to a fistfight." "Dimmin' right I would." Kirishima laughed, flexing. "It's manly as hell." "Or stupid," I added, smirking. "But sure, we'll call it manly." Blonde guy stood up, dusting off his shorts. "Name's Denki Kaminari. Quirk. Electrification. Basically, I'm a walking power grid, so if anyone needs a phone charge, hit me up." "Good to know," I said. "What's the downside? Do you blow fuses or something?" "Worse," a smiley guy chimed in from the side, leaning casually against a locker. "He short-circuits his own brain." Kaminari shot him a glare. Hey, it's not that bad. Yeah, you just go full Pikachu after using your quirk for 2 seconds, Smiley guy shot back, smirking. We were in the same group in the entrance exam. It was hilarious. Speaking of quirks, I said, cutting in, what's yours, discount Luffy? Ditas. Anyways, call me Hantaciro, he said, holding up his elbow and shooting out a strip of tape. I can shoot tape from my arms. It's great for tying people up. A small creature, who had been weirdly quiet until now, perked up. Tying people up, you say? Don't even start, I said, shooting him a warning look. He used perv. And who the hell are you, anyway? You look like someone left a grape in the sun too long. I'm Minor Mineta, he said, puffing out his chest like he thought it made him look cool. My quirks pop off. I can pull these sticky ball off my head and throw them. Once they stick to something, they don't come off. Sticky ball, huh? I said, smirking. Bet that comes in handy with the ladies. Mineta's face lit up like a Christmas tree. Right? You get it. No, I said flatly. I really don't. A birdman stepped out of the shadows, because of course he was standing in the shadows. Fumikage Tokoyami. My quirk is Dark Shadow. It's a sentient shadow that fights with me. Cool, I said, nodding. I'll try not to PSS it off. Or you look like you would write poetry about my death. Perhaps, Tokoyami said cryptically, stepping back into the dim corner like he said enough. A big guy, who had been quietly tying his shoes, finally spoke up. Rikido Sato. My quirk's Sugar Rush. The more sugar I eat, the stronger I get. Solid, I said. So what, you're like a muscle-bound Willy Wonka? Sato chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Something like that. But I've got to watch how much I use it, or I crash. Noted, I said, turning to the boy with the red and white head, who had been silent the whole time. And you? You've got the ice and fire thing going on, right? Pretty flashy. He looked at me with the kind of blank expression that said he was already over this conversation. Shoto Todoroki. Yes. That's it? I asked, raising an eyebrow. No fun facts? No hobbies? Nothing? No, Todoroki said simply. Cool, I said, turning back to the group. Well, that was depressing. Anyone else feel like we're in a therapy session? Kirishima laughed. Hey, at least we're getting to know each other. That's important for teamwork, right? Teamwork. Bakugo finally spoke up, his voice dripping with disdain. You think we're here to hold hands and sing campfire songs? We're here to win, not make friends. I smirked, walking over to his corner. Yeah, we get it, boom boom. You're too cool for friends. Let me guess, you'll just blow your way to the top, right? Right, Bakugo growled, sparks popping from his hands. And when I do, I'll crush you, Ryu. Cute, I said, patting him on the shoulder before stepping back. Looking forward to it. Aoyama, who had been checking his reflection in a compact mirror, finally chimed in. You're all so intense. It's exhausting just listening to you. I prefer to let my brilliance speak for itself. And what brilliance is that? I asked, folding my arms. He struck a dramatic pose, his belt gleaming under the fluorescent lights. My quirk is Naval Laser. A beam of light as dazzling as my personality. Dazzling? Kaminari said, snickering. I would say it's more like blinding. Silence, peasant, Aoyama said with a wave of his hand. You wouldn't understand the burden of being this fabulous. All right, you three, let's hear it. Name, quirk, and fun fact, unless you're too cool for that like Todoroki over there. The tall, multi-armed guy stepped forward. His whole vibe screamed, gentle giant who could snap you in half but probably wouldn't unless you deserved it. Mizo Shoji. My quirk is dupli arms. I can extend and replicate my limbs, including sensory organs. I stared at him for a second. Wait, so you can grow extra eyes, ears, and mouths? Like, if you wanted, you could hold an entire conversation with yourself. Shoji nodded. I grinned. That's both cool and deeply disturbing. Bet you could do a killer ventriloquist act. Shoji just chuckled. Haven't tried. I squinted. Lie it. I bet you practice in the mirror. Tailed guy stepped up next, rolling his shoulders like he was warming up for a fight. I'm Mashireo Ojiro. My quirk is tail. Pretty self-explanatory. I glanced at the long, powerful tail swaying behind him. You ever just trip people with it for fun? Ojiro looked mildly offended. No. I use it for combat. Missed opportunity, I muttered. If I had a tail, I would be sweeping legs every chance I got. You ever just slap someone with it and pretend it was an accident? Ojiro sighed. No. I shook my head. Man, you're wasting potential. Finally, I turned to Four Eyes, who was standing so stiffly I thought he might actually be a mannequin brought to life. And you, Mr. Business Casual? What's your deal? Ida adjusted his glasses with that dramatic karate chop motion and stood even straighter. Impressive, considering I thought his spine was already maxed out in rigidity. I am Tenya Ida. My quirk is engine. I have enhanced speed, thanks to the engines in my legs. Cool stuff. I rolled my eyes. All right, that leaves my brother Izuku and number 2. I glanced at Bakugo, who froze for a split second, his eyes narrowing dangerously as if he wasn't sure whether I was talking about his ranking in the exam or calling him literal sheet. Either way, it got the reaction I wanted. Before Boom Boom Boy could explode, literally or figuratively, I turned to Izuku, ignoring the fact that my brother looked like he wanted to crawl into a locker and hide. So, Izuku, your quirk is? What do you even call it? Izuku flinched like I just thrown a shoe at him. Oh, it's called Smash, he stammered, fidgeting with the hem of his shirt. It lets me temporarily enhance my strength and speed by a lot. By a lot? Kaminari raised an eyebrow. Like, how much are we talking? Enough to break walls? Lift cars? Enough to break his own bones, I said dryly, giving Izuku a pointed look. It's not supposed to do that. Izuku protested, his face turning red. I'm just still figuring it out. Sure, figuring it out, I muttered, smirking. Translation: my brother is a human glass cannon. Hits hard but shatters on impact. Real inspiring stuff. Hey! Izuku pouted, his voice cracking. Kirishima laughed, slapping Izuku on the back so hard the poor guy nearly toppled forward. Man, that's hardcore. Breaking your own bones just to win? That's super manly. Izuku blinked at him, clearly unsure whether to take that as a compliment or a warning to never PSS Kirishima off. And you, Ryo? Siro asked, crossing his arms. You got a quirk, or are you just here to look pretty? First of all, I'm always pretty, I said, smirking. Second, my quirk is, I trailed off, pretending to think about it. Well, let's just say I hit hard, move fast, and don't die as easily as some of you. Let's just say my abilities are unique. Bakugo scoffed, slamming his locker shut. TC, unique? You're just a lucky little. Don't think you're hot CRP just because you got first place. Thanks for caring so much, Katsuki, I said, giving him a mock bow. You're always thinking about me. It's touching, really. I exaggeratedly presented him like a goddamn game show host, and our very own number 2 has the legendary quirk. Drumroll please, Izuku. Hands sweat. Bakugo's whole body tensed, and for a moment, I swore I saw an actual vein bulging out of his forehead. It is explosion, you BC. I nodded, completely unfazed. Right. Now that I think about it, do you explode your pee-pee every time you striptease? Or do you refrain from touching it altogether? Bakugo lunged, hands sparking. I am going to kill you. Siro whistled. Man, that's a real question though. No, it's not. Bakugo snapped. Kaminari smirked. Nah, bro, we're all wondering now. I mean, do you just, power through? Or is it a no-go zone? Todoroki spoke from the side. A controlled explosion could technically work if he's careful. Kirishima burst out laughing. Holy shit, Todoroki just analyzed it like it was a math problem. Shut up. Bakugo barked, still sparking. I ain't talking about my D, with you degenerates. Sounds like someone has a problem, I mused, dodging a small explosion. Maybe a doctor should check if everything still functions down there. Mineta, of all people, decided to pipe up. Wouldn't want any, misfires. Bakugo turned on him so fast Mineta practically shrank into himself. I swear to God I will end you. Dude, relax, Kirishima said, still grinning. We're just messing with you. Some of us are, Siro muttered. Some of us are genuinely curious. You know what? Screw all of you, Bakugo growled, throwing himself back onto the bench and crossing his arms. Hope you all FNG fail. Aoyama, who had been polishing his belt, looked up. Mon Dieu, such vulgarity. My God. I stretched, ignoring Bakugo's death glare. Anyway, time to go humble some people. First day tests, let's get it. We headed out to the field, where Aizawa stood, looking as done with life as ever. Beyond. You lot take too long. Some of us were busy debating the explosive properties of personal habits, I said. Aizawa did not react. Either he was a pro at ignoring bullshit, or he was too tired to care. His hair was doing that gravity-defying thing that made him look perpetually set off, but his expression was flat enough to make it unclear if he even processed half the CRP we had been saying. He stared at his clipboard for a moment, then finally looked up. Midoriya, he said. For a second, I thought he was talking to Izuku, but his eyes were on me. Actually no. You're both Midoriyas, aren't you? I nodded, already bracing myself for whatever was about to come out of his mouth. Alright, I will call one of you Stutter, he said to Izuku, deadpan, before turning to me. And the other Thug. Wait no. You would probably like that. In right I would, I muttered, crossing my arms. Fine. You're Midoriya, he said, pointing at me. He turned to Izuku. And you're Stutter. Izuku froze. What? Stutter. Did I stutter? Aizawa asked, then moved on before Izuku could even process the question. Midoriya, he said, looking back at me. What was your record for the softball throw in middle school? I shrugged. Does never cared enough to check count as a record? Aizawa's gaze didn't waver. No. All right then. I don't know. Probably not great. He ignored me once more, turning his attention to Bakugo. And you? What was your record? Bakugo grinned, already looking smug. 67 meters. No quirk. Aizawa jotted something down, then looked back at me. Midoriya. You're up first. Let's see what you can do. Aizawa tossed the softball at me. I caught it without much thought, rolling it once in my palm. I stepped in, stretching my shoulders. Limit Breaker was still active, my stats tripled. My base strength was All Might's autographed training gloves boosted that by 15%. With the multiplier, I was sitting comfortably at ridiculous. Aizawa yawned. Throw when ready. Bakugo leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees. Better not half-butt it, dumbass. I smirked, cracking my neck. Half-butt? Come on, boom boom, have a little faith. A normal adult has a strength stat of mine is sitting at 27, multiplied by 3, thanks to Limit Breaker. That makes it add another 15% from these gloves, and, well, you do the math. Not bad for a guy chucking a ball. I gave the softball one last spin in my hand, planted my feet, and swung my arm back. No frills, no fancy wind-up, just a simple overhand throw with all the power I could manage. The ball tore through the air like a diamond missile. The sound of it cutting through the sky was sharp, almost like a WHP crack. It rocketed upward, flying so fast it became a blur. Heads craned, everyone squinting against the sun as they tried to follow its path. Even Aizawa, who looked like he was one bad day away from retiring, raised an eyebrow. The softball soared until it was just a speck, then disappeared entirely. I figured it was still going, probably heading for orbit. Good luck to the next satellite it smacks into. To read up to 75 advanced chapters, 25 for each novel, and support me. Patreon.com TheFanficGod 1. Please drop a comment and like the chapter. Comment. 10 comment. Chapter 14, Karaoke. Discord.ggq5kwmtkrf. Join my Discord. A loud beep came from Aizawa's device. He glanced at the screen. 403 meters. The field went silent for a second. DMN, Kaminari muttered, wide-eyed. That's insane. Kirishima let out a low whistle. Manly as hell, though. I stepped out of the circle, shrugging like it was no big deal. What can I say? I'm just built different. Bakugo stormed toward the circle, shoving past me with enough force to rattle my shoulder. Built different, my butt? He growled. Move over. I'll show you how it's done. Aizawa raised a hand to stop Bakugo in his tracks. Get back in line. That was just a demonstration. We're starting with the 50-meter dash. Bakugo froze, glaring at him. Teeth, whatever. He stomped back to his spot, hands stuffed in his pockets, sparks still flickering from his palms. Aizawa didn't wait for any more protests. Pair up. You'll run side by side. First pair, Midoria and Ida. Izuku flinched, his eyes darting to me. Which one? Aizawa sighed. Stutter. You're up. Ida adjusted his glasses, his posture stiff as always. Understood, sensei. He turned to Izuku. Let us give it our best effort. Izuku nodded quickly. Why yeah. They stepped up to the starting line. Ida crouched down like he was ready to launch into next week. Izuku, meanwhile, looked like he was trying to figure out where his feet were supposed to go. Aizawa hit the stopwatch. Go! Ida shot forward, engines roaring as he took off like a bullet. Izuku followed a split second later, moving faster than I expected. Looked like his quirk problem was under control for now, no bones snapping, no face planting. He wasn't as fast as Ida, but he wasn't embarrassing himself either. Ida reached the finish line in 3.04 seconds, slowing down with the kind of precision that screamed, nerd. Izuku crossed a moment later at 4.12 seconds, breathing but smiling. Decent, Aizawa muttered, jotting it down. Next pair. The runs went by quickly. Kaminari tripped halfway through his dash, blaming it on static interference. Kirishima barreled through like a freight train, yelling something about manliness. Tsuru's tape helped him keep balance but didn't do much for his speed. Mineta looked like he was being chased by his own regrets. Finally, it was my turn. Aizawa called me up alongside Bakugo. The guy was practically vibrating with energy, his hands sparking as he glared at me. This'll be fun, I said, stepping up to the line. Shut up, Bakugo growled. Aizawa's hand hovered over the stopwatch. Ready. Go. Bakugo blasted off immediately, explosions propelling him forward. I followed, not bothering with any theatrics. My boosted stats did the work for me, carrying me across the finish line in 4.11 seconds, just ahead of Bakugo's 4. Bakugo spun around, furious. What the hell? You're cheating, aren't you? Using my quirk, I corrected, brushing imaginary dust off my shoulder. Isn't that the point? Enough, Aizawa said, not even looking up from his clipboard. Next event. Grip strength. We moved to the grip strength testers, and the results were about what you would expect. Shoji crushed his test with a ridiculous score, his extra arms giving him an obvious advantage. Sato's sugar-fueled strength wasn't far behind. Bakugo got a solid score, though he looked ready to explode again when mine came in just slightly higher. I didn't even have to try that hard, Limit Breaker carried me through. Next, Aizawa said, leading us to the standing long jump. Mina cleared the sandpit with ease, her acid giving her a boost mid-air. Uraraka floated across like it was nothing, her quirk making her look more like a balloon than a human. I jumped far enough to make a solid impression but didn't bother trying to break any records. No point in showing off every time. The repeated side steps were chaotic. Kaminari kept tripping over his own feet, and Mineta was the first with bouncing between two ball. The ball throw came next, and Bakugo practically threw himself at the circle, eager to prove something. He wound up, launched the ball, and sent it flying with a deafening explosion. Aizawa checked the screen. 705 meters. Bakugo smirked, turning to me. Beat that a-hole. I stepped up, tossing the ball casually in one hand. Relax, boom boom. It's not a competition. Like hell it's not, he snapped. Next, Aizawa called, moving us along before Bakugo could explode. The distance run was straightforward. Most of the class was breathing by the end, but my stamina stat kept me going without breaking a sweat. Izuku held his own, his quirk giving him a noticeable edge. Ida, of course, made everyone else look like they were jogging. The seated toe touch and sit-ups were uneventful. Most of us got decent scores, though Mineta spent more time complaining than actually doing the exercises. Aizawa didn't even bother scolding him. He just made a note on his clipboard. By the time we finished, everyone was looking a little worse for wear, except for me, obviously. Bakugo was still glaring at me like he wanted to set me on fire, while Izuku looked relieved that he made it through without breaking anything. Aizawa finally looked up from his clipboard, addressing the group. Alright, that's enough. Results will be posted later. For now, go back to class. What about the expulsion thing? Someone asked nervously. Yeah, what's the deal with that? Kaminari added, glancing around. Is someone really getting kicked out? Aizawa yawned. No. It was a logical ruse to motivate you. The collective sigh of relief was almost deafening. Don't get comfortable, Aizawa added. If you start slacking, I won't hesitate to drop you. Now go. We trudged back to the classroom, everyone too tired to talk much. Izuku shot me a grateful look, clearly relieved that his quirk hadn't been an issue. I just smirked, giving him a thumbs up. I walked to the front of the class and waved at the pink girl. We had met during the entrance exam, she even KS'd me. She waved back. Then I turned to Uraraka. Dimon, she was cute. Hello, everyone, I said, loud enough to get their attention. It is I, Ryu Midoriya, the charming classmate you all have been blessed with. And I believe it is high time we met. And by we, I mean the girls and me. The reactions were instant. Ding, dude, Kaminari snickered. That was smooth as sandpaper. Mina grinned. Wow, straight to the point. I respect it. Why only the girls? Siro asked, smirking. Because, my tape-spitting friend, life is too short to waste on sausage fests, I said, stepping forward. Mina grinned, tilting her head. Charming, huh? Confident much? Confidence is just knowing the truth before everyone else does, I said, leaning slightly on a desk. Speaking of, we already met during the exam. You still owe me an apology for that kill steal. I owe you nothing, she shot back, crossing her arms. You were too slow. Or maybe you were too desperate for an easy point, I countered. She rolled her eyes but smirked. All right, fine. Next time, I'll let you get crushed and see how that works out for you. See? Now we're bonding, I said, turning to Uraraka. And you, Miss Gravity, what do you think? Is it charming, or is my brother here outshining me? Uraraka blinked. Freckles? She glanced at him, then back at me. I mean, he's nice, but you've got a different kind of, Go on, I prompted, enjoying how her eyes darted around. Confidence, she finished, sounding unsure if it was a compliment or an insult. Exactly. Someone gets it, I said, gesturing toward Uraraka like she had just won a prize. Seriously though, let's go and get to know each other. Karaoke, anyone? Mina perked up immediately. Oh hell yeah. First day bonding? I'm down. Kirishima grinned. Sounds manly as hell. I'm in. Kaminari leaned forward. Wait, are we talking like a full-on karaoke joint or someone's living room with bad YouTube instrumentals? Depends, I said, smirking. You got a problem with making a fool of yourself in public? Bro, I live for that, Kaminari shot back. Then we're going to an actual place, I said, rolling my shoulders. None of that sing into a hairbrush at home bullshit. Real question, Siro cut in. Can anyone here actually sing, or are we just going to be screaming into mics like a bunch of dying cats? Confidence over skill, I said. Karaoke law. Yeah, tell that to the poor bee who has to hear you, Bakugo muttered. Like you've got room to talk, I shot back. Bet you only know how to scream through songs. Bakugo's eye twitched. I will kill you. Not before the second verse, I said, smirking. Mina clapped her hands. Alright, so that's 4 of us in. Who else? Uraraka hesitated, then shrugged. Sounds fun. Glasses? I asked just to see what he would do. Predictably, he adjusted his glasses. I do not believe. Great, you're coming, I interrupted, moving on before he could finish. Wait. Too late. Anyone else? I shall attend, Aoyama said, striking a pose like this was some formal event. I was born to perform. That's 7, Shiro counted. Not bad for a last-minute thing. I turned to Todoroki, who had been silent through all of this. What about you, Ice Cube? You coming? He stared at me. No. Shocker, Kaminari muttered. All right, your loss, I said. Anyone else backing out? Do we need reservations? Ida asked, clearly still processing the fact that he was now involved. Kaminari waved him off. Dude, it's a karaoke place, not a 5-star restaurant. We'll be fine. Mineta was already breathing funny, probably imagining being in a room full of girls and somehow thinking this would be his big break. Before he could open his mouth and say something that would ruin the vibe, I clapped a hand on his shoulder. Before you start, I said, keep it together. You pull any weird sheet, and I swear I'll replace your bento with super glue. Mineta gulped. I wasn't gonna do anything. I just think it's a great idea. Group bonding. Very important. Mina smirked. Right, totally believe that. I turned to the others. Anyone else? Bujiro? Shoji? You guys got lives, or are you planning to go home and meditate or something? Ojiro shrugged. I don't really sing, but I don't mind hanging out. Shoji nodded. I'll pass on the singing, but I'll come. Jiro scoffed. Some of you should definitely pass on the singing. Kaminari leaned toward her. Ding, you gonna judge us before we even start? She crossed her arms. I have ears. I know how this is gonna go. Uraraka laughed. It can't be that bad, right? Depends, Jiro said. How much second-hand embarrassment can you handle? Hagakure bounced on her heels. Oh, we should do duets. Maybe a competition. Mina clapped her hands together. Now that's an idea. Yeah, let's put Kaminari and Bakugo in a round and see who shouts the loudest, Shiro said. Kirishima grinned. Bro, I'll take Bakugo as my partner. We'll kill it. Bakugo scowled. I'm not going. I tilted my head. You sure? You could finally scream legally without getting detention. Shut the hell up, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu, who had been watching quietly, finally spoke up. I'll come, but I won't be singing. Kaminari turned to Todoroki. You sure? Todoroki didn't even glance up. No. Bro, come on, Kirishima said. You don't gotta sing. Just chill with us. No. Kirishima sighed. All right, fine. Tsuyu tilted her head. I will come. It sounds fun. Tokoyami crossed his arms. I shall attend. The darkness appreciates music. I clapped my hands. All right, that's the squad then. Let's move. The karaoke place was a short walk from UA, tucked between a convenience store and a cafe. The kind of place that looked slightly sketchy from the outside but had decent reviews. Inside, the receptionist barely looked up from her phone. How many? 19, I said. She glanced up, clearly surprised that this many teenagers had nothing better to do. Big group. You get the large room. Hourly or unlimited. I turned to the others. We stopping at an hour, or are we going full send? Kirishima grinned. Full send. I nodded. Unlimited. We entered the large karaoke room and I grabbed the menu, flipping through it. Izuku hovered next to me. Ryu, do you have money for all this? I looked at him. Bro, of course not. We're splitting the cost. Izuku looked around at everyone getting settled. You sure that's gonna work? Doesn't matter. We already ordered. I passed the menu to Kaminari, who immediately started picking the most overpriced drinks. If they want to fight about it, they can wash dishes. Kirishima threw himself onto one of the couches. Man, this place is awesome. Look at all these song options. Mina was already scrolling through the machine. We're starting with a group song. No arguments. Aoyama dramatically tossed his hair. Ah, a performance worthy of my radiance. Pick something hype, Zero said. No slow sheet. Mineta grabbed a mic, something with good energy. Also, does anyone know if this place has a female staff? Shoji smacked him on the back of the head. Momo sat near the edge of the couch, looking at the menu. We should probably order before we start singing. Already did, I said. Ida adjusted his glasses. Midoriya, that's irresponsible. We should confirm everyone's preferences before. It's karaoke, not a wedding banquet, I cut in. They'll live. Uraraka laughed. What did you even order? Everything Kaminari pointed at. Jiro snorted. Great, so we're getting overpriced nonsense. Kaminari grinned. Hey, I have refined taste. Bullshit. The machine finally picked a song. Mina turned around, grinning. Alright, first up. Group song, Everybody In. Kirishima jumped up. Hell yeah. Bakugo scowled from his corner. I'm not singing. Then shut up and watch. The music started, and chaos immediately followed. Kaminari grabbed a mic and started yelling into it like he was at a rock concert. Kirishima joined in, pounding the table like a drum. Mina and Uraraka actually tried to sing, which made them the only ones carrying the DMN song. Jiro kept grimacing but still sang along, clearly fighting the urge to critique everyone's rhythm. I grabbed a mic and went for the loudest verse, drowning Kaminari out just to PSS him off. He shoved me and I shoved him back. Ida was sitting stiffly, trying to clap along but clearly questioning his life choices. Momo sighed. This is nothing like a proper musical performance. Zero waved her off. That's the point. Aoyama was actually hitting the high notes, completely ignoring the chaos. Tokoyami muttered something about embracing the darkness of sound. Ojiro nodded along, tapping his foot but staying out of the mix range. Hagakure, somewhere in the middle, was just waving her hands in the air. This is the best first day ever. The song ended in complete disorder, half the lyrics butchered beyond recognition. Kaminari threw himself onto the couch. That was incredible. That was awful, Jiro corrected. Mina scrolled for the next song. Okay, solos now. Who's going first? I looked straight at Bakugo. Boom boom, you're up. His eye twitched. Like hell I am. Oh, come on, live a little, Kirishima said. Bakugo scowled but grabbed the mic anyway. He messed with the settings, clearly stalling, but eventually, the intro kicked in. It was some J-pop song, one of those dramatic ones with too many high notes. The first verse hit, and, somehow, he wasn't bad. I leaned back. To think Boom Boom can actually sing. I sighed, loud enough to be heard over the music. Wasted all these years not making him perform. Mina grinned. Diamin, you should have. Bakugo shot us both a glare but kept going. He wasn't belting it out or anything, just singing like he wanted to get through it without embarrassing himself. It wasn't forced either. Natural, almost like he wasn't thinking about it. Kirishima nudged Kaminari. Dude, this is wild. He's actually good. Kaminari nodded. Low-key kinda mad about it. Jiro crossed her arms. Yeah, let's not act like it's shocking. His voice is always loud as hell. Makes sense it would be decent with music. Izuku looked stunned. Kaken never mentioned he could sing. The song hit the chorus, and Bakugo leaned into it a little more, eyes shut like he was pretending none of us were here. Bakugo powered through the last part of the song, holding the final note just long enough to make it clear he wasn't half-butting it. The track ended, and for a moment, the room was quiet. Then Mina started clapping. That was solid. I'm actually impressed. Kirishima grinned. Dude, you've been hiding this talent from us? Bakugo tossed the mic onto the table. Shut up. That's a yes, Zero said. Jiro shrugged. I'll give it to you. You didn't sound like a dying cat. Bakugo clicked his tongue but didn't argue. That was the closest thing to an actual compliment she had ever given. Mina scrolled through the song list. Alright, who's next? Kaminari grabbed the mic. Me, obviously. Oh God, Jiro muttered. You wound me, Kaminari said, hand on his chest like he was some tragic lead in a musical. Prepare yourselves because you're about to witness greatness. He picked an English song, some pop rock anthem, and immediately started singing off-key. Mina winced. I regret this already. Ciro laughed. Oh, this is awful. Keep going. Kaminari ignored the complaints and kept singing, voice cracking in places it absolutely shouldn't. Ida looked physically pained, like he was debating whether or not to step in and stop this violation of sound. Jiro held her head in her hands. This is an insult to music. Hagakure clapped. It's got energy though. Yeah, too much, Uraraka said, laughing. By the time Kaminari finished, there were scattered applause and exaggerated groaning. I grabbed a mic. All right, my turn. The system flashed. Oh God. I would love to see you embarrass yourself, but I will throw you a bone. Due to repeated action you unlock talent. Singing. I stared. That's a joke. Sadly, you are now slightly less terrible at this. Don't waste it. Mina was already flipping through the song list. Pick something good, Ryu. I scrolled through the options, ignoring the peanut gallery. Shut up. Izuku blinked. What? Not you. I ignored him, finding a song. This'll do. The title alone was enough to make Kaminari snicker. Mina leaned over, reading it. Oh, you absolute bisui. Yeah, I said, smirking. This one's for the ladies. Musical note. Wise men say, only fools rush in. Musical note. Mina gasped. No way. Jiro groaned. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Musical note. But I can't help falling in love with you. Musical note. Uraraka covered her face. Oh my God, this is so cheesy. I leaned into it, keeping my voice smooth, letting the song do the work. It was old, iconic, and damn near impossible to screw up. Musical note. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin? If I can't help falling in love with you? Musical note. Hagakure waved her arms. Okay, but he's actually kinda good? Momo sighed. At least it's a respectable song choice. Musical note. Like a river flows, surely to the sea. Darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Musical note. Musical note. Take my hand, take my whole life too. For I can't help falling in love with you. Musical note. I finished, holding the last note just long enough to really sell it. Silence. Then the room erupted. Mina whistled. Ding, Rio, I didn't think you had it in you. Uraraka clapped. That was actually really good. Jiro crossed her arms. Fine. That was decent. I still hate you for doing it. Kaminari fake wiped a tear. A true romantic. Ciro snickered. Legend says 100 old ladies just fell in love with you somewhere. I stretched, tossing the mic onto the table. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how it's done. Bakugo just glared. Hope you trip on your way out. Mina scrolled through the song list. All right, who's next? The night rolled on, full of bad singing, worse dancing, and enough chaos to keep things interesting. Classic Class 1A. To read up to 75 advanced chapters, 25 for each novel, and support me. Patreon.com TheFanficGod 1. Please drop a comment and like the chapter. Comment. Chapter 15. Shove it up your ass. Discord.ggq5kwmtkrf. Join my Discord. The next day, school was normal. So normal that class was having a meltdown. I watched them suffer through present mix English class. Kaminari had his forehead on the desk like he had already given up on life. Kirishima, ever the optimist, was at least trying to follow along, but I could see the struggle in his eyes. Yaoyorozu was nodding along, actually enjoying it. So, who can tell me the mistakes in the sentence? Present Mike asked, his usual over-the-top enthusiasm making the suffering worse. No one answered. The class was collectively pretending they didn't exist. Mike grinned. Come on, someone's gotta have an answer. Midoriya? Both Izuku and I looked up. The other one, Mike clarified. Yeah, sure, totally listening, I said, not even pretending to hide my disinterest. I glanced at the board. That's a run-on sentence. Needs a comma or something. Mike nodded. Right. Anyone wanna add to that? Silence. Yo, don't all volunteer at once. Mike laughed. Yaoyorozu raised her hand. The subject-verb agreement is also incorrect. Bingo! Nice one, Yaoyorozu. Mike pointed at Kaminari. Alright, Denki, what about this next one? Kaminari barely lifted his head. English? Mike laughed. Technically correct, but not what I'm looking for. He grinned. Alright, moving on. The rest of class dragged on, with the usual right answers from Yaoyorozu, half-butted guesses from the rest. Eventually, the bell rang, and everyone bolted for the door. Lunch was the usual chaos. The cafeteria was packed, with students scrambling for food like animals. Izuku and I found a table, joined by Kaminari, Kirishima, Mina, Tsuyu and Siro. Dude, Kaminari groaned, dropping his tray. That class was actual torture. Could have been worse, I said, taking a bite of my food. Oh yeah? How? I might not be in it. Kirishima laughed. True. Mina nudged me. So, karaoke was fun, huh? Yeah, for you, Siro said. Some of us have permanent ear damage now. Kaminari grinned. Hey, I stand by my performance. No one else does, Jiro said, walking past with her tray. Ojiro sat down nearby, nodding at the group. Know what's scheduled in the afternoon? Tsuyu sat next to me. Foundational heroic studies. I looked at her. She looked at me. I looked back. She looked back. You are cute. She blinked. Jiro. Yeah. She stared for a second longer, then turned back to her food with a slight blush. Okay. Mina snorted, shoving a spoonful of rice into her mouth. Dim, Ryu, smooth as always. Facts, Kaminari added. One day, you'll say something and actually get slapped. Tsuyu picked up her juice. Why would I slap him? He's just saying what he thinks. Exactly, I said, pointing at her. Thank you, Froggy. She drank her juice. That is actually close to the hero name I will choose. I looked at her. She looked back. What will you choose? She set the box down. Froppy. Kaminari grinned. Oh, that's cute. Froppy. Rolls off the tongue. It does, she said. Siro tapped his chopsticks against his tray. I feel like hero names are a lot of pressure, though. You pick something now and it sticks. What if you end up hating it in a year? Then you change it, I said. Heroes have done it before. Mina stretched her arms. Yeah, but if it's something iconic, it's hard to SW. Imagine All Might just randomly deciding to be called. I don't know, Power Daddy. Uraraka choked on her rice. What? Mina shrugged. I mean, it fits. It does not, Ida said. Kirishima scratched his chin. All right, but imagine Midnight changing her name to something really normal like, Miss Pajamas. She might, Turo said. She already barely wears anything. Kaminari smirked. Which is appreciated. Yaoyorozu sighed. And there it is. Mineta leaned in. If I became a hero, my name would be. No one cares, Shoji cut in. Diamond cold, Siro muttered. Mineta huffed. Fine, but when I make it big, you'll regret not listening. I won't, Shoji said. Ojiro crossed his arms. Hero names should have meaning, something that reflects your ability and personality. Tokoyami nodded. Yes. It must embody one's true nature. Kaminari grinned. So yours is gonna be what, edgelord? Jet black hero, Tsukuyami, Tokoyami corrected. Kaminari stared. I was joking. I was not. Mina turned to Todoroki. You got one yet? He blinked. No. Got any ideas? She pressed. No. Kirishima leaned forward. You could go with something ice-related. Or fire. Or both. Todoroki took a bite of his food. Maybe. Mina sighed. Man, you're a tough crowd. Kaminari elbowed me. What about you, Ryo? Got a name picked? Dunno. That's it, he asked. Not even an idea? Nope. Mina nudged me. Oh, come on, you gotta have something. Why? She gestured vaguely. I don't know, you just seem like the type to already have something picked. I decided we all choose my hero name. Then we will vote. Come on, Let me hear the ideas, I said. Mina leaned forward. Oh, this is gonna be good. Midoriya, Ida started, already adjusting his glasses like he was about to ruin the fun. A hero name is a serious decision. It should reflect your values, Yeah, moving on, I cut in, waving him off. I want to hear the good sheet. All right, Kaminari grinned, tapping his fingers against the table. How about something badass? Titan fist. I stared at him. Do I look like I punch mountains for fun? Yeah, kinda. Next. Kirishima tapped his chin. Crimson Impact. First of all, no. Second, I feel like that name already exists. Zero smirked. How about smartass? Creative, I said. What's your hero name gonna be? Tape measure? Rude. Mina snapped her fingers. Oh, what about something with dragon in it? You kinda give off that vibe. Explain. You're reckless, loud, and probably gonna burn something down one day. Sold. I turned to the others. Any other dragon ideas? Dragon King, Ojiro suggested. Too much. Dragonborn, Kaminari said, grinning. I'm not a Skyrim NPC. Black Dragon, Tokoyami offered. Do I look like a rejected Yu-Gi-Oh card? Jiro leaned back. Midnight Menace. Sounds like I rob banks in my free time. You might. Moving on. Uraraka tapped the table. Midoriya the Menace? Too wordy. Draconic Fury, Sato said. I frowned. Sounds like an energy drink. Yaoyorozu cleared her throat. Perhaps something sophisticated, like Crimson Drake or Azure Tempest? I don't fight in a Shakespeare play. Hagakure clapped her hands. Oh, Dragon Fist. I feel like I would be sued. Todoroki chimed from the side. Burning Storm. I glanced at him. Do you just pick two random words and put them together? Yes. Great social skills. Bakugo scoffed. Doesn't matter what name you pick. You'll still be a pain in my butt. Boom boom, you're getting a vote too, like it or not. Shove it up your butt? Writing that down. I pulled out my phone, typing down the suggestions. Alright, here's what we've got so far. Titan Fist, Crimson Impact, Smart, Zero, Dragon King, Dragonborn, Black Dragon, Midnight Menace, Midoriya the Menace, Draconic Fury, Crimson Drake, Azure Tempest, Dragon Fist, Burning Storm, and I turned to Bakugo. Shove it up your butt? Mineta, who had been quiet, finally spoke. You should pick something that sounds cool to the ladies, like Dark Emperor. I stared at him. Never speak again. He held up his hands. Just saying, chicks dig mysterious names. They dig people who don't say chicks unironically. Tsuyu sipped her juice. Frog Dragon. I blinked. The F, does that even mean? You like dragons. I like frogs. Compromise. Mina gasped. Wait, are you two flirting? Tsuyu blinked. No. Sure. Yes. Sounds fake, but okay. I clapped my hands. All right, voting time. Everyone gets one vote. You can't vote for your own dumbass suggestion. Votes were cast. Some people took it seriously. Others clearly just wanted to be annoying. Bakugo refused to vote, which I counted as a vote for shove it up your butt. In the end, one name won out. I looked at my phone. Well, looks like we have a winner. Mina grinned. Oh, what is it? I got up, fixed my tie, and looked at them. Screw you guys. I am going home. The table burst into laughter. Did all of you pick shove it up your butt? Mina asked, grinning. Everyone nodded, still laughing. Kirishima slapped the table. Bro, it was too good to pass up. I hate all of you, I said, sitting back down. You should have expected this, Zero said, smirking. You know, Kaminari leaned forward. If you actually used it, you would be the most memorable hero ever. Or the first to get banned from TV, Jiro muttered. Doesn't matter, Bakugo scoffed. Idiot doesn't deserve a hero name. Jealous, number 2? I asked. His eye twitched. I will actually kill you. Tsuyu took a sip of her drink. If you think about it, a hero name should reflect who you are. And this one does. I stared at her. Froppy, what the hell? You do tell people to shove things up there but a lot, Uraraka added. Mina wiped a tear from her eye. This is the best thing that's ever happened. Fine, I said, cracking my knuckles. Then I get to name all of you. I pointed at Kaminari. Brain damage. He put a hand on his chest. I feel so seen. Mina. Pink gremlin. She grinned. I'll take it. Ida. Sir talks a lot. He straightened his glasses. That is entirely unfair. Edgy headphones. She shrugged. Could be worse. Mineta opened his mouth. I cut him off. Pervert. He nodded. Accurate. Todoroki. Bipolar. He blinked. HN. I gestured at Zero. Discount Spider-Man. Kirishima. Rock for brains. Bujiro. Tail guy. Tokoyami. Crow. Yayarozu. Wikipedia. Tentacle monster. Hagakure. The Void. Sara. Sugar Crash. Ryuma. Human Disco Ball. Izuku. Waterworks. Achiko. Lightweight. Bakugo. Boom Boom Beach. Mina looked at Tsuyu. Why skip her? I shrugged. She already picked a name. Mina grinned. Are you sure you two don't flirt? Tsuyu blinked. No. Mina leaned in. You say that, but I don't believe it. Then don't. She looked between us. Suspicious. I picked up my drink. Think whatever. Uraraka stretched. Alright, so that was a fun waste of time. Ida shook his head. This was supposed to be a serious discussion. Zero smirked. And it was. We seriously voted for the best name possible. Kirishima grinned. Shove it up your butt is iconic. Bakugo clicked his tongue. You losers have too much free time. Kaminari tapped his tray. Alright, next topic. Who's gonna fail the first pop quiz? Mineta sighed dramatically. Academically? Probably me. Socially? Also me. Momo shook her head. If you studied, you wouldn't fail. Yeah, but have you considered, I don't want to? Jiro scoffed. Shocking. Tokoyami stirred his rice. The true test of intelligence is knowing what to study. Zero pointed at him. That sounded deep, but it meant nothing. Hagakure clapped her hands. Doesn't matter. We're at you at. It'll be fine. Mina grinned. We should totally start a study group. Kaminari groaned. Why ruin a good moment? You want to pass, right? I would rather take my chances. Ida adjusted his glasses. Proper study habits will benefit everyone. Zero pointed at me. Ryu, you studying? No. Smart man. Momo sighed. You're all impossible. Izuku saw his chance. Don't believe him. Ryu is a real nerd at home but lies at school. Many of his friends despaired when he topped the exams in middle school. Mom is even proud of him. Mina raised an eyebrow. Hold up, you were top of your class? I clicked my tongue. Izuku, shut the hell up. No way, Kaminari said. No offense, but you don't give off smart guy energy. Izuku shook his head. He studies late at night when no one's watching. He used to hide his textbooks under his bed like they were secret documents. Mina grinned. Oh, this is gold. You little sheet, I muttered. Kirishima elbowed me. Man, you had us all fooled. Thought you were just a quip machine. Zero smirked. Imagine the guy roasting Bakugo.